So welcome back guys, today we are going to see what if Bella found her true family in the Volturi? So let's get started. MPOV. Here I was, sitting alone in the dark confines of my private chambers. This is where I was often found, sitting here and wallowing in self-pity. 2000 years I have spent as an empty shell. I no longer laugh like I once did. The joy I had once felt all those many years ago has long since abandoned me. Smiling had long since become a thing of the past. I have become nothing more than an apathetic shell of a man. This was now all I knew. I was nothing more than a hollow being with very little purpose. Sure, I sat on my throne every day as was my duty as one of the three kings. However, I gave little to no response to any and all proceedings. The extent of my usefulness only went as far as I reading any interesting lines among coven members that stood before us and then briefly touching Arrow's hand to enlighten him of those lines. Other than that, I did nothing, said nothing. I even went so far as to lock myself away in this castle, never once stepping foot outside in these 2000 years. I no longer accompanied the guard on missions as I once did all those years ago. I long since ceased to be the great warrior I was once known to be. Instead of vampires gazing upon me in fear, they now gaze upon me with pity, even those I would call enemies. I wanted no part of this endless existence. Having to endure this agony of losing my sweet, precious Didymi is much more that I can bear. Why would they not let me end my misery? Is it not my decision to make? Am I not the one who lost their mate? Oh, I was well aware of what Arrow had done. He had Chelsea use her gift of relationship manipulation on me to keep me tied here. Of course, I knew. Our gifts were quite similar, and I would have to be a fool to not know. The pale purple line that now tied me here to Volterra was a dead giveaway. And it was a giveaway that I greatly resented. My brother-in-law will not allow me to end my life. He believes that there can be happiness for me, and that I can find love again. The very notion is blasphemous to me. The thought that I could love another who is not my Didymi is preposterous. It confounds me to no end when he makes mention of these thoughts. Didymi was his sister, his twin sister. Does he not feel her loss too? Of course, he will never feel it on the level that I do. The loss of one's mate is more excruciating than that of the burn from our change into this life. One cannot even begin to comprehend the amount of pain I suffer unless they themselves have felt such a loss. But Arrow should know more than anyone what I feel. She was his sister. Oh, I know he misses her. I also know that her death hit him much harder than he has ever allowed anyone, other than our immediate circle, to see. For all of his bravado, Arrow is a very loving and sensitive man. He and Didymi shared a very unique bond, a closeness that I can only attribute to them being twins. Yes, I know he still hurts, even to this day. Losing Didymi had left a void that nothing can fill, which leads me to the inner turmoil that I have been experiencing. Lately, I have become anxious. I suppose that is the best way to describe the feelings that have been coursing through me. The continuous barrage of emotions have become a distraction to me. Perhaps they wouldn't have become so if I had not spent the last 2000 years in a depressed and apathetic state. I was utterly unprepared for this. I felt as if I was being pulled into a particular direction. At first, I made every attempt to ignore it. However, my attempts were futile as the pulling sensation began to intensify and even began to become painful. Deciding that the best course of action would be for me to follow the direction in which the pull was leading me, I gathered myself together. With a great deal of reluctance, I threw open the door to my private chambers and walked out into the empty corridor. I then allowed the pull to take command of my body, without paying much attention to where it led me. After a few moments, I came to an intricately carved oak door. I knew this door well as what lay beyond it. I had not been to this part of the castle in 2000 years, and it was I who had locked this door. In fact, everyone knew that no one was to tamper with it, nor were they to attempt to do so would automatically put them under the death penalty. I stared at the door for a moment, wondering why I was pulled here. Taking a deep, unnecessary breath, I reached for the chain that I kept around my neck. Attached to the chain was the only key in existence that would fit the lock. Slowly, I removed the key and fit it into the lock, swinging the door wide open. I stepped out into the small private courtyard that my mate had claimed as her own to do with as she chose. Bright sunlight shone in my eyes as I took another nervous step in my Didim's private garden. My beloved mate had created this little paradise for herself due to her passionate love of flowers and their varying beauty. When she was taken from me, I could no longer bear the sight of my Didim's pride and joy, her garden. So I locked the only entrance to it and banned everyone from ever entering. If anyone was found in the garden, I would, personally, end them. I wanted it to remain untouched. Unfortunately, 2000 years of neglect have taken its toll, and the garden was no longer beautiful. Every flower and shrub had long since died, leaving nothing but decay. It was oddly reminiscent of my emotions. I walked toward the center where Didimi had placed a marble bench. From this vantage point, one was able to enjoy all of the allure that the garden, at one time, had to offer. When I reached it, I stopped dead in my tracks. What was that scent? No, it could not be. I must be imagining it, I thought to myself. The scent of honeysuckle and rose lingered in the air. It was not too strong but not quite faint either. How is this possible? As a rule, no two vampires had the exact same scent. It was much like humans and their fingerprints. It is how we are able to identify others, after we have made their acquaintance, of course. Vampires usually possess several different scents, with two being the most prominent. And in this case, honeysuckle and rose were the scents that belonged to my Didimi. I inhaled more deeply and took in the underlying sense of sunshine, freshly cut grass, and gardenias. Yes, it was my Didim's scent. But how can that be? The scent was fresh, as if my Didimi had recently been here. But that was not possible. Is my mind playing tricks on me? Have I finally lost all sense of reason? Brother, I heard called out from the doorway. I turned to see Arrow standing there, respectfully waiting for my permission to enter. Arrow, can you smell it? I asked him. I watched as confusion flit across his aristocratic features. He inhaled quickly, his crimson eyes widening in surprise. That is not possible, he firmly stated. I know, but how do you explain the fact that it is my Didim's sweet fragrance that we can smell? I questioned. Shaking his head, Arrow replied, I cannot. There is no explanation for this phenomenon. At least, none that I can come up with. I shook my head, wishing for the answer to this riddle. Arrow, this may come off as me sounding a bit unhinged, but I felt a very strong pull to come here. A pull that was very reminiscent to the mating pull, I explained to him. He looked at me oddly as if trying to figure out my thoughts. Then shrugged, giving up on the attempt. Marcus, I have noticed you being distracted lately. You have been not yourself, even more so than usual. May I have a look at your thoughts? Perhaps I can get a better idea of what you are referring to, he asked me, stretching his hand out towards me. I gestured with my hand for him to come out to me. Arrow hesitantly stepped over the threshold and walked over toward me. I saw him inhale deeply again, taking in the scent of his long-lost sister. Reaching out to me, he picked up my hand. Immediately, I could feel the rush of my memories replaying for Arrow to see. I will never get used to that sensation. It was over almost as soon as it began, and Arrow dropped my hand. He looked at me quizzically. Marcus, I think it's obvious that all these things that you have been experiencing are signs. I cannot tell you what they are showing you. Only you are able to make that determination. However, I think you need to do something about it. Ignoring these occurrences is only going to make things worse for you. I angrily raked my hands through my hair, collapsing down on the stone bench. What am I supposed to do? How am I even supposed to know where to begin? I asked in frustration. Arrow walked over and sat down next to me. Placing a comforting hand on my shoulder, he replied, I think the answer is in the pull you have been feeling. Let that be your guide. And remember, you are not alone. With that, he stood up and made his way over to the door. Oh, and before I fail to mention it, Keys and I need you in my study. We had a disturbing report come in about newborns, and we need to look into it, he informed me while on his way back inside. I sat there for a few moments more, endeavoring to take in Arrow's suggestion. It was plausible, and I desperately needed to discover the hidden meaning to the clues that I have uncovered. Deciding that my best course of action would be to follow the pull I was experiencing, I stood up and made my way back inside. I quickly locked the door, promising to come back to the garden at a later date to see that it get the proper care it deserved. I quickly headed down the winding corridors on my way to Arrow's private study, feeling oddly inquisitive over the situation with the newborns. This is the first time in a long time that I have felt any sort of interest in, well, anything. I reached the study and walked right in. Both Keys and Arrow were already there, waiting for me. I strode over to my customary chair and sat down. Looking back and forth between Keys and Arrow, I asked, so what have I missed? Keys jumped a bit when he heard me speak. His silver eyebrows shot up in question as he looked at me in shock. I suppose I have been a great deal more withdrawn than I had realized. Arrow ignored Keys' reaction and turned to me. I received a rather disturbing telephone call from Elazar a short while ago. He informed me that there appears to be an outbreak of newborn attacks in the Seattle, Washington, USA area. Based on the evidence he presented, I have to agree with him. Arrow enlightened me. Keys grunted in response, while leaning back in his chair and crossing his ankles. We sent the guard to handle this. It needs to be dealt with immediately, before the risk of exposure becomes too great, he postulated. I sat there, agreeing with Keys. However, the pull in my chest distracted me yet again. Why was I feeling it now? What did it have to do with the newborn situation? I thought to myself. I looked up to see both Keys and Arrow watching me closely. Marcus, what is going on with you? Keys inquired, looking at me oddly. Marcus is just dealing with some personal issues, Arrow jumped in before I could answer. I nodded slightly, thanking him for his attempted deflection. Keys looked at me for a moment and then shrugged, letting the subject go. Okay, so we are all in agreement, correct? He asks, changing the subject. Arrow quickly nodded his head, and they both turned to me. That pull kept getting stronger, and I knew what I must do. I agree. However, I will be joining them in this mission, I informed them. What? Keys yelped, jumping to his feet and knocking his chair over at the same time. You cannot be serious. You have not stepped foot outside the castle walls in 2 millennium. And not only that, but this happens to be a newborn problem. It is too dangerous, he continued angrily. Keys, calm yourself. You are not helping matters, flying off the handle like that. Arrow rebuked, trying to ease the tension. I cannot explain it to either of you. All I know is that I feel like I need to go, I told them somberly. You need to go? Why? Is this a suicide attempt? Because if it is, you are going to be putting the guard in danger, Keys said accusingly while getting up in my face. I let loose a ferocious growl. How dare he? My honor will not be taken into question. You forget yourself, Keys. Never question my honor again. This has nothing to do with suicide as you so callously call it. Like I said previously, I need to do this. That is all you need to know, I said angrily. Looking over at Arrow, I could see the acceptance in his eyes. He knew why I was going. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get ready. We will be leaving within the hour. With that, I stormed out of the study and headed back to my chambers. APOV. I watched as my brother stalked out of the room. Keys had managed to stir up more emotion in him than I had seen in a great deal of time. Whatever was going on with him was certainly having an effect. Keys, that accusation was uncalled for, not to mention being insensitive, I admonished him. Ugh, I know. It was just so unexpected of him to volunteer to go on a mission. In fact, his participation was unexpected, he replied in shame. I know, but like I said, he is dealing with something right now. And before you ask, I can't tell you what it is. I'm not even sure what it is, other than the fact that it seems like fate is trying to lead him somewhere. Cryptic, I know, but that's the closest thing I have to explain it, I told him. Fine, whatever you say. Besides, none of that made any sense to me. So you are fine with him going, even after him being out of action for so long? Keys questioned me. I think about it, for a danger is certainly there, but Marcus was once a fierce warrior, and I have faith in his abilities. Of course I would worry to some extent, like I do for the guard when they go out on a mission. But don't forget that Marcus was, at one time, the greatest warrior the world had ever seen. He can handle it, I said reassuringly. I hope you're right about this, Arrow. I would hate to lose him, Keys said, walking slowly out the door. The only thing I was certain of was that something was going on, and I believed fate, or whatever you call it, had a hand in it. I just hope Marcus comes out of it stronger than he was when he went in it. MPOV. The shocked expressions from the elite guard were expected. I am well aware of my decision to accompany them would come as quite bewildering. After all, this will be the first time in what seems like eons that I cared to venture forth from the confines of our citadel. And as offbeat as it might seem, I still don't see why they are having such difficulty grasping the very pressing need for me to go. I wouldn't do so if I had not felt so strongly compelled to. I have never been one to waste my time, regardless of how infinite it may be. The Volturi private jet touched down in SeaTac Airport in Seattle, Washington. Roughly 12 hours later, my brothers managed to have two large, dark-tinted limos waiting for us to take us to our base of operations here in the Olympic Peninsula. Unbeknownst to most of the vampire population, the Volturi have established bases similar to this one all over the globe. We prefer to remain abreast of all the comings and goings of all those under our rule. It helps to aid us in our attempts to keep our existence a secret. We reached the base rather quickly, and I called the guard together to formulate a plan. I did not want to go into this unprepared. The chance that we may run into newborns was very high, so we needed to take every precaution possible. Dimitri, I want you and Felix to scout ahead of us. See if you can find out where the headquarters for the newborns is located. Keep your cell phones on vibrate. I do not wish to alert anyone of our arrival, I ordered them in a very stern voice. Master, if we do find it, are we to wait for your arrival? Felix asked respectfully. If you find anything, you are to let me know. No phone calls. I do not want our cover blown. You know how skittish newborns are. If you find something, send me a text, I clarified while receiving odd looks from the guard. Just because I did not venture outside for 2 millennia does not mean I haven't kept myself abreast of new technology. As a king, I am required to be knowledgeable and able to lead. I may not have actually done anything myself, but I have paid close attention. You can wipe the looks of astonishment off your faces. Just because I chose to not participate does not mean I haven't been paying attention. I informed them. Again, it is being brought to my attention how my self-imposed exile has given the wrong impression. I have much that needs to be rectified. Yes, Master. If I may be so bold as to say that it's nice to have you joining the guard on this mission, Dmitri volunteers, attempting to bring our attention back where it belongs. I glanced over at him and noticed the look of undisguised joy on his face. It is a clear reminder of why I always liked Dmitri. He was forthright and never wasted time with dishonest speech. I nodded my head, letting him know that I appreciated the sentiment. Turning to the rest of the guard, I said, I know it seems odd for me to suddenly join you again, but you all know how I operate. I would not be here if it were not important. This situation is reaching a critical point, and we must handle it as carefully as possible. Based on the reports we have received, the newborn army is uncontrolled and exposure is bound to happen at any point. I looked at each member, making sure they understood the gravity of the situation. Seeing that everyone was on the same page, I continued, Dmitri and Felix, I want you two to leave now. We are running out of time and need to get a move on. With one last glance at the group, they sped off into the dark, expansive forest that was situated behind what would be our headquarters for the time being. As for the rest of you, I want you to head on out into teams of 2. Scour the perimeter for any scents you are not familiar with. If you come across anything that is odd or out of place, I want you to notify me immediately. Please keep in mind that there are to be no phone calls, only texts. Yes, Master, Jane replied, and they all immediately broke off into pairs and headed out, leaving me alone with my thoughts. The moments I was left to my own devices, I decided head on inside the mansion and put a call into Arrow and Keys, informing them of our arrival and subsequent plans. Gianna, our human liaison, answered on the second ring. Upon realizing it was me on the other end, she quickly forwarded my call to my brothers. It was only a few short moments before I heard Arrow's ever-cheerful voice. Buongiorno, Marcus. How is everything going? He asked me cheerily. I just called to let you and Keys know that we have arrived at our Olympic headquarters. I have sent Dmitri and Felix ahead, scouting the surrounding area in an attempt to find where the newborns are being held. The remainder of the guard is currently exploring the nearby forest to see if they can pick up any vampire scents, I informed them, while walking into the enormous study located on the second floor of the mansion. Hopefully, Dmitri and Felix will get lucky. We need to eliminate this problem as quickly as possible, Keys spoke up. Agreed. I will give you regular updates as they come in, I replied somberly. Stay safe, Marcus. Newborns are skittish and volatile. We wish you luck, Arrow responded and disconnected the call. I sat myself down in the overstuffed chair that was placed by the ornate fireplace. My thoughts quickly flew to the reason why I came. The powerful pull I have been feeling since I was called into Arrow's study has been intensifying. If I didn't know any better, I would liken it to the mating pull. But how could that even be possible? My love, my mate, was forever lost to me. As if on cue, my didym's enchanting scent began to permeate the room, causing me to become agitated. Why is this happening to me? Have I gone insane and lost all sense of reality? Why? What is it that you want, my love? I called out to my invisible mate, feeling as if I was losing my sanity. Just then, a warm breeze swirled itself around me, carrying my mate's beautiful scent. As quickly as it started, it vanished, leaving no trace of my didym's perfume. Was she attempting to communicate with me? This was becoming more puzzling than I have ever anticipated it would. I sat there for however long, ruminating on the events of the past few days. Between my personal experiences as of late and the newborn situation, I was at my wits' end. One thing was certain. There wasn't going to be a simple resolution to either problem. I felt the cell phone in my pocket vibrate, and I quickly whipped it out. Seeing that it was Jane, I read her text. Apparently, she and Alec came across 3 scents. One was that of a vampire, and the other two were something altogether different. According to Jane, the latter scents were very pungent and reminiscent of that of the children of the moon. However, it lacked the putrid quality that the werewolves possess. She also said that she strongly believed whatever left the scents was definitely supernatural in nature. I told her to gather the rest of the guard and to wait there until I reached her. I needed to smell this scent for myself. Hopefully, our already enormous problem isn't going to be complicated with the appearance of werewolves. I hurriedly sped out the door and picked up Jane's scent. Running as quickly as possible, I followed it. I realized quickly enough that Jane and Alec were several miles away from the base. This entire situation was becoming more abnormal by the second. A few minutes later, I came upon Jane and Alec. Before I could even ask them anything, the most horrid stench that I can only define as wet dog and dirt assaulted my nose, burning it as I inhaled. The heinous aroma was enough to make me gag. If vampires were capable of such a thing. I see what you mean, Jane. That is most certainly an abominable fator. But I have to agree with you. As awful as that is, it doesn't quite smell as bad as the scent of the werewolves, I told her, shaking my head in a futile attempt to rid my nose from the burning sensation. Master Marcus, this is the vampire's scent, Jane said, walking toward me and holding out a tree branch. I reached out for it and brought it closer to my nose. Yes, it was definitely a vampire, but not one that I recognize. The astonishing thing I noticed was the other odor seemed to overpower the vampire scent. I found that to be quite odd. The remainder of the guard, apart from Dimitri and Felix, arrived a moment later. They too had a similar response to the dog's stench as I did. Most of them stopped breathing altogether in order to not have to endure it a moment longer. Passing around the branch, I told them, I need all of you to see if you can recognize this scent. They each took it and one by one shook their heads no. That is until Heidi got a hold of it. Her eyes lit up briefly, then darkened a moment later. Master, I know who it is. Her name is Victoria. She, like myself, was a member of Hilda's coven, she told me. Good, thank you, Heidi. Okay, everyone, we now have a name. Let's try to build on that. Hopefully, Dimitri and Felix are having as much luck as we are, I said, pleased with this little bit of information. Master, do you wish for us to track? Alec was interrupted by the sound of very loud growling. We all turned to see two very large wolves slowly coming toward us. They were enormous, roughly the size of a large horse, and by the smell of them, they were the ones responsible for the fetid stench. My guard immediately crouched down into attack position, with Jane and Alec flanking me. No one is to attack. Am I clear? I ordered them sternly. I took a small step forward, raising my hands in an attempt to show that we meant them no harm. The large brown wolf snarled, showing its fearsome teeth. Are you able to communicate? I asked them, noting that the larger black wolf seemed to be the one in charge. I heard it grunt and watched as it began to shimmer before us. A moment later, there stood a very tall, native man, uncaring of his state of undress. My name is Sam Ole, and I am the alpha of the Quileute pack. State your business, he demanded in a deep authoritative voice. The brown wolf stood closer to him, obviously protecting him. My name is Marcus Volturi. I am one of the 3 leaders of our kind. These are the Volturi guardsmen, I informed him, gesturing to those who stood around me. We have come to deal with a vampire who has broken our laws and has created a newborn army. We know who you speak of. The leech's name is Victoria. We have been dealing with her for quite some time now. She has caused a great deal of trouble, the alpha informed me. The Volturi would greatly appreciate any information you can give us in regards to her actions. We would very much like to put an end to the destruction she has caused, I said, hoping he would oblige. The alpha gazed into my eyes, obviously trying to judge if I was being honest. We have had extreme difficulty dealing with her. To be quite honest, at this point, we would like nothing more than to be rid of such a pestilence. However, can you guarantee the safety of not only my entire pack, but our tribe and those we protect? He asked me sincerely. His request was reasonable, since we had no quarrel with their kind or their people. I nodded my head. I will personally guarantee that your pack, your people, and those you protect will not come to harm from any who serve me. If any go against my orders, they will pay dearly, I stated firmly while looking over the guard to make sure they understood my orders. All right, if you would like, you can meet the pack on the border of our lands. No one can cross the border. My pack members will not hesitate to attack if anyone is caught doing so, he informed me. I nodded my head in agreement. As you wish. We will respect your demands, I responded. Good. You may follow us then. The rest of the pack will meet us there, he said, while turning around and immediately changing back into that enormous black wolf. They darted ahead of us, and we followed. They were fast, almost as fast as we were. It was apparent that they were not children of the moon, since they changed during the day. I was curious about these supernatural beings as well as wanting to discover what they were capable of. Within a few minutes, we came across a clearing where several more giant wolves stood by, pacing. Upon seeing us, a few of them growled. Sam, still in wolf form, growled at them in return. They shrank back from him. Sam again transformed into his human form. Turning to us, he said, "This is my pack. One other is on his way. Each of us has had to deal with Victoria." He informed me. Exactly how long has she? My voice trailed off as I heard the sound of paws pounding dirt. I looked over to the left, and I saw another very large, reddish-brown wolf run into the clearing. It was obvious that this was the other wolf Sam was expecting. However, Sam did not mention anything about an astonishingly beautiful human female riding atop of this wolf. As I gazed at her, I felt this intense pull that was so strong. It nearly knocked the breath right out of me. I watched as she slid off of the wolf. She turned around, and when our eyes connected, I suddenly knew why I had chosen to come on this mission, and I have never been happier for doing so. BPOV. You would think that I would be frightened to meet the Volturi. If not that, then at least I would be nervous. However, I was oddly calm while I rode on Jake's back to this meeting. I knew that this is what I had to do. There was no way I was going to hide behind the pack while running the risk of the Volturi finding out about me. This was the right thing for me to do. Of that, I was certain. As we neared the border, I saw a number of darkly cloaked figures standing around. However, the tall man in the forefront was the one who stood out most to me. There was such a presence about him that seemed to command respect from those around him. Here was a real man. Jake came to a screeching halt, and I slid off of him. When I turned back around from dismounting him, I looked directly into the eyes of that man, and I gasped. My God, he was perfection. His eyes were the most stunning shade of garnet I had ever seen, and he had such full lips that I could imagine myself kissing them into a frenzy. He was taller, nearly a full foot taller than my own 5 feet 4 inches. He had such broad shoulders and strong muscular arms. What I wouldn't give to catch a glimpse of him without his shirt on. His hair was black, and it appeared to have been pulled back into a ponytail. I, suddenly, found myself comparing Edward to this godlike man. Frankly, I am at a loss as to why I had ever thought that Edward was the most attractive male in existence. Clearly, I was way off base with that assessment. The man before me possessed so much allure and sexual attraction that I found myself having extreme difficulty keeping my breathing even. But I could not help myself as I hungrily gazed at him. My eyes continued to travel over his flawless frame, appreciating the beauty of its perfection. When I glanced back up to look into his eyes, I noticed that he too seemed to have been making the same perusal of my body as I did of his. A thrilling surge of pleasure rushed over me at this. The fact that I could garner any attention from such a perfect specimen of man was more than I could have hoped for, and if I was not mistaken, he too enjoyed what he saw. My lusty perusal was interrupted by Jacob, who bumped my arm, trying to get my attention. I hesitantly tore my gaze from the Adonis and turned to look over at Jake. He had changed back into his human form and was giving me a quizzical look. I responded to his silent inquiry with a small shrug. Sam walked over to us, looking every bit the alpha. "Oh, Bella, we were not expecting you," he said while glaring at Jake. "Whether you like it or not, Sam, I have to be here. This mess is because of me," I informed him firmly, hoping he would understand. I really didn't want to argue over this. There really would be no point in it if we did. The oh-so-sexy man stepped forward. "I'm curious," he said. "How is it that a human female is responsible for the creation of a newborn army?" He looked at me intently, causing shivers to course up and down my spine. "It's more of the fact that the army was created to come after me," I informed him, refusing to look away from his mesmerizing eyes. "That and their creator wants to eliminate the pack for protecting me." I watched as the moment those words left my lips, his eyes darkened, and I could hear an angry growl emanate from deep within his chest. The wolves reacted to the growl as if there was a threat. I, however, knew for a fact that this man was angry, livid even. But he was not about to attack. Chalk that little bit of knowledge up to my experience with vampires. "Please, forgive me. That tidbit of information was most unexpected," he said contritely. Turning to me, he continued, "As I am sure you are aware, humans are not allowed to know of my kind's existence. Clearly, the law is broken. But for a human to be the reason for such a forbidden act is unheard of. Your law is the reason why I forced Jacob to bring me here. I refuse to hide behind the pack when that crazed redhead is running around, killing innocent people just to get her filthy hands on me. Plus, that demented, red-headed fiend wants to harm the only family I really have left. People are dying because of the actions of one particular coven," I told him, waiting for that bit of knowledge to sink in. His reaction to this news did not disappoint. His eyes darkened further, and he asked, "Which coven do you speak of?" I looked him directly in the eye, hoping that he would grasp the severity of my accusation. "The Cullens," I said bluntly. Several gasps could be heard from the cloaked figures standing around him. "This is most unexpected and disheartening. If you would feel obliged to do so, would you please tell me about your dealings with Carlyle's coven?" he asked me politely, silently waiting for my response. "I will tell you everything you wish to know," I replied, not feeling an ounce of remorse for divulging that information. "I appreciate your willingness. First, could you please tell me how you became familiar with the Cullens?" he asked. "I went to school with them. Frankly, it wasn't all that difficult for me to figure out that they were vampires. To be honest, I still find it hard to believe that no one else has," I said smugly. "But before I continue, it would be nice to know the name of the man I am addressing." The god before me smirked and bowed to me. Upon raising his head, he replied, "My name is Marcus, and I am one of the three kinds of Volturi." I was shocked at this revelation. Here, before me, was a king in the vampire world, and he was the most attractive man I had ever seen. Why do vampires have to be so damn sexy? I shook my head slightly and said, "That is why you have an air of recognition about you. I have seen a painting in Carlyle's study, and you were in it." A slight smile graced his luscious lips, and then as quickly as it was there, it vanished, leaving behind a placid expression. "Well, I think it's obvious that you were close to the Cullens at one time. I happen to know of which painting you are referring to, for I am the one who gave it to Carlyle," he told me. He slowly took a few more steps in my direction, eyeing me as if he was trying to discern for himself what my relationship to the Cullens was like. You claimed to have figured out what they were. How, precisely, were you able to ascertain this? I smiled cheekily and replied, how could I not have figured it out? Their eyes often turned from amber to black. They were all very pale and cold to the touch. Let's also not forget how graceful they all were, including the males. Plus, they were never in school on sunny days. Of course, those were just superficial characteristics to go by. But if all that was not cause for me to question their so-called human status, there was the incident where Edward stopped a runaway van from hitting me, using only his bare hands. That right there was the clincher for me. As I explained how I came to my conclusion, Marcus's eyes widened in what I could only assume was shock. Marcus shook his head in exasperation while rubbing his face with his strong hands. I must admit that you are very observant. I must also confess that it would appear that Carlyle has not been as careful as he should have been. Based on what you have just informed me, the Cullens are allowing themselves to be in the presence of humans when they have not properly fed. They are being too careless. He stopped for a moment, trying to gather his thoughts. Looking back to me, he continued, I can see how you figured it out. But what I want to know is how close you got to them. I stared at him for a few moments, dreading what I was going to have to tell him next. To be honest with you, I dated Edward for a while. I had been informed by both Edward and his sister, Alice, that I was Edward's mate. As soon as I said that, Marcus barked out a gruff laugh. He looked me over, once again, but his heated gaze seemed to be more intent. And again, I felt myself getting aroused by him. You are most certainly not that child's mate. I can assure you of that, he said while I saw his nostrils flare as if he caught the scent of something. I then noticed his eyes darken just a bit. And that's when it hit me. He could smell my arousal. Damn, why in heaven's name would I forget about a vampire's sense of smell? This man is going to prove to be the death of me. Deciding to pretend that nothing was out of the sort, in a vain attempt to retain my dignity, I opted to ask him about his rather bold statement. I'm sorry, but how do you know I am not his mate? I asked curiously. Well, Kara, if you were his mate then he never would have been able to leave you. Mates cannot be away from each other for an extended period of time. It would be too painful to do so. Secondly, I have a gift which allows me to see the bonds between people. For instance, I can see that you and your friend, Jacob, have a bond of siblings. You love each other as if you were truly related by blood. But most importantly, I can see your mating bond to another individual. He answered while watching me closely for my reaction. Really? Oh, thank God. The last thing I wanted was to be stuck being the mate of such a pansy. Asked, backstabbing jerk. Everyone laughed at my outburst, including the vampires. Well, I'm not sorry. It's true. Wait a minute, Sam interjected. You said she is mated to another. It better not be another vampire, Sam said threateningly. I looked over at him and cocked him my best bitch brow. Oh, hell no, I am fed up with people trying to run my life. Just a minute, Sam. What business is it of yours if fate has destined me to be mated to a vampire? I asked, pissed over his attitude. Bella, it isn't natural. He growled at me. I quickly glanced over at the sexy god and saw his fist clench as if he was trying to hold himself back. Turning back to Sam, I decided to nip this in the bud. Excuse me, Samuel, but isn't that a case of the wolf calling the vampire unnatural? When last I checked, horse-sized dogs aren't traipsing around all over Fox on a daily basis. I guess, then, that you could say that you are unnatural, I reprimanded him furiously. I have just about had it with the ongoing prejudice coming from the tribe. I, for one, do not believe it is fair to judge an entire race based on a select few Sam had the decency to look contrite and bowed his head in shame. Wow, I must have really gotten to him with that remark. Serves him right. Bella, I'm just concerned for you, as we all are. You have been through so much already, he told me quietly. I understand that, and I really do appreciate it. But I would like to live my own life without anyone else trying to run it for me, I said as sternly as I could without coming off as unappreciative. The tribe has done a great deal for me since that bitch killed my father, so I really did not wish to offend them. You're right, Bella, it is your life, and you have every right to live it as you deem fit. It's just that I have very strong, protective feelings in regards to you. It is not my intention to overstep my boundaries, he said apologetically. I was about to respond when the too sexy for my own good Adonis unnecessarily cleared his throat to get our attention. I turned back to him, struck dumb again over his impressive physique. What I wouldn't give to lick chocolate off of his, obviously, rock-hard abs. I apologize for interrupting, but perhaps I can elucidate vampire mating for you, Sam, Marcus stated quietly. Sam looked skeptical for a moment, as if any explanation the Vampire King could give him would change how he felt about it. Okay, then, enlighten me, he said, agreeing to Marcus's proposal. Mating in our world is the most profound thing that will ever happen to us. The mating connection is instantaneous, he said while gazing at me. It is even more powerful than our transformations. Our mates are our other halves in the most literal of senses. Only our mates can complete us and bring us a sense of true joy and contentment. Once a vampire has found his mate, he will never notice another. And more importantly, it is a physical impossibility for one mate to ever harm the other mate. Our mates become our first concern. Everything else can wait. The love shared between mates is much deeper than what I could ever describe. There are no words that would do it justice. The mating bond is looked upon very highly. In fact, we have laws in regards to mating. And based on the information that Swan has given to me, the Cullen child, and quite possible the entire coven, has broken all mating laws. Believe me when I say this. The Volturi regards this as a high crime, and that coven, he said with a discernible hiss, will pay the price for that as well as for revealing themselves to a human. He spoke with a deadly calm. In my limited experience, whenever someone in authority spoke like that, it usually meant that they were very pissed. I noticed Sam as he seemed to mull over Marcus's explanation. To think of it, this is the very first time I have ever heard the true explanation of vampire mating. The Cullens only glossed over it, leaving me wondering. As I thought about everything the Adonis just said, something popped out in my mind. He said it was instantaneous and that mates bring contentment. As I pondered over this, a realization hit me like a ton of bricks. Holy hell, can it be? I asked myself while turning my gaze to the world's sexiest man. As my eye landed on him, I caught him staring at me. A slow smile spread across my features. Now this was going to be interesting. MPOV. I gazed upon my stunning beauty, not at all surprised that she was able to ascertain from my explanation of vampire mating that she was indeed my mate. I was thankful to the fates for once again blessing me in this somewhat limited immortality. I was not yet sure of what part my didymy had in this, but I did have a theory. It was one that I would prefer not to mention as of yet. I would like to run it by Arrow first, so I can get his opinion. Regardless of the how and why of it, I now have a new mate and am no longer cursed to spend my eternity alone and destitute, withdrawing myself only to be nothing more than a shell of a man. If you are agreeable, Swan, I would very much like to speak to you more regarding this subject, I said to her, trying to gauge her reaction. She smiled endearingly, nodding her head in response. Of course, I would like that very much, she replied softly. The alpha was becoming a bit agitated and cleared his throat. Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt, but aren't we supposed to be discussing the red-headed leech? He asked gruffly, clearly not at all apologetic for his interruption. I glanced at him quickly and then back at my mate. Smilingly gently, I said, "We'll get back to this later." Her answering smile lit a spark deep within me. Turning to Sam, I asked, "What can you tell me about this redhead?" "Actually," my lovely mate stepped forward, "I can give you the details of why she's here. Sam can give you the pack's perspective." "All right then, by all means, please enlighten me," I responded, giving her my full attention. "Her name is Victoria. Her mate, James, was destroyed by the Cullens. It is a very long story, but I will give you the Cliff Notes version. While spending time with Cullens, Victoria, James, and one other member of their coven, Lauren, came by us. James was a tracker and had decided he wanted to make me his next target. Jasper and Alice took me to Phoenix to protect me. He somehow figured where we were. He managed to lure me to my old ballet studio, where he claimed to have my mom. Needless to say, my mom wasn't there. He beat the crap out of me. I ended up with broken ribs, a cracked skull, broken leg, and a puncture to my femoral artery. "He also bit me," she said, raising up her right arm, showing me a pale crescent-shaped scar. I was barely able to contain the growl that threatened its way out of my throat. "You were bitten," I said through tightly clenched teeth. "How is it that you were not transformed?" I asked, fearful of her answer. This was highly unusual. "Edward sucked the venom out. He had claimed that he did not want me to become a soulless monster," she replied, using her fingers to make air quotes. "By the gods, what in the name of all that's holy would have given him the idea that sucking out the venom would have been better than to allow the change to take over? Was this his idea?" I asked, still barely containing my rage. "Oh, no, it was Carlyle's. Edward was whining about not wanting me to change, so Carlyle told him that there was a possibility that sucking the venom out might stop it," she told me while watching me closely. Closing my eyes, I took several, deep, unneeded breaths, trying to calm myself down so that we may continue. I most certainly did not wish to alarm my beautiful mate by lashing out in anger. "And then what happened?" I asked while again opening my eyes and looking directly into her beautiful, endless, brown orbs. I could certainly get lost in her gaze. "The Cullens destroyed James, and I recovered from my injuries. Everything seemed to go back to normal. Well, as normal as it can be when you hang out with vampires," she said with a laugh. "On my 18th birthday, I got a paper cut. Jasper tried to attack me, and everything hit the fan then. Edward dumped me in the woods the next day, saying I wasn't good for him, blah blah blah," she said laughingly. Thankfully, it was clear that she was over the fool. "His loss is most certainly my gain. So they left you human and knowing of our existence?" I asked quietly. "Yes, even though I had asked on multiple occasions to be changed, and I knew the law. But that so-called family had the gall to abandon me with a vampire out there who was hell-bent on revenge," she informed with angrily. "Frankly, they aren't as civil as they would have everyone believe," she said, looking pointedly at me. "The Cullens will be dealt with, my dear, of that you can be certain. What else can you tell me in regards to this Victoria?" I asked, looking between Bella and the shifter. "She wants me dead. She will kill anyone who gets in her way," she said quietly with tears in her eyes. Sam stepped forward and pulled my mate into an embrace. I wanted to protest, but I knew that they only shared a bond of siblings. I had nothing to worry about. He attempted to comfort her as she quietly cried into his chest. "Bella, are you sure you want to be here for this part?" Sam asked her while rubbing her back comfortingly. "No. But it needs to be said. He needs to know," she told him quietly. "Victoria killed Bella's father. She even left a note with his body. She stated in the note that she was out for revenge for her mate's death and that she would make Bella pay, Sam told me quickly. I growled at this. My little mate has been through too much already, and all of it was due to the carelessness of one coven. You have not been able to catch her? I asked, forcing myself to remain calm. No, we have been having difficulty. Every time we get close to her, she seems to outmaneuver us, he responded while looking down at Bella. Bella thinks she may have a gift that is helping her to escape, he informed me. I looked down at her in surprise. Yet, I should not be surprised, considering the ease in which she takes in all things supernatural in nature. I have only just met her, and this is something I noticed about her immediately. What are your thoughts? I asked her. Well, I'm not an expert in vampire gifts, but I just found it an odd coincidence that she manages to escape getting caught every time. So I figured that she may have some sort of gift regarding evasion, my mate explained while wiping away the tears from her eyes. I smiled, appreciating her intelligence. A mere human was able to figure out a vampire's gift. I was quite simply astounded. Your hypothesis is feasible. It would certainly explain why she is able to escape being captured, I responded absent-mindedly while already trying to devise a plan on how to capture such an evasive creature. Jane, I barked out to my head guardsman. Yes, Master Marcus, she flitted up to me, bowing her head in respect. Contact Dimitri and Felix. Inform them that they are to halt whatever it is they are doing and to come here immediately, I ordered. Right away, Master, she replied while whipping out her cell phone to get in touch with them. We have within our ranks a very powerful tracker. He will be quite useful in helping us find this Victoria. However, since she has the gift of evasion, we will need to formulate an inescapable trap. In order to do so, I think it would be prudent if we were able to work together on this, I told Sam while his fellow pack members began to growl, clearly disliking the idea. That's enough. The alpha barked out to his pack. Settle down now, he commanded them. Turning to me, he replied, I don't like it, but our job is to protect the humans. If we can eliminate Victoria and the threat she poses, then I will agree to the pack working alongside your guard, he answered none too happily. All I ask is that none of your guard or yourself hunt anywhere near Fox or our lands, he added. That is a reasonable request. I agree to your terms, I replied, stepping forward and offering my hand. He took it, and we shook each other's hand in agreement. BPOV. It was difficult, hearing Sam speak of Victoria revenge and the death of my father. However, I could not help but feel a flicker of hope that Victoria's reign of terror in my life would soon be over. I so longed for the day when her pyre lit up the sky. I was planning on making some s'mores over her burning body. I stood by, watching as Sam and Marcus discussed in great detail their plan to trap the red-headed freak. There was something so sexually alluring about Marcus and how he just seemed to command respect without even saying a word. My God, he was so sexy. The discussion began to heat up as the remaining two Volturi members arrived and spoke to Marcus. Whatever it was that they told him, he most certainly did not like it. His eyes darkened immediately, and he growled ferociously. I'm sure if I was normal, I would have been frightened. But I am anything but normal, and I had never been more aroused in my entire life. He then turned his heated gaze my way. I watched as his nostrils flared, and his eyes closed. A look of pleasure crossed his features. He said something to Sam and then turned and walked toward my direction. I wonder, Swan, if you would be so kind as to allow me a few minutes of your time. He politely asked me. I smiled at him and said, of course, I would love to speak to you. I am quite aware that this is neither the time nor the place to have an intimate discussion, he said, gazing intently at me. I nodded my head in agreement. Therefore, If you are agreeable, I would very much like to set up a time and place where we may have a more private discussion. I smiled shyly at him, feeling slightly flustered. What woman wouldn't feel that way when the world's most gorgeous man tells her he wants to speak to her? I would like that very much, I replied, eagerly. Is there anywhere specific you would feel more comfortable going to? He asked me. No, I am fine. I trust you. His eyebrows shot up as soon as the words left my mouth. Are you sure? He questioned again. Yes, I'm positive. Believe me, if I had any qualms about you, I wouldn't even be standing here talking to you, I enlightened him with a laugh. Placing his hand over his now silent heart, he bowed to me, saying, I am deeply honored. Be still, my heart. I can see where this is going in fast. BPOV. Back at the Black's small cottage, I was hastily trying to find something nicer to wear. I didn't want anything too dressy, not that I owned anything like that, but I did want to look attractive. Now that I seemed to have a reason to, I was going to make an effort. After the meeting between the wolves and the Volturi, Marcus had asked to speak with me privately. He wanted us to spend some time together where we could discuss things without interference from others. Eventually, I agreed to drive over to their estate later in the evening. Of course, when I informed Jake where I was going, he immediately threw a fit. No, Bella, I will not allow it. He bellowed angrily. My eyes widened in shock at the sheer boldness of his display. He better hope he has taken leave of his senses. Because if he hasn't, I am going to bring hell down on him for speaking to me like that. Who the hell do you think you are talking to? When last I checked, I am not only 2 years older than you, but I am an adult and am quite capable of making my own decisions. I do not require your permission to do anything, I ground out through tightly clenched teeth. I wanted nothing more at that moment than to throat punch him. Unfortunately for me, I knew that such an action would only damage me. Damn my luck, I don't care how old you are. You are making the wrong decision here. I let you come with me to the meeting, even though I wasn't completely sold on the idea. He continued while glaring at me. I stomped over to him, attempting to give him a shove. Excuse me, you let me? I don't think so. You do not let me do anything. You have no say in how I live my life. I did what I felt was the right thing to do. And tonight, I am again doing the right thing for me. I don't know why you are having a problem with this, but that's your problem. I am going, I informed him in a resolute tone. What the hell is with you and you need to be with vampires? Have you forgotten it was your need to be with the damn Cullens that got your father killed? He spat out. I stared at him, shocked that he would have the gall to say something like that at me. Tears began to pool in my eyes as a sense of betrayal swam over me. I swiftly turned on my heels and marched over to my car. Jacob called out after me, but I ignored him. I climbed in and drove off, hastily trying to wipe away the stubborn tears that began to fall. My best friend had just accused me of something that I had privately already believed. My father's death was my fault. I drove off with no particular destination in mind. I just needed to get away. It hurt. What he said, all of it, was true, and it hurt so much. I ended up pulling over somewhere and putting the car in park while breaking down and sobbing my heart out. Why? Why did my dad have to die because I had to be so naive? MPOV. After the garden had left the clearing, I sent them out on patrol. I, myself, headed back to the mansion to prepare for Bella's arrival. I smiled, thinking about how soon I would be able to see her again. I felt a tad foolish for being a bit nervous over the impending conversation Bella and I would soon have. A vampire of my many years should never feel the slightest amount apprehension when meeting their new mate for the first time. A small part of me felt a tad bit foolish for it. And there it is. I have admitted it to myself. After all these years of heartache and emptiness, I somehow find myself with a new mate and a new chance for an eternal love. Something that was so viciously ripped away from me has now been returned, if not in a different form. I will forever be thankful to the fates for granting me such a blessing. This brings to question Didym's scent and how it seems to follow me, guiding me onto the correct path. For it would seem that this was the sole purpose. Perhaps Didymi was orchestrating circumstances in such a way that they would garner my attention, and by so doing, she has indeed led me here. Just then, the scent of honeysuckle and rose permeated the air around me, calming me once again. "Did you know?" I asked quietly as if expecting a response. A light breeze swirled around me, making me feel as if it was the gentle caress of my love. Her fragrance now filled the room, and I truly began to believe. And ever so quietly, a voice on the breeze brushed against my ear. "Be happy," Didymi whispered to me. And with that, the breeze dissipated, leaving only a slight trace of my lost love's fragrance. I plunked down into the wing-back chair that was arranged before the fireplace, shocked and amazed. Watching as the flames engulfed the wood within, I shook my head in wonderment. Only my Didymi would find a way to help me. Even in her final death, she is taking care of me. I closed my eyes, sending out a prayer of thanks. I had Didym's blessing. Finally, I can close off one door and set forth to open another. I sat just like that for a while until I noticed that it was past due for Isabella to arrive. I immediately became concerned. Considering that there is a deranged vampire out to slaughter her, my concern forced me into action. Without a second thought, I sped out the door, running at full speed. I needed to find her as soon as inhumanly possible. I made my way over to the treaty line where I found Jacob and another shifter in a heated argument. They were both so preoccupied with their altercation that neither of them noticed me. Right away, I cleared my throat to get their attention. They both whipped their heads around to look at me. "I am sorry to interrupt, but I was wondering if either of you have seen Swan. She was supposed to meet me at my home, and she never showed up," I said quickly while trying to remain calm. "Wait," Jacob yelled. "What do you mean she never showed up? She left my house nearly 2 hours ago." "Oh, this is just great, Jake. You and your fat mouth has gotten Bella into trouble," the other shifter said angrily. "I didn't mean to say it. I was just pissed," Jake argued. "Pardon me, but what do you mean by Swan being in trouble?" I asked, barely able to maintain my composure. "Bella and I had a fight," Jacob replied, looking anywhere but at me. "A fight, Jacob? You pretty much accused her of being at fault for the chief's death. What the fuck do you think she was going to do? Hug you?" the other shifter retorted with a sneer. "Shut it, Paul. You know I didn't mean it. I was just concerned for her safety," Jacob said while nodding towards me. "Whether or not you meant it means very little at this point. You hurt her, and now she's missing," Paul said. "Do you have any idea where she could have gone to?" I anxiously asked. This was getting worse by the second. "No, I thought she went to go meet up with you," he barked out. "She never showed up, and I haven't even heard anything from her. If she's missing, she's in danger. She's alone. God forbid Victoria or one of her accomplices finds Isabella," I ground out. Whipping my cell out of my back pocket, I dialed Jane's number, informing her of the situation. A moment later, I turned back to the shifters and said, "My guard has begun searching for her. You had better hope that she isn't harmed in any way. I will not take kindly to anyone mistreating my mate," I threatened. Turning swiftly, I ran off in the direction towards the main road. Attempting to use the trees as my camouflage, I weaved in and out of the vegetation, desperately trying to pick up my Bella's scent. "By the gods, please do not let her come to any harm. I have only just found her." MPOV. I sprinted as quickly as I could. I couldn't help the feeling of dread as it coursed over me. My Bella was out there, and there was a psychopath on the loose whose only desire is to slaughter her. I viciously tore through the underbrush, uncaring as to how the branches tore at my designer clothing. The feeling of desperation was one that I was all too familiar with. I silently prayed to the Greek gods of old, beseeching them to protect my little one. I could not lose my mate, my redemption. Suddenly, I heard what sounded like crying coming from somewhere to my left. Immediately, I sped off in that direction, hoping that I had finally found my Isabella's whereabouts. I came to an abrupt halt when I spotted a small, blue car that was pulled over to the side of the road. Inside, shedding heart-wrenching tears, was my beloved mate. I sped over to the car and quickly opened the door. Trying desperately not to frighten her, I gently reached in while murmuring comforting words to her. I pulled her closely to my chest, hoping my very presence would help to calm her, even if it was for just a little bit. I pulled her out of the car while keeping her close. I heard some of the guard running toward this direction. I turned just as Jani and Alec burst through the tree line, followed quickly by the remaining members, including Dimitri and Felix. I spoke softly to them, hoping to not startle my little mate. I will be taking her back to headquarters. Heidi, I would greatly appreciate it if you would please drive Bella's vehicle back there as well. I need to deal with this situation first. When I am through, we will need to have a meeting, I ordered while speeding off to our current place of residence. By the time I reached the front porch, Bella's crying had begun to slow down. Tears continued to flow down her cheeks, but she was no longer sobbing so uncontrollably. I continued to speak in hushed tones to her while bringing her with me to the salon. I had wished to give her a sense of privacy, even though no such thing exists while my kind are in the vicinity. I sat down on the beautiful, 18th century settee. Placing her on my lap, I held on to her as closely as possible. Not wishing for her to feel pressured to speak, I gently guided my fingers through her long, silky tresses while murmuring words of peace to her. When she was ready and comfortable to do so, I knew she would confide in me. For her part, Bella seemed to nuzzle into me, enjoying what little comfort I was able to afford her. Her tiny hands clutched desperately to the lapels of my jacket, seemingly unwilling to release me. She continued to breathe deeply, trying to calm herself down further. Her body still shook quietly from the tremors that continued to torment her. As the minutes passed by, her grip began to loosen as she slowly regained control of her emotions. Once I was certain that she had reclaimed her usual demeanor, I thought she might appreciate a chance to freshen up. Kara, if you would like, there is a small washroom just outside this room and immediately to the left. It is the first door you will see. You can freshen up in there if you would like, I informed her. Oh, yes, thank you, she replied softly. She stood up from her place on my lap, swaying just a bit. I held her for a moment, allowing her to get her bearings. Once she was steady, she silently walked out of the room. I paced the expanse of the room, wondering how our future conversation would pan out. We had much to discuss apart from the reason for her emotional breakdown. There was a great deal of information we needed to cover, and I did not desire the notion of overwhelming her with it all. She was only gone for a few short minutes. When she came back, she appeared awkward and unsure of herself. Her gorgeous eyes were still red from her sobbing. I apologize for you having to see me in such a state, she began while refusing to meet my eyes. The hint of color gracing her cheeks evidenced her embarrassment. I have not broken down like that since my father was slaughtered. I strode over towards her, gently grasping her hand. Leading her toward the settee, I carefully pulled her down with me as I sat. She leaned closer to me, seeking the comfort that I willingly offered. Isabella, if I may, you need not apologize for how you feel. Each of us handles loss in own way. You are mourning your father. You need to take as much time as you need to deal with the overwhelming emotions that accompany the loss of a loved one, I told her quietly while gently running my thumb over the back of her knuckles. Never allow anyone to dictate to you how to handle your loss. You are the only one who knows what is best for you. She slowly raised her head to gaze at me with a remorseful expression. I feel guilty, she muttered quietly. If it had not been for my superior sense of hearing, I would not have been able to hear her at all. I was very familiar with the course of her thoughts, for I had been in that dark place for such a long time. It felt like eons of time to me. What could possibly make you feel guilt over your father's death? From my understanding, an out-of-control nomad is responsible for this atrocity. You bear no guilt, I tried desperately to reason with her. She shook her head in denial. I was the one who got involved with vampires. It was because of me that Victoria Mate was destroyed. It is my fault she went after Charlie, just as it is my fault that so many innocent lives have already been lost. Tears began to form again while a few slid down her cheeks. I knew the danger, and I chose to go ahead and allow myself to be involved with the Cullens. I slowly reached up to wipe her tears away. First of all, the Cullens broke our laws by getting themselves involved with a human. They know full well, or at least Carlyle does, what breaking this fundamental law of ours will entail in regards to punishments if ever broken. Second, they knew Edward was not your mate. It is inconceivable for a vampire to ever harm their mate, whether it be emotionally, physically, or mentally. It is, quite simply put, impossible. Our instincts demand that we love and protect our mates. Edward abandoned you along with the entire Cullen coven. Carlyle knew but chose to continue with his flagrant disrespect for our law. Which brings me to my final point. They left you at the mercies of a psychotic vampire. As coven leader, Carlyle had a responsibility to deal with the situation accordingly. Frankly put, as passive and non-violent as Carlyle claims to be, what he did in regards to you was in fact unfathomable. He is not as peaceful or as merciful as he would portray himself to be, I concluded with a snarl. She looked saddened by this knowledge. After all she had been through, I am sure that she has begun to harbor an intense dislike, if not hatred, for the Cullen coven. I would expect nothing less from her. A part of me feels gullible for believing in the fantasy that Edward had weaved. I just wanted so desperately to belong somewhere. I think Edward picked up on this and used this weakness to play with me. I just wish I had listened to my gut feeling much sooner, she said with remorse. Kara, I truly understand what you are feeling, for I too have lost someone I loved greatly. I reached out and gently lifted her chin so that she would look at me. Her stunning brown eyes were still awash with tears. My mate, Didymi, was killed by a rival clan 2000 years ago. As I am sure you know quite well, a vampire's mate is their everything, their entire existence. We exist to make our mates happy. I looked down, trying to gather my thoughts. I felt responsible. I didn't protect her as a good mate would. It didn't matter that I was battling our enemies at the time. No amount of logic or reasoning could convince me that I wasn't at fault, I quietly admitted. She shyly placed her hand on my arm. Do you still blame yourself? I released an unneeded breath. No, but that is a recent development. I spent these past 2 millennia mourning her loss by shutting down almost completely. I gave up everything that I loved and abandoned my passions out of a misplaced sense of guilt. What changed for you? She inquired softly. I looked back into her stunning orbs, smiling gently as I recalled the most recent happenings. This may sound odd, but my Didymi came to guide me. I feared that I had lost all sense of reason when I initially smelled her unique scent in her garden. It was Arrow, Didym's twin brother, who figured out that I was being sent signs of what to do. I chuckled, remembering how deranged I had felt. He encouraged me to follow the signs and to keep my mind open. Her eyes widened at my confession. Is that really possible? If you had asked me that a year ago, I would have most definitely denied it. Now, however, experiencing all that I have experienced in this past week alone, I can assure you that it is indeed possible. As odd as it seems, I did in fact receive what I would consider gentle guidance from her. I chuckled, still slightly mystified by it all. Isabella considered my words for a moment. It sounds so fascinating. Is that the reason why you have come here? She questioned softly. I leaned back on the settee but refused to release her soft hands while attempting to figure out a way to tell her. May I be blunt? I finally asked her. She cracked a minuscule smile. If you don't mind, I would greatly appreciate it. That is my brothers, Arrow in Keys, and I had gotten word that there was a dangerous situation going on in Seattle. Suddenly, I had the urge to come with our guard to take care of the problem. In my 2000 years of mourning, I have not stepped foot outside. But here I was, feeling an immense need to do so. To be honest, I think the guard was concerned for my mental stability. I grinned at her. I reached forward to grab her hands, enjoying her softness and fragility. When our eyes locked for the first time after you dismounted the shapeshifter, I felt that all too familiar pull that indicated to me that you were my mate. She looked down timidly while her cheeks darkened slightly in embarrassment. I know that I felt something very intense when I looked into your eyes. More intense than anything I have ever felt before. That is the mating pull. If Edward Cullen had truly been your mate, you would have felt that the very moment you first made eye contact with him. Luckily for me, you do not share a bond with him. I paused for a moment while attempting to read her reaction to this. She smiled gently at me, giving my hand a squeeze. I know. And I'm also quite content in knowing that you are my mate. Not to mention the fact that had I been stuck with Eddie Boy, I would have wanted to shoot myself, she joked with a bright grin. I smiled in response. While the reasoning behind my unexplainable need to come here was not originally known, I cannot begin to convey to you the joy I felt when we met. I know beyond any doubt that Didymi had been the one who guided me here. I also know that she has given me her blessing. It's not that I doubt you or what you say. It just seems so fantastical. I have never heard of such a thing as this before. Of course, this type of thing is just par for the course since I have been delving into a supernatural world, she grinned. If it makes you feel any better, neither have I, and I have lived a few millennia, I teased. I must say that I am quite impressed with the ease in which you maneuver yourself around supernatural beings. You are the first human I have ever encountered that did not tremble in fear when near a vampire. She shrugged her shoulders. It's not that I don't comprehend the danger a vampire represents. I know from first-hand experience how deadly one can be. I do have a healthy respect for your kind, she said while rolling her eyes. Honestly, it has always been that way for me even from the very beginning, as I had mentioned earlier. As odd as it sounds, and I know it sounds odd, I have always felt more comfortable around vampires and the shifters. Me being human would make you think otherwise. But I have always been a bit of an oddball. I hummed in response, truly enjoying this oddity in regards to her sense of perception. I would hazard a guess and say that your feelings in regards to the so-called mythical elements is due to the fact that fate had already chosen you to be the mate of a paranormal being. Your inner self was already aware. You just needed to wait for your conscious mind to catch up. Her smile brightened at this. I like the way you put it. It sounds dreamlike when you think about it that way, she responded. I smiled at her while placing a gentle kiss on the back of her hand. I think it comes off as being magical, if you don't mind me saying so, especially since I was led to you. I rather like the way you were influenced to come. It makes everything that much more real to me, she admitted while blushing yet again. Slowly, as to not startle her, I leaned forward and placed a tender kiss on her forehead. There is just one more thing I would like to call to your attention. Your friend, Jacob, did not intend to hurt you. I personally saw how remorseful he was over what he had said to you. He cares for you as any brother would for their sister. I can see the sibling bond between you two. It is very vibrant, indicating a very close bond. He's young yet and has much to learn, but he does truly care for you, I said quietly, hoping to have at least helped her to understand Jacob's behavior. She released a pent-up breath. I know he does. Sometimes he can be smothering like a mother. He also has an issue with remembering that he is younger than me and cannot boss me around. Isn't that the beauty of a sibling relationship? Arrow and Didymi were twins, and they were always arguing. To be honest with you, Arrow did like to be bossy. He tends to be a control freak, and his sister just happened to be someone he thought he could control. Even though she was mated, it never seemed to dawn on him to back off. I reminisced fondly. Isabella huffed, saying, I would have smacked him. I have actually hit Jacob. Of course I forgot that hitting him would hurt me more than him. Lucky for me, I managed to come up with a method of hitting him that works quite nicely. She grinned slyly while leaning back and crossing her arms over her chest in what appeared to be a look of triumph. My curiosity was piqued. What method did you come up with? I asked her, trying to think of exactly what method she managed to come up with that would be effective against a shifter. She giggled. Whenever his head gets too big for the rest of him, all I have to do is use Lee's hand to smack him. As any good friend would do, she puts a great amount of force behind the hit for me. It works just fine, she laughed with pride shining in her eyes. I laughed along with her, impressed with her ingenuity. I must admit to liking the way your mind works. I can tell that our future will not be boring. She nervously shifted next to me. Raising my eyebrow in question, I asked, What's wrong? Are you going to change me? She inquired, not expecting that question to come from her soft, pink lips. I replied, Of course I will. You are my mate. We are destined by fate to be together. Why would I not want to grab a hold of you and make you mine for eternity? I replied in confusion. Her answering smile was both bright and beautiful. Thank you, she said excitedly while throwing her arms around my neck, hugging me as tightly as she could. I responded by wrapping my arms gently around her. I tried not to think of how perfectly she fit in my arms. Now was not the time for that. As she slowly pulled away, I looked deeply into her chocolate orbs while refusing to release her completely from my hold. Seeing the happiness shining from within them, I smiled. I know Edward hurt you, but I didn't think you would doubt my attentions in regards to you. She frantically shook her head, her long tresses caressed my arms. It's not that per se. I just needed to hear you say that you wanted me in that manner. The Cullens did an excellent job at making me feel unwanted. Yes, I did ask Edward on numerous occasions to change me. Yes, I was given bogus reason after bogus reason as to why he didn't want me to become a vampire. While I cannot begin to tell you how happy I am that I am not his mate, the rejection I felt still lingers. You have no idea of just how much I want you in every way possible, I replied with a smirk while watching the blush blossom on her soft cheeks. When the time is right, we will deal with your change. For now, we can take the time to get to know one another. She broke eye contact and replied timidly, I would like that very much. Now, I said abruptly, changing the subject, I need to impress upon you the need for you to follow any instructions I give in regards to dealing with Victoria. I cannot have you in harm's way. I figured you were going to say something like that sometime soon. While I would love to have a hand in her demise, I know that me being human makes me vulnerable, she agreed. Good. Your safety is my top priority apart from dealing with that psycho, I said in a somber tone. I also want you to trust my guard with your safety whenever I deem it necessary for them to protect you. Each member of the guard is trustworthy. They would never ignore an order given by me. If that is what you wished, I trust your judgment. Just don't be surprised when I get a bit difficult from feeling smothered. I get enough of the smothering from the pack, and it really grates on my nerves, she warned me with a twinkle in her eye. I laughed good-naturedly when I tried to picture what she would look like if she was being difficult. I understand what you are saying. Just know that, if everything falls into line, we won't need to make you feel smothered for too long. Does your guard know that I am your mate? She asked. I have not told them directly, but I can tell that a few of them are suspicious, I admitted. As long as I don't have to deal with any attitudes with me being human, I'm good. That attitude really grates my cheese, if you know what I mean, she informed me. You will not have any difficulties, I can assure you. As long as you do as instructed, you will be fine. She saluted me, saying, Aye, sir, I will obey your orders, she giggled. I rolled my eyes at her joke, feeling more happiness than I have felt in a very long time. She will be the perfect mate for me, and I was thankful at how well she has taken in everything we discussed. You are quite humorous, Kara. I shall enjoy getting to know you better and in a more personal manner, I informed her while winking at her. I look forward to it as well, she said softly. BPOV. Marcus and I continued to talk for a bit longer. We had a connection already, and it felt amazing to me. Others may think it's too quick to feel what I am beginning to feel for him, but they are not in my situation. I am the mate to a very powerful vampire. Of course, things were going to be intense. When we realized just how long I had been there, I quickly told him that I needed to head on out to the reservation. I knew Jacob and Billy would be concerned for me. Having vampires around always make the shifters as well as Billy very uneasy. I am sorry, I need to go. I have thoroughly enjoyed our conversation, I admitted to him. You have no reason to apologize. Your friends are probably frantic, he replied. Just so you know, I will have Jane follow you until you reach the reservation border. I will not have you go unprotected. I saw that coming, by the way. It's no problem as long as she does not cross the border, I said. Perhaps you should call Jacob and have him meet you there. I think it's best, for the time being, that you are not left alone. All right, that's a good idea, I said while whipping out my cell phone and dialing Jacob's number. He picked up on the first ring. Bells, where the hell are you? He yelled. Jacob, I am fine. Need I remind you that you are not my father? I'm just calling to let you know that I am on my way home. Can you please meet me at the border? Marcus wants me smothered at all times, I teased while looking at Marcus. He grinned in response. Ugh, fine. We will be talking about this later, he demanded. Instead of responding, I hung up on him. He knows better than to talk to me like that. I turned to Marcus. He stepped closer to me, taking my hand gently and kissing the back of it like a true gentleman. I will be seeing you sooner than you think, Kara. But for now, please know that I am here for you anytime you need me, he informed me. Thank you, I replied quietly. I really didn't want to leave him, and I think he could sense it. Have no worries. It is the bond that you are feeling. The pull can be quite intense, he said. If I may, I would like to program my number into your cell phone. I handed it over to him without question. He rapidly programmed his number in it and then handed it back to me. I grinned at this. I would be able to call him. I am always here if you need me, he said while leaning forward to brush a gentle kiss to my forehead. I sighed at this. Allow me to walk you to your car. Jane is already waiting for you. He offered me his arm, and we walked out together. I drove home in silence, contemplating everything Marcus and I had discussed. Peace was in reach. Soon, Siki Iki Wiki will be permanently taken care of, and then I would be able to move on with my life with my new mate. Fate has an odd way of working things out, but I wouldn't complain. Hell, The fact that I somehow landed a sexy as hell mate has my head reeling. This is so much more than I had ever asked for. I must have done something right to have Marcus, the sex god that he is, as my mate. As promised, Jacob met us at the border. His attitude was rolling off of him in waves. I swear that if I didn't care about him so much, I'd hire one of the pack members to kick his ass. I chose to ignore him when I pulled up in front of the Black's house. I was still pissed over what he had said to me earlier in the day. However, I refused to allow him to ruin the high I had from spending time with my mate. Marcus was more important than dealing with a childish temper tantrum. I'll hand him his ass tomorrow, with help from my favorite she-wolf. DPOV. Felix and I had resumed our patrol of the outlying area the moment Master Marcus had bid Miss Swan farewell. We immediately returned to the area that we had abandoned earlier in order to search for Miss Swan while she was missing. While tracking was my supernatural gift, I needed to have a feel of the individual I was tracking. I have never met this Victoria before. Unfortunately, I was working off of a blank slate. It was quite frustrating for me. It was nearly enough to cause me to pull out my own hair. The knowledge alone that my hair will not grow back is what kept me from doing something so drastic out of exasperation. We desperately searched for any type of sign or clue that would lead us to Victoria or her whereabouts. Anything at this point would be welcome. It was not unheard of for us to climb trees, enter caves, or to even crawl on all fours to catch just a glimpse of something out of the ordinary. We used our heightened sense of smell as well as sight the most in these instances. We took every advantage at our disposal to aid us. As members of the Volturi Guard, anything less than us doing our utmost to succeed would be highly frowned upon. Since we were unable to find anything on the surface to lend us aid, we both agreed that it was more probable that this Victoria made her way about by moving higher up from tree to tree. That way, she was less likely to leave her scent around where other vampires could easily discover it. It was a well thought out plan. Now all we needed to do was find at least one tree that carried the remains of her scent, if her scent did in fact remain. The weather in this area was working against us since it always seemed to rain around here. Felix and I each quickly scrambled up two nearby trees. Inhaling deeply, we scurried as closely to the top as we dared, being mindful of not breaking any branches on our way up. Even though we are vampires, we are more than capable of doing things as delicately as necessary. After a few minutes of us hopping from tree to tree, Felix called out excitedly, letting me know that he came across a vampire's scent. I immediately glanced over to his direction and noticed how high in the tree he was. In fact, he was only a few feet from the top. This Victoria knew what she was doing by trying not to leave her scent anywhere it could be easily discovered. Fix, break off a branch with her scent. We will need the other guard members to take a whiff of it, I instructed him while watching him comply. We both simultaneously jumped down from our positions in the trees. I walked towards him and could immediately pick up Victoria's scent. The aroma was that of wet dirt, marigolds, and what I could only assume was the scent of rotting flesh. It was still quite pungent. Her stench was revolting to me, and from the look of disgust on Felix's face, he felt the same way. Ugh, that is unpleasant. She must have the most abominable scent I have ever encountered. I would much rather smell the scents of those shapeshifters. It leaves one to wonder what type of vampire would smell like that, I sneered. Felix grunted, I agree. I always thought our kind was supposed to smell enticing to not only lure our prey but also our mates. This doesn't make any sense, he said while gesturing to the branch. We need to get this to Master Marcus immediately. He would definitely have more insight on why she smells of decay. Indeed, let's head on over to headquarters. We both sped off toward our base with Felix making sure he protected that branch. It was our first clue in regards to our foe, and we could not afford to have anything happen to it. Within a mile of our destination, we ran across that scent, and it was fresh. We promptly stopped, listening to the forest around us and hoping we could hear a disturbance. A snap of a twig sounded from the east of us, and we took off in that direction. The scent trail continued to get stronger as we closed in on the culprit. Directly ahead of us, we were able to make out a female vampire with a head of curly, red hair. Her clothing was filthy, and her hair was a tangled mess. She continued to dodge us while picking up speed as she fairly flew through the vegetation. It was obvious Miss Swan's analysis of Victoria's possible gift was correct. This female was gifted in evasion if the way she bobbed and weaved through the forest in order to elude us was any indication. I signaled to Felix to loop around in front of her so that we could attempt to box her in. While it seemed that we may have been closing the gap, she unexpectedly darted off toward the west. We continued to chase her for a few miles until she ran across the shapeshifter's border. Knowing full well of the treaty, I called off the chase, feeling disappointed in not having captured her. She must have been attempting to spy on us. It's odd that she chose to run on the ground instead of up in the trees like she has been doing, Felix speculated. I think you're correct. This was definitely not her usual method of doing things. She is obviously gifted in evasion. At least we now have a good idea what she looks like, not to mention having her scent to pass around to the others. We'll get her when the time comes, I said, trying to sound positive. Felix just grunted, clearly annoyed with Victoria getting away from us. We better get this back to base. Master Marcus must know why she reeks the way she does. I don't think Master Marcus will be too pleased that she got away. At least we have made some type of headway, I said. We arrived back at headquarters shortly thereafter to find Master Marcus finishing a call to Masters Arrow and Keys. We stood by and waited patiently while he concluded his business. Master Marcus bid them farewell and turned to us, raising an eyebrow in question. Well, I take you have something to discuss with me, he stated while looking sternly at us. I did not call you two back. Bowing my head in respect, I replied. Master, we have news. We managed to find her scent. While on our way back here, we happened to cross her path. We chased her as far as we could, but she crossed into the shapeshifter's borders. Felix stepped forward to hand our master the branch, which he gingerly took while sneering in disgust. Clearly he was as appalled by the aroma as we were. Felix and I glanced at each other in question. Are you certain that this is Victoria's scent? He asked, looking back and forth between myself and Felix. Yes, Master, it is definitely her. We were able to validate that when we came across her, I replied. Her scent is vile and reeks of something decayed, Master Marcus commented as he walked over toward the chair directly situated in front of the enormous bay window that looked out over the forest. Sitting down, he frowned as he thought of the implications regarding Victoria Rancet's scent. To be honest, she doesn't look much better either. She is filthy and clearly does not care for her person, Felix told him. I nodded my head in agreement. She reminds me of a rabid animal. She had a rather disturbing look about her. At this, Master Marcus raised a curious brow. I continued, I should also mention that Miss Swan was correct in her assumption about Victoria having a gift of evasion. She seemed to instinctively know when we were going to make a move and counteracted it. We made every attempt to catch up to her. We lost her when she went into the shifter's territory. I think it is time to call the remainder of the guard back here. The two of you will see to it that everyone not only gets a whiff of her scent, but I also want you to give them a detailed description of her. Dmitri, make the call. I need to call Arrow back, he ordered, turning away as he dialed his cell phone. MPOV. I needed to run this information about Victoria through Arrow. I had a pretty good idea of why her scent was so off. I just needed confirmation from him though. Thankfully, he picked up on the first ring. Ciao, Marcus, what could possibly have happened in the few minutes since we hung up with one another? Arrow greeted in his normally chipper tone. Dmitri and Felix returned with news regarding Victoria. They not only managed to come across her scent, but they also found themselves in a chase with her, I informed him. I take it that they were unsuccessful in capturing her, he quietly mused. Unfortunately, my mate was correct about the possibility of her having a gift for evasion. Dmitri claimed that she intuitively knew when they were about to make a move and counteracted it. I replied tersely. That is most unfortunate. It will make her capture a bit more difficult. I had hoped that this would ended sooner rather than later. At least we now have her scent, and Dmitri will be able to track her. We just need to formulate a plan to capture her and deal with those newborns. I sighed in annoyance. I advise you to meet with the shifters. Combining your efforts makes the most sense and will also help to protect your beloved mate, he suggested. I had planned on it. Arrow, there is something else I wish to mention and to get your thoughts on the matter. It is in regards to Victoria Scent, I informed him. I stood up from my place at the chair and walked towards the window, not really paying much mind to what I was seeing. What is it? He asked. Her scent is vile, even more so than the shifters. She reeks of decay and rot. According to Dmitri and Felix, she also resembles a rabid animal and cares not for herself. I have some speculation as to why that is the case, but I wanted to get your thoughts on the matter, I responded. The line was silent for a few moments before Arrow replied. I believe that this is due to her mate having been destroyed. As you well know, we vampires have soulmates, not just mates as some would believe. It would seem that upon his final death, her soul began lashing out. To be blunt, her soul is dying due to the fact that she has opted to hold on to the agony and anger from losing her mate instead of trying to deal with it. If that is the case, then why didn't that happen to me? I asked. The curiosity was eating away at me. I cannot be certain, but I can tell you that you are much stronger than you give yourself credit for. You felt heartache at the loss of Didymus, but you did not latch on to anger and hatred. I believe that makes a great difference. In addition, your destiny was still in motion. The fates chose another for you, one that would do you credit. It seems as if your Isabella has already begun to help you, he told me. I smiled as I thought of her genius insight to Victoria's gift. Even as a human, she was more perceptive than some vampires I have met. My thoughts run along the same lines in regards to both Victoria Scent and my mate. Be careful. Describing Victoria as a rabid animal is more accurate that you know. She will be fixated on one goal, killing Isabella. You cannot reason with her. I would hazard a guess and say that her mind is not all there. Plan your attack, capture her, and be sure not to offer any mercy. Her actions have warranted the final death. I wish you well and the best of luck, brother. I will keep in touch, I replied, ending the call. I stood there gazing out the window for a while. My thoughts were dark as I thought of the threat that Victoria presented. I would do everything within my power to protect my new mate and see to Victoria end. BPOV. When I finally reached the Quileute border, Jacob was there and ready to escort me home. Although he was in his wolf form, I could see how agitated he was. A tense wolf shifter is never a good thing. I parked in front of the house, quickly got out of my car, and hurried up the porch steps. Jacob ran around back near the trees to shift back into his human form. I went inside and waited for the argument that I was certain would soon occur. Jacob threw the back door open and stomped inside. He marched right over to me and began his tirade. Do you know how worried I've been, how we've all been? I sighed in exasperation while trying to remain calm. With a firm voice I replied, need I remind you that you are not my parent, and I don't answer to you? You need to check your tone when speaking to me, or you will be ignored. I glared at him and walked away. Oh, hell no. What you did was reckless. You could have been killed, he bellowed angrily. I halted mid-step. Remembering what Marcus said to me about mine and Jacob's bond had me pause for a moment while I figured out the best way to handle this situation. I was angry and rightfully so. However, I didn't want to say anything I would later regret. Taking a deep breath, I responded. Let me be succinct here. You are angry that I had agreed to meet with Marcus. I get it. You're a shifter, and the vampires are your natural enemy. What you don't understand is the fact that Marcus and I are mates. You don't have to like it or even agree with it. You do, however, have to show me the proper respect and accept that I am an adult older than you are, and I am quite capable of making my own decisions. Jacob attempted to interrupt, but I shut him down. No, you will stand there and keep your trap shut until I am finished saying what needs to be said. What you said to me was uncalled for and very insensitive. You implied that it was somehow my fault that Charlie was killed. That was the most hurtful thing anyone has ever said to me, and that includes all of the bullshit the Cullens spouted. I fumed while poking him repeatedly and paying no mind to how that action actually hurt. I lost the only real parental figure I have ever had. It's not my fault. You feel the need to blame someone, then you can go right ahead and blame the Cullens. They dragged me into their world and then dumped me when it was convenient for them to do so. They left a vengeful vampire out there so that she could hunt me. The blame lies solely on their shoulders. But, he sputtered, I am not finished. I bellowed. Jacob's eyes widened in surprise when I raised my voice. I almost never raise my voice. You need to get it through your thick head. You are like a brother to me. But that is it. You have no business talking down to me or even trying to boss me around. If you were human, I would have broken your damn jaw a long time ago. Be that as it may, I will make sure you get your ass handed to you. You know how I will get it done. Okay, fine, I won't boss you around anymore, he said in a snit. I shook my head. That's not good enough. You need to show me respect. Whether you like it or not, I am older than you, and I do have more experience than you do. Deal with it. Also, you need to deal with the knowledge that I am a vampire's mate. He's not just any vampire either. And if you think I am pissed at you for how you have been treating me, imagine how a vampire will treat you for disrespecting their mate and hurting them. It wouldn't be pretty. I stomped over to the kitchen sink. After grabbing myself a glass, I poured some water for myself and took a big gulp. My head was killing me, and all I wanted was to crawl into bed and sleep. Neither of which I could do until I finished dealing with Jake. Are you threatening me with your new boy toy? He growled lowly. I rolled my eyes at his childishness. I am doing you a huge favor by warning you. Vampires are extremely protective of their mates. You need to get that into your thick skull before you really screw up. I placed my now empty glass in the sink. Seeing that the conversation would only keep looping, I decided that I was going to bed. Since you refuse to acknowledge anything I have said, I am going to bed. I have no desire to waste my time that would be better spent with me sleeping. As I tried to walk around him, he grabbed my arm to yank me back. We aren't finished, he growled at me. I attempted to remove my arm from his grip, but he held onto it too tightly. I could feel the beginning of a bruise starting to form. Release my arm now, I ordered. He refused to not only let me go, but he tightened his hold even further. Sadly, my arm was beginning to throb. Since he refused to let me go, I did the only thing I could do. I pulled out my cell from my back pocket and called Lee. She answered after a few rings. Hey, girlie, what's up? Lee asked. I need your hand. Can you come here ASAP? I have a problem, and you are the only that can help me. I responded through tightly clenched teeth. I'll be there in a minute. I just finished my patrol, so I am nearby, she answered. I hung up, counting the seconds it took for Lee to arrive. Jake still had a firm grip on my upper arm and showed no sign of letting it go anytime soon. He was shaking slightly, which had me hoping for Lee to arrive sooner than the minute she predicted. I heard the front door slam shut, and then Lee called out to me, "Are you in the kitchen?" "Yes, hurry," I yelled out, getting more nervous as Jake's shaking continued to increase. "What the hell, Jake?" Lee screeched when she saw the position I was in. "Let her go now. You are going to hurt her." Jake didn't seem to be listening at all. Lee stepped closer. She grabbed his arm that held me in tight grip. "Release her now," she snarled. Fortunately, Sam barged right in the house. "Jake." The deep timbre of his voice startled me. "You will release Bella now," he ordered. "That is an order." Jake's shaking increased further as he fought his alpha's order. Lee, seeing the imminent danger I was in, took matters into her own hands. She reached out with both hands and grabbed a tight hold of Jake's neck. She began to put enough pressure on his neck to cut off his oxygen. A moment later, he released me to make a grab and the hands locked around his throat. Sam quickly yanked me into his arms and moved me to a safer distance. We watched as the fight left Jake and he gasped for breath. "Lee, release him," Sam ordered. Lee reluctantly complied and came over to protectively stand next to me. She gently lifted up my arm to check it out. It was already a hideous shade of purple. "Now, Bella, could you please tell me what this is all about?" Sam asked while keeping a close eye on Jake. "It's simple. He threw a temper tantrum because I went to meet Marcus, not to mention the fact that I just verbally eviscerated him for speaking to me disrespectfully," I bluntly replied. Jake chose that moment to open his mouth to argue, but Sam cut him off. "Keep your trap shut, Jake. When will you get it through that thick head of yours that you are not Bella's father? When has she ever let you speak to her like that?" "That would be never," Jake snarled. "She was with that vampire. She has no right." Clearly she didn't learn the first time. "Oh, hell no," I screeched. I marched right up to Jake. Turning to Lee, I asked, "If you would be so kind," I said while putting my hand out for her to place hers into. As soon as I had a hold of her hand, I lifted it up and took a swing. Her open palm connected with Jake's jaw. Thankfully, she put some serious power behind the hit because he flew backwards and hit the kitchen counter. With a grunt, he slid to the floor while rubbing his jaw. "I have had it. If you continue with your childish behavior, I will have no other choice than to not only move out but cut off contact with you. I will not keep myself in a position where I constantly have to be on guard. I will never again tolerate anyone treating the way the Cullens did," I angrily informed him. "I do not treat you the way those bloodsuckers did." Jake roared. He scrambled to get up off the floor. Sam stood over him, guarding his every action. "Oh, really?" I was treated like a child that was incapable of making any decisions regarding my own life. I was controlled. I was told what to say, think, and do. They even tried to control what I ate and the music I listened to. I was to answer to them for everything. Does any of that sound familiar? I challenged with a sneer gracing my features. He began to deny it, shaking his head in disagreement. "I have not done that," he replied weakly. I raised my brow at his reply. "Really? Because by the look on your face, you know I am right." He sighed in defeat, acknowledging the truth in my words. "I don't mean to hurt you or to even make you feel the way those Cullens did. I care about you, and I just want you safe. It killed me to see how much pain the Cullens have caused you. I just don't want you to be drawn into a similar position ever again," he admitted softly with his shoulders slumping. "That's the thing, Jake. I am not being pushed into a position like that. You need to accept the fact that I am a vampire's mate. Marcus is an honorable man. I may not have spent much time with him, but you can't miss how honorable he is," I reasoned. Sam's eyes bugged out at the mention of me being Marcus's mate. So you really are his mate? He asked. Nodding my head, I replied, yes, I am. I felt the mating pull the second our eyes first met. Okay, this makes things more difficult, Sam mumbled to himself. Actually, this is a good thing. A vampire is extremely protective of their mate. He will see to it that Victoria is both caught and dealt with, I said confidently. Sounds a lot like imprinting, Lee stated with a wry grin. I grinned at her observation. In a way, it is, I said in response. She grinned, lucky you. You got yourself a sexy as hell mate who will do anything for you. Ah, come on. I don't want to hear that, Lee. You can't possibly find that vampire attractive, Jake spoke in disgust. Lee crossed her arms over her chest. So what if I do? I'm not blind. I can find a vampire sexy even though they are our natural enemies. Sam and I cackled at Jake's look of revulsion. Relax, Jake. No one is forcing you to find him attractive even though he is, I teased. He sputtered before replying, no, thanks. I don't do vampires. Sam, Lee, and I cracked up laughing. I wasn't referring to doing a vampire, just to finding them attractive. I don't need to hear about you doing anyone or anything. We aren't that close, Lee teased. Rolling his eyes and blushing, Jake replied, very funny. I know, Lee gestured confidently. I threw my arms around my sister from another mister. God, I love you, Lee. You always find a way to make Jake blush, I praised. He makes it easy, she responded while returning my embrace. While I do enjoy embarrassing Jacob, are we all good here? Jake, have you finally managed to pull your head out of your ass? Sam asked. Jake sighed. Yes, and I'm sorry for overstepping my boundaries and for acting like a jackass. I also apologize for hurting you, Bells. I can't promise I will never do it again. I will, however, promise to work on it, he said while absent-mindedly rubbing his jaw. That's all I ask. As long as you try, then we are good. But if you do continue with this behavior, I will follow through with my threats, I informed him sternly. Well, since that is dealt with, Jake, you need to get ready for your patrol, Sam smirkingly told him. Huh? I am not due to patrol until tomorrow morning, Jake argued in confusion. That was before I needed to punish you for your behavior towards Bella, Sam replied with a grin. Fuck my life, Jake sighed. No, thanks, you do it very well on your own, Sam joked. Lee and I cracked up at that, enjoying the PAX Alpha having a go at Jake. Good one, Sam, I giggled. Fine, I get it. It's pick on Jacob Day. I'm going to head on out now so I won't be subjected to any more of this torment, Jake said while heading on out the back door. The door slammed shut behind him as he stomped his way out to the backyard. Well, at least that is taken care of. I'm going to head on over to the house. Emily was heating up some food for me, Sam said. Wait a second. Sam, how did you know to come over? I asked him. That would be my doing, Lee interjected before Sam could respond. I could tell by the sound of your voice that something was wrong. Also, whenever you ask for my hand, it always means that Jacob needs a good slap. So I called Sam and told him you needed help with Jake. I hugged her again. See, this is one of the reasons why I adore you so much, I told her. I am heading out. Have a good night, ladies. Lee, you have the day off tomorrow, Sam informed her while on his way out the front door. Hot damn. This gives us time to talk about that sexy vampire of yours, Lee jokingly said. I smirked. I will tell you all I know, which isn't much. He did promise that we will spend time together to get to know one another better. She linked arms with me and guided us toward my temporary bedroom so that we could have some privacy. I was excited to tell someone about Marcus, someone who wouldn't judge me. I couldn't wait to start gushing, even if that meant that my sleep would have to be put off for a little while. It was so worth it. BPOV. Lee decided to stay with me the whole night for an impromptu sleepover. As is typical for girls, we spent hours comparing all the males in our lives and trying to determine which male was the sexiest. I was smug when Lee firmly stated that Marcus was the sex god above all others. Of course, I was compelled to agree. He was unbelievably sexy, and there was no denying it. We didn't fall asleep until somewhere around 4 in the morning. I knew I was going to be exhausted when I finally managed to drag myself out of bed. However, talking about my mate made it seem all worth it. Foregoing a few hours of beauty sleep wasn't that big a price to pay. I finally rolled out of bed at 8. When I say roll, I mean crawled my way out from underneath Lee, who not only managed to sprawl out all over the bed, but on top of me as well. Her body heat made me feel like I was cooking, literally. I couldn't escape her clutches soon enough. I ambled into the bathroom to take a shower and complete my morning ritual. Upon seeing my reflection in the mirror, I winced at how rough I looked. My eyes were bloodshot, and I swear I saw some bags under them as well. This would not do. I hastily grabbed a washcloth and my cleanser and went about scrubbing my face. The water helped to waken me up just a bit. I knew that my shower would help to invigorate me even more. After I finished with cleansing my face, I walked over to the shower and turned it on as hot as I could take it. Then I grabbed my top and yanked it over my head, wincing as I lifted my arms to do so. I looked down at my right arm and saw that my entire upper arm was dark purple, and it hurt a great deal. Glancing over to my left arm, I saw that there was a matching bruise there as well. Oh, I thought to myself, when Marcus sees this, Jake is going to get his ass handed to him. Oh well, that's all on him. I did warn him. The idiot needs to learn how to control himself, not to mention learning how to respect others. I shrugged it off for now, and stepped into the shower. The moment the heated water hit my back, I felt the tension leave my body. I sighed as I began washing my hair. There is nothing better than a hot shower. I took my sweet time in the shower, feeling no need to rush. I was feeling more alert as I finished up. I stepped out to dry myself off and realized that I forgot to bring some clothing in with me. Carefully, I stuck my head out the door to make sure that neither Jake nor Billy were around. Seeing that they weren't about, I quickly dashed into my room. The sight that greeted me caused me to laugh. Lee was now on her back with her arms and legs spread out completely. Her mouth was wide open, and I could hear her snoring a bit. There was drool all over her chin that closely resembled slobber. I couldn't help but think of how appropriate that was considering she was a wolf shifter. Seeing this as ample opportunity for some pretty awesome blackmail, I dashed over to where I left my cell on the nightstand. Careful to not make too much noise, I took a few pics of Lee. Satisfied with how well they turned out, I placed my cell back down for a moment. I couldn't wait to use them. I wondered how long it would be before I did. I snapped out of my musings and strode over to the dresser. I pulled out my undergarments as well as a pair of skinny jeans and a t-shirt. I got dressed quickly and then went on to tackle my long hair. Normally, I wear my hair up in a ponytail, but today I felt like wearing it down. I had the intense urge to look my best. After all, I never know when the next time will be that I see Marcus. I wanted to be prepared. I decided to go fix some breakfast. Knowing how the shifters were, the smell of food cooking would sure wake up the sleeping wolf princess. I opted to make a ton of food just in case we had some visitors stop by. I pulled out the largest cast iron skillet and got to work frying up 4 pounds of bacon. It seemed like a lot of pork product, but I know how fast the wolves can pack away food. I then took out 3 large casserole dishes and quickly pulled together breakfast casseroles. I knew that they would go further than just scrambling up some eggs. Plus, I added cheese, green onions, mushrooms, and red bell peppers to them to give them more substance. I heard a loud thud followed by some grunting and a few choice cuss words coming from the bedroom. Lee finally woke up. I watched as she staggered into the kitchen. She too was looking a bit rough from not getting enough sleep. Breakfast will be done in about 20 minutes. You are looking like a mess. Why don't you go take a shower? I suggested to her. She glared at me while placing her hand on her cocked hip. Are you trying to tell me something? In fact, yes, I am. You look like death warmed over, I sniggered. Go take a shower. It will do wonders for you. She snorted at me while reaching out and snagging several pieces of bacon. Just for that, I am stealing some bacon. She turned on her heels and stomped out of the kitchen. I laughed at her. It's a good thing I'm making so much bacon. She just made off with almost a whole pound. I grumbled softly to myself. It was 20 minutes later when breakfast was finally ready. I was pulling the 3 casseroles out of the oven. I platted up the bacon and set everything up on the counter. No sooner was I finished with that when Jake, Billy, Paul, and Quill came through the front door and made their way to the kitchen. I knew I smelled bacon, Quill said excitedly while reaching out to grab some. Ladies first, Billy informed them as he slapped Quill's hand away from the food. I smiled in gratitude and quickly made myself a small plate. As soon as I was finished making my plate, I hastily moved out of the way in order to avoid being trampled to death. These guys not only transform into animals, but they eat like animals too. You better save some for me, Lee called out while making her way to the kitchen. I want some of that casserole. I watched in near horror as they all tore into the food at an alarming rate. Even Billy was going at it like a rabid animal. I found it all oddly interesting, and I couldn't tear my eyes away from the sight. I was never more thankful than at that moment that my metabolism didn't cause me to eat like that. When they had all declared themselves full, I went over to the sink to begin cleaning up after them. Clearly, the pack all lost whatever table manners they after they began shifting. There was a huge mess for me to clean up. The group went into the living room to discuss pack business. I heard a great deal of laughter and some arguing as well. They were all boisterous, including Lee. A moment later I heard the front door slam shut followed by Sam's deep voice. I received a call from Marcus. He wants to meet with the pack within the hour. He has news regarding the redhead, Sam sneered. I walked into the living room to hear the rest of the news. I saw Lee sitting on the shabby love seat and walked over to her. She grabbed my hand and yanked me down to sit beside her. I smiled my thanks and then returned my attention to what Sam was telling the pack members. Come on, man, do we really have to meet with those damn bloodsuckers again? Jake asked angrily. Sam turned to him and looked at him sternly. Jake, what have I told you? Yes, we are meeting them again. It is for our benefit to work together as well as theirs. I would think you would want to do whatever it takes to make certain that Bella is protected. Jake blushed and replied, I do want Bella safe. I just don't see any sense in working with vampires in order to catch a vampire. Billy raised his hand in order to halt Sam's response. Normally, I would have an issue with this. But from what Sam has told the council, this Marcus seems to be very honorable. You also have to take into account the fact that he is one of the leaders of their kind. You don't get that type of position without knowing what you're doing or having the power to handle it. Jake grumbled some more before Paul reached out and smacked him in the back of the head. Jake, your attitude isn't helping any. Get over it already. We need the help, and you know it, Paul told him. Jake glared back while rubbing his head. It still doesn't make sense, he complained. Plus, the whole situation makes me uncomfortable. You don't need to understand. You need to accept what is and deal with it appropriately, Billy instructed him. Also, I have been asked to make sure Bella comes with us to the meeting, Sam informed us while looking directly at me. My heart skipped a beat at hearing this. I was going to get to see my Marcus sooner than I thought I would. Lee bumped shoulders with me while grinning like a ninny. She knew I was excited. Not to sound like a complete moron, but why does he want Bella there? Quill inquired with a confused tone. Sam looked over at me to gauge my reaction. I nodded my head, letting him know that it was all right to inform them of my status with Marcus. It was important that they all understood this news. I believe it's due to the fact that Bella is his mate, Sam informed them. Wait, what? Paul uttered while looking back and forth between me and Sam. Billy and Quill looked to be equally confused. Jake just sat there and growled lowly to himself. It's true. I am his mate. I felt the mating pull when I first looked at him, I answered. Bella, are you certain of this? Billy asked. Yes. I never felt the mating pull with Eddie. I was just dictated to while the Cullens fell right along with him to try and convince me that it was true. I felt the pull with Marcus. It was both intense as well as overwhelming. He is my everything, I informed them. All right, then, now that Bella's importance has been explained, we can get ready to move on out, Sam said. I have no wish to make us look bad by showing up late to an appointment with the leader of vampires. Hey, Bella, Lee said with a smirk. You wanna go for a wolfie ride? I grinned at her playfully. Sure, I had a blast the last time I went on one. Do you run faster than Jake? Duh, I do everything better and faster than him, she laughingly replied. Hey, Jake yelled from out back. I can freaking hear you. Lee and I strolled out the back door with our arms linked to see that Sam, Quill, and Paul had already shifted and were just waiting on the three of us. Lee grinned devilishly at Jake. You have a point? She asked. I couldn't hold back the laugh that erupted. Jake snorted in reply and phased a moment later. When he turned his head back toward us, I could have sworn he stuck his tongue out at Lee. He looked ridiculous. In a flash, he and the other wolves took off. Such a child, Lee reprimanded. Turning to me, she asked, You ready for the ride of your life? I giggled at how absurd she was. Really, Lee? That sounded a tad sexual. Let me grab my jacket first. I am not up to explaining away my purple arms yet. I quickly rushed back into the kitchen to grab my favorite jacket that was hanging on the back of the chair. I slipped it on while walking back out to Lee. Hurry up and get your face on. I have a hot date with an even hotter guy, I ordered her. Lee quickly complied and phased a moment later. She wasn't as big as Jake was in wolf form. However, she was leaner and more toned if that was possible. She crouched down enough for me to be able to climb up on her back. After I was situated, she took off like a bullet. I yelped and laughed as we whipped past the vegetation. Yup, Lee was not bragging. She was way faster than Jake, and I was having a blast. I started getting ideas. What would happen if the wolves raced? It was a brilliant notion, and I filed it away to look into later. We arrived at the designated meeting area rather quickly, which wasn't surprising when you think about how fast Lee was in wolf form. I'm pretty sure she could give Eddie Boy a decent challenge in the speed department. I glanced over toward the vampires to see Marcus already in a conversation with Sam. The two of them seemed to share a mutual respect for one another. They will never be best buds, but at least they are able to put any animosity aside in order to take care of the business at hand. I couldn't help but respect both of them for their excellent leadership prowess. Here's to hoping that Jake can pick up on it. Marcus looked up quickly and caught my gaze. His welcoming smile made me feel all warm and melty. I winked at him in return, gaining a quiet chuckle. I will never get over how gorgeous he is. I dismounted my noble steed and waited a few moments while Lee dashed behind a tree in order to phase back. She came back over to me, grabbing my arm to pull me along with her over to where Sam and the other wolves stood nearby. I hissed in pain while I pulled my arm free. Lee spun on her heel with her eyes wide. Bells, I'm sorry. I forgot about your arms. I didn't mean to hurt you, she cried. Just as I was about to tell her I was okay, Marcus stepped forward. With a frown, he asked, "What happened to your arms, Isabella?" I stared at him wide-eyed. I knew I was going to have to tell him what Jake pulled. I just didn't think it would happen this soon or under these circumstances. There was no possible way that I was going to lie to my mate. Jake and I had a disagreement last night when we got home. He lost control and grabbed my upper arms, I told him bluntly. He refused to release me, so I called Lee to come over and help me. Sam showed up right after she did. I watched as Marcus's ruby eyes bled away to deep onyx. He was pissed. "Please show me your arms," he smoothly demanded. Anyone with experience in dealing with vampire could tell that he was barely keeping his anger under control. Knowing that it wouldn't be wise to defy him, I slowly removed my jacket. The sight of my horribly bruised upper arms was all that it took for Marcus to snap. He snarled, racing forward and grabbing Jake by the throat. "You laid your hands on my mate," he growled loudly. The few wolves who were not aware of the circumstances began to shift. Sam called them off before any of them could do something foolish. Now was not the time for everyone to fight. "You will all stand down. Marcus has the right to retaliate," Sam sternly ordered. They all backed down thanks to the alpha command. Jake, for his part, was trembling and growling. He futilely struggled to get out of Marcus's hold, but he had no such luck. Marcus clearly overpowered him. "Bella is mine. I don't care if you like it or not. I don't care if you even agree. You will, however, respect her regardless of your personal feelings on the situation. If you were not her friend, I would end you now. Since I know that would hurt her, you get a reprieve. That doesn't mean you get off without being chastised," Marcus said evenly. Not even a moment later, Jake was rolling on the ground, nursing a broken arm. Everyone had cringed when they heard the bone shatter, especially me. My human ears had no difficulty picking that up. Sam strode forward and picked Jake up. He walked over toward the nearest tree and set him down. "You know better. How many times have I had to deal with you and your foolish temper? Get your act together, or you will not be joining the pack," Sam said. I had hoped in an odd way that Marcus's punishment had an effect. Jake is my friend, but I can't be dealing with anyone who thinks they can rule my life. Plus, I will not have any interactions with an abuser. If he truly is my friend, then he'll learn from this very painful lesson. I looked up at Marcus, knowing somehow that he worried about my response over his actions. I smiled softly. "Thank you for looking out for me." He lifted his hand and gently traced my cheek. "I will always look out for you," he promised me with the utmost sincerity. In that moment I knew that whatever Icky Vicky was planning, my Marcus would protect me. It felt as if a weight was suddenly lifted off of my shoulders. "We've got this, MPOV. I am sorry to interrupt, but we really need to continue. I'm sure I don't speak for myself when I say that I am eager to get the red-headed bitch taken care of," Sam spoke up. I bowed my head in acknowledgement. "You are quite correct. The sooner this mess is handled, the better off everyone will be." I turned to my Isabella saying, "We can speak after this meeting, if you are in agreement, Mia Cara." She smiled brightly at me while nodding in approval. "I look forward to it," she said sweetly. Turning back to the alpha, I began to tell him of my guard's recent discovery. She is quite bold and very secure in her evasive ability. She spied on them without hesitation or any concern with being caught. Fortunately, they were able to get a hold of her scent. Also, she has been identified as a former coven member of another one of my guards. We pretty much speculated all of the already. What more can you tell us? Sam inquired. I spoke with my brother and fellow leader, Arrow, about her putrid scent. He believes as I do. Since her soulmate was destroyed, his soul is dying. She has a singular mindset now, and there can be no reasoning with her. She is more like a rabid animal now than anything else. Isn't it normal for a vampire to lose their mind when their mate dies? We were under the impression that her behavior was normal for your kind, Sam inquired. While it is normal for a vampire to seek vengeance against the one who ended their mate's existence, it is not normal for a vampire to be this unbalanced. Also, Isabella did not destroy her mate. How could she have? She is still human. Victoria is lashing out illogically, I clarified. She is focused on Isabella due to the fact that her mate was trying to hunt her. He lost that hunt as well as his life. Since Isabella was closely connected to James, at least in her mind, Isabella is the one she has set her sights on. Okay, I think I understand that part. I mean no disrespect, but we have been taught that vampires do not have a soul. The Alpha questioned in confusion. Several grunts of agreement could be heard from the other shifters. I chuckled briefly, still finding amusement in this popular yet clearly incorrect assumption. I am aware that there is a popular belief that once a vampire is turned, he loses his soul. However, that is grossly inaccurate. We may no longer possess a beating heart due to the effects of our venom, but the venom does not affect our souls as some would believe. We are very much in possession of our souls. We would not have mates if that was not so. This is why Victoria's soul dying is so dangerous. Our mates help to anchor us, anchor our sanity. Since Victoria's mate was destroyed, she no longer has that anchor. Many vampires have lost their sanity simply because they were never able to find their mates. I do not jest. This is a very precarious situation we find ourselves in, I sternly emphasized. The shifters became agitated with this information, and rightfully so. Sam ordered them to calm themselves down in order to not accidentally shift. They all seemed to grasp the seriousness of the situation. So her brain is fried and stuck on killing Bella? Sam questioned with widened eyes. Exactly so, I replied. Couple that with her ability to evade any attack, and she has become an unhinged but deadly opponent. Sam shook his head and with a wry grin and replied, we all knew this wasn't going to be a simple takedown situation. Given how she has managed to get by all of us, we'll be lucky if she's caught within the next month. Nodding my head in agreement, I said, hopefully, with all of us working together as one cohesive unit, we'll be able to keep Isabella protected and capture the rogue. I looked over to my mate, watching as she laughed at something the female shifter said to her. An intense feeling of protectiveness coursed over me. This was a feeling I had not felt in what seemed like eons. Sam, if I may, I would like to mention to you that since Isabella is my mate, I will, naturally, be extremely protective of her. Her safety is paramount to me, even over the need to capture this Victoria. With that said, I cannot be held responsible should there be any more incidents in regards to her and her well-being. The mating instincts are overpowering to my kind. Our mates are always our first priorities. I hope you can understand this. The Alpha waved away my concern. No worries. We have a similar reaction to our imprints. They are the center of our universe. We would react the very same way you did when you discovered what Jacob had done. All I know is that if anyone dared to harm my imprint, they would not survive much longer. At least our two races, if you can call them that, have that in common. Sam responded understandingly. My gaze lingered on my mate for a few moments more. I was eager to be done with all of this unpleasantness so that she and I could get to know one another and build on a relationship. It seems all the patience I once had abandoned me. While I still suffer from a tad bit of disbelief over having another mate, I cannot help but thank the fates for their perfect timing. I must also remember to thank Didimi. Surely, she was sent to give aid when I needed it most. I returned my attention to the alpha and continued on with our meeting. For now, getting further acquainted with my mate would have to wait. Securing her safety took precedence over all else. BPOV. Listening to Marcus and Sam discussing Victoria was disconcerting to say the least. Knowing full well that she had it out for me was unsettling at best. But hearing Marcus describe her as a rabid animal put me in an intense state of unease. Now I have images of Victoria frothing at the mouth and growling loudly coughing through my mind. It was creepy. I guess it all fits since she already looks the part. I turned toward Leah when I felt her nudge my shoulder. She wore a goofy grin as she waggled her eyebrows at me. I rolled my eyes in amusement. So, Bella, how does it feel to have that hottie with a body looking out for you? You can't possibly feel put out by it, Leah asked while looking back and forth between me and Marcus. I giggled. It's no hardship at all. In fact, I am rather enjoying the attention. I looked back over at my mate, catching him staring at me. I gave him my biggest smile, hoping to convey to him how I truly felt with just my body language. He smirked in return and then looked back over at Sam and continued on with their conversation. Geez, you've got it bad. Normally, you would be up in arms over anyone hovering over you regardless of the reasons why. You are so stinkin' independent. Just between us and everyone else here, I can't blame ya, she said with a conspiratorial wink. I can certainly see all of that appeal of having that particular vampire god looking out for you. I turned to look at her, my mouth was opened in shock at her bluntness. Really, I ought to be used to it by now. She always says what she's thinking. She also always says what everyone else is thinking as well. Really, Leah, can you try to keep the drool to yourself? I don't want your slobber to get all over me, I teased in response, pretending to shy away from her. No worries, my dearest BFF, for I see that you have enough of your own drool to go around. She joked. Laughing at her own joke, she grinned at me like a loon. I laughed at her. Why don't you just keep publicizing it then? I asked. There's no need for that, she said, waving off my reply. Anyone who has ever looked at you lately can see it. I am not that bad, I blushed. Besides, it's like you said, you can't blame me. I looked back over at Marcus to see a small grin cross his lips as he continued his conversation. I swear I will never get used to vampire hearing. There are no secrets when they are around. Plus, the shifters are just as bad. Hey, on the serious side for once, are you at all bothered by Marcus handing Jacob his ass? Leah asked me quietly. We both looked over at where Jake was sitting up against a tree, nursing his broken arm. Knowing how quickly the shifters can heal, I wasn't concerned at all for his well-being. Frankly, he's lucky to still be alive. Honestly, I am not at all bothered by it. I did warn him multiple times to cut the crap out. As far as I am concerned, he asked for it. Besides, he'll be all healed in no time. He got off easy, I said matter-of-factly while shrugging my shoulders. I really had no issues with what Marcus did. Jake was warned and chose to lose control of his temper. If he's smart, he'll learn to control himself. His out-of-control temper may get him killed. Truth. I think he got the point, or at least I hope he has. If not, he may lose a limb next time. Can you imagine him running around on all threes? Leah laughed. I joined in at the picture her words conjured up in my head. We both turned to look over at the vampire guard as we heard some of them snicker at Leah's joke. Hey, would you look at that? Vampires do have a sense of humor, she said in shock. I snickered at her surprise expression. Really, a person has to question where you guys got your information about vampires from. It's clear you never met Emmett Cullen. All he does is joke around and play childish pranks. If I'm being honest, He and Jasper are the only two I can stomach. I sneered as thoughts of the backstabbing coven crossed my mind. Why only those two? Aren't they like the others? She questioned. I turned and walked over to a large boulder and sat myself down on it. This was going to be an uncomfortable conversation, and I refused to get stuck standing while having it. I really despised that coven. Let me see if I can accurately describe the situation. First of all, Jasper is very respectful. While I never had the opportunity to spend much time with him, he was always kind to me. Although I know he has the most difficult time with being a vegan vamp, he has the strength to push through the pain. He never did or said anything unkind to me, and he exhibited a great amount of patience. I quietly said, remembering the few times I was allowed to be in his presence. Why didn't you get to spend time with him? I was under the impression that you were always over the Cullens' house. Leah asked in confusion. She came over and sat down next to me. That would be Eddie's, the vegan virgin vamp, and his co-conspirator, Tinkerbitch's, fault. They refused to allow him around me, claiming he was dangerous and could snap at any time. I did argue with them, but as I have told you previously, those two were control freaks. It was like I needed to ask permission to breathe. I snorted in anger, still easily riled up by thoughts of those two backstabbers. Okay, that's creepy, she quickly agreed. You know, I am not as clueless as those two would have you believe. The night of that disastrous birthday party the midget threw, the party I never wanted, I saw Jasper's eye when I cut my finger. In fact, Jasper and Carlyle were the only two whose eyes remained golden. It wasn't until Eddie threw me into the glass table and my arm was torn open did Jasper have any kind of reaction. I have thought over that incident more times than I'd cared to admit to. The only conclusion I could come to was that Eddie deliberately threw me into the glass table, hoping I would get seriously cut. I see all of it replaying in my mind all the time. Apart from Carly's, everyone's eyes went black. I can still hear the growling, I admitted softly, trying to hold back the shivers that memory tended to give me. Leah reached over and grabbed my hand, lending me the support I needed to continue with the story. With my eyes cast downward, I continued. Afterwards, when Eddie had taken me to the forest to dump me, he claimed that Jasper was trying to attack me, and that he was just doing his job by protecting me. I knew he was lying since Jasper's eyes did not change when I cut my finger. I also remembered how Eddie Boy crouched down in front of me. I can say with the utmost certainty that he was not protecting me from getting hurt by Jasper. He was protecting his meal. Eddie's eyes were jet black. Also, and this is my personal opinion, Jasper's eyes changed due to the fact that he's an empath. He felt the bloodlust of 5 other individuals. That must have hurt him. It is also the reason why I believe him to be the strongest of the coven. He feels everyone's emotions, not just his own. When I finished, I looked up only to notice that the eyes of everyone, both shifter and vampire alike, were on me. Every one of them looked sad over what they had heard. I did not see pity in their eyes, which I was grateful for. I hate pity. I'm sorry, Bells, that you went through that. If I ever run across that virgin vamp, I'm going to tear his overinflated head off. Scumbag, Leah said vehemently. Turning back to me, she asked, oh, what about the Emmett guy? What was his deal? Emmett is a huge teddy bear. He's this massive, muscular, tall vamp but he acts like a kid. He once told me that I reminded him of his baby sister. He always went out of his way to hang out with me when I was at the Cullens' house. No matter how big a fit Eddie threw over it, Emmett just ignored him and did what he wanted anyway. He always told Eddie to pull out the stick he had lodged up his rectum. I laughed at the memory. He was spot on with the stick reference. Every time he said that to Eddie boy, I would die laughing, which would then lead into a diatribe from Eddie and the midget on how inappropriate my behavior was and that I should not find humor in Emmett's crude ways. Leah cocked an eyebrow and said, Emmett sounds cool for a vampire. Oh, no offense to the present company, she hastily said, glancing over at Marcus's guard. They each gave a small nod in acceptance. He was, which is why I think his betrays hurt so much. I began to think of him as an older brother. You know, the type of brother you aren't ashamed to be caught talking to. What's that like? She joked while looking over towards her younger brother. Seth, who was in his human form, sneered at her. We both laughed at his response. Leah held up her hands in mock surrender. I kid. Seth, you're not half as bad as you could be. I would even go so far as to say that I may actually like you. It's a shame I can't say the same to you, Seth retorted. I laughed again. Leah looked at me and swatted my arm. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side, she said. Honey, I'm on my own side. Besides, you asked for it. Methinks you are a glutton for punishment, I teased while patting her knee condescendingly. Excuse me, Sam spoke up. If you ladies are finished joking around, we are done here. You're excused, I piped in with a wry grin. I looked over to see Marcus making his way over to me. I gave him a small smile in greeting. He returned my greeting with a stunning smile of his own. Isabella, we are finished for now. If you would like, I would love to spend some more time with you, Marcus said with way too much charm. I looked him over from head to toe, just enjoying the vision of perfection that he presented. I especially enjoyed the shirt that accentuated firm muscle as well as the black dress pants that seemed to fit him like a glove. This man knew how to dress, and he did it well. I smiled brightly at him. I would love that, I softly replied, fully aware of Leah grinning at me like a moron. She's such a doc. I looked over at her and laughed. You are such a child, I teased. A child I may be, but I'm not the one who is going to be playing, she quipped with a sly wink. I couldn't stop the impending blush even if I had tried. I was so embarrassed and refused to look over at Marcus. Marcus's deep chuckle was unexpected but sexy as hell, which only caused me to blush even more. Don't be hating on me just because you're stuck on patrol tonight with Jake, I teased while standing up. Marcus offered me his arm, which I gladly took. If you would excuse us, my mate said politely as we began to walk away. Now, Bella, don't do anything I wouldn't do. And since that list is a little small, I expect you to be very busy, Leah laughed at her joke. A moment later, she phased and sped off before I could even respond. That pervert, I'll get her back for that. Marcus laughed again, successfully distracting me from my plans for revenge. I looked up at him, admiring the glint in his eyes as he laughed. Ruby had quickly become my new favorite color thanks to him. He turned to me and smiled. Your friend has quite the sense of humor. In fact, I could listen to the two of you bantering back and forth all day. It's quite entertaining. You haven't seen or heard anything yet. It gets worse, I warned him. I look forward to seeing and hearing more, he taunted me good-naturedly. BPOV. The shifters didn't linger for much longer after the meeting was over. They sped off towards the reservation with only Jake and Leah heading off in the opposite directions to begin their patrol for the evening. Jake's arm had completely healed, so he would not have any issues while they were on watch. Marcus, with me on his arm, walked over to his guard. He gave Dimitri and Felix the order to continue to hunt for Victoria and the newborns. He then ordered his remaining guard members to patrol the area. They were to contact him if they came across any unfamiliar vampire scents. It hadn't missed my notice the way the guard members were looking at me. I was fairly certain that their stares had nothing to do with me being human. It was a gut feeling, but one that I was convinced was correct. I made a mental note to ask Marcus about it later. A moment after the guard ran off to obey their orders, Marcus turned to me with a smile. Isabella, would you allow me to carry you to headquarters? I would like to spend time with you, and headquarters will grant us a semblance of privacy. Of course you can, I replied a tad too eagerly. I hope you're fast. I seem to have become quite a big fan of speeding, whether by car or wolf. I challenged him with a smirk. He grinned at me. Well, I certainly hope I don't disappoint you. We shall see, I teased him in return. He then gently pulled me closer to him and picked me up bridal style. With a quiet chuckle, he took off at an unfathomable speed. I squealed with joy at how fast he ran. He was much faster than Eddie Boy was. I didn't even get sick from watching the forest as we darted past the foliage which looked like a blur. This is what I was talking about. This was exhilarating. Unfortunately or not, depending on how you look at it, we reached our destination within 5 minutes. Marcus gently placed me back down on my feet. The cocksure smirk he graced me with caused my heart to lurch. This vampire god already knew how he affected me. So, Isabella, was the fast enough for you? He teased. It will suffice, I taunted him with a roguish grin. Oh, just suffice you say. It looks like I will have to make another go at it then, he replied gently while softly running his knuckles across my cheek. Unable to halt the blush I could feel was creeping across my face, I looked him in the eye and challenged him. You will have to do much better than that to impress me. Challenge accepted, dearest, he answered quietly. I can't come in second to wolf travel. I would never live it down. He then offered me his arm, which I eagerly latched onto. He led me into the giant mansion where he gently guided me to a room I hadn't seen yet. It was clearly designed for comfort with its lush carpet and overstuffed couch. Ooh, I am a bit confused. Why would vampires need comfy couches? Are they here for the same reason the Cullens have comfy furniture? I asked, slightly perplexed. Marcus led me over to the lavish couch where I eagerly sat down. I am assuming it's the same reason. We need to blend in as much as possible. While comfort of that type is unnecessary for vampires, it helps to head off any questions any humans that unexpectedly show up might have. Whatever the reason is, I have no complaints, I joked as I wiggled around, getting myself situated on the luxurious couch. He smiled at my antics. I am glad you are enjoying yourself, dearest. I would not want to be a poor host by offering you substandard seating, he teased with a grin. Now, please tell me if you are in any pain. Your upper arms are very bruised and may take few days to heal. I absent-mindedly reached over to rub my left arm. They are so. It's not too bad that some ibuprofen can't handle it. I'll be fine. I am more upset over what caused them than anything else, I replied honestly. I glanced up at him to see his eyes darken in anger. Without hesitation, I reached up with my right hand and gently brushed my fingertips across his cheekbones. I'm fine, and Jake has learned his lesson, I'm sure, I said, trying to calm him down. Marcus gently took my hand in his grip and pulled it towards his lips where he brushed a tender kiss across my knuckles. I know, dearest. I just despise the fact that you were hurt. While I hope your friend has learned his lesson, I will be keeping a close eye on him and his behavior. It ever acts out like that again, I will not be as lenient. I wouldn't expect any less of you. Vampires are so possessive of their mates, I said with a smile. I certainly hope you don't find that off-putting. I refuse to feel bad about my intense need and desire to protect you, he replied with another sweet kiss to my hand. I smiled in understanding. If I were to be honest, I like having you care enough to want to protect me. It makes me feel special. I will spend my existence protecting you, for you are now my everything, he said earnestly. We spent the next several hours cuddled up next to each other while sharing tidbits about ourselves. I listened intently to everything he told me, hanging on his every word. He in turn, seemed to eagerly latch on to the information I gave him about myself. We were wrapped up in our own bubble, where the world around us seemed cease to exist. My heart broke for him as he told me of his didymy and how the pain from that loss seemed to swallow him whole. Tears silently slid down my cheeks as I listened closely to him. Seeing my tears, he gently reached up to brush them away. He cupped my cheeks, urging me to look into his eyes. "Dearest, I would not have you cry for me," he told me. "I cannot help it. You have been hurt so much. You should never be hurt," I said while reaching up to place my hands over his. He gazed at me for a few moments. Then he gently pulled me closer to him as he bent down to place a soft kiss across my lips. He pulled back a few seconds later with a look of shock in his eyes. I reached up to touch my lips where they still tingled after his kiss. "Is that tingling feeling normal?" I asked him. "I am not sure, dearest. I have never experienced anything like that before," he replied quizzically. I decided to let it go for now and just enjoy my time with him. He leaned back on the couch, pulling me closer so that I could snuggle up to him even more. We spent the remainder of our time in that position, just sharing stories and enjoying one another before he had to take me home. Alec, Pav, Heidi and I canvassed the area in a 20-mile circumference. There was little to nothing happening, and we hadn't come across anything that could be considered unusual. This had been the case for several hours. That is until we came across an unfamiliar vampire's scent. Since neither of us recognized the scent, we quickly sent out a mass text to Master Marcus and the rest of the guard. A few minutes later, Jane, Chelsea, Santiago, and Afton arrived. All of them eager to see or smell what we found. "Master Marcus wants me to report your findings to him after we've gone over them," my sister, Jane, announced. "We came across an unfamiliar scent. It's not from any vampire we have ever encountered. Also, it seems to have just appeared. We just scouted this area 45 minutes ago and the scent was not here then. It's safe to assume the vampire is still in the area," I replied. My sister turned to Afton and Santiago. "Once you have familiarized yourself with the scent, head on out to find the unknown. They must still be in the area," she ordered. "Do any of you recognize that scent?" I asked the remaining guard. They all replied in the negative. "This may be another lead we." Jane was cut off by her cell vibrating. She pulled it from her pocket and quickly read the text. Looking up, she informed us, "Master wants us to head to the reservation border. He received an emergency call from the Alpha shifter." We wasted no time speeding off to the reservation border. Master Marcus had beaten us there along with the shifters. The Alpha and Master Marcus were in a serious discussion. A moment later, our master looked up and waved us closer to him. "I have been informed by Sam that one of the Cullen's scent was found by Isabella's old home. He has a few of the shifters hunting for this Cullen now." "Do the shifters know which Cullen it is?" Jane asked solemnly. Sam took the opportunity to speak up. "Yes, most of us had no idea who it was. Fortunately, Jacob, who has encountered some of the Cullens more than the rest of us, recognized the scent. This can't be a mere coincidence. A crazy vampire going around creating a newborn army all hell bent to kill Swan. And suddenly, a Cullen shows up. There's no way that it's a coincidence," I chimed in. "Agreed," Master Marcus replied tersely. Another cell phone rang, which Sam quickly answered. "Did you find the vampire?" he asked brusquely. The voice on the other end replied, "We have him. He is a fighter. We need backup. We're in Fox, at Bella's old place," Sam said. "Backup is on the way." Sam hung up and turned to Master. "We better head over now." We all took off following the Alpha's lead. We soon came to the house, and in the backyard was two shifters along with Santiago and Afton. They were struggling to hold the vampire down. "Alec, if you will," Master Marcus said. I used my gift, allowing the dark, fog-like substance to cover him, thereby removing all senses from the intruder. He slumped to the ground a mere moment later. I continued to hold him under my gift, waiting for Master Marcus's orders. Master Marcus walked over to him and pulled his head up by his hair to get a look at his features. Alec, you may release him. The moment my gift left him, the vampire began to struggle. I would not do that if I were you, Master Marcus said. Which Cullen are you? The trespasser ceased his fighting and looked up to Outmaster. I am not now, nor have I ever been a Cullen. My name is Whitlock, Jasper Whitlock, MPOV. I glared at this intruder. The moment he me gave his name, I recalled what my mate had told me. This was one of the 2 members of the Cullen coven that she actually liked. Why have you come here? I came to check up on Bella, he replied. I released him, gesturing for him to stand up. After all these months, you have come to check on the human your coven abandoned, he sneered. Yes, I as well as my brother, Emmett, have returned to check on her. We have been concerned, this Jasper said. Lies, Jacob shouted. You lying piece of crap. If you had actually cared for Bella, you and your family would never have dumped her off in the woods where she could have been killed. A questioning look flitted across Jasper's features. What do you mean by, dumped off in the woods? He asked. What he means, young Jasper, if that Edward Cullen took her out into the woods far behind her home and proceeded to tell her he never loved her and that he was toying with her for the fun of it, I snarled. That son of a bitch. Jasper shouted angrily while kicking a boulder and shattering it to pieces. That stupid prude told the entire family that Bella dumped him and informed him that she was fed up with the family and was sick of our drama. He growled out through tightly clenched teeth. You act as if you knew nothing of what Edward did. According to Bella, you're an empath. How could you not have picked up that he was lying to all of you? Sam questioned. I wasn't there. After I was pulled away from nearly attacking Bella, I ran off to try to collect myself. I went hunting for several hours. When I returned, they had already packed up. I was genuinely becoming more disgusted with the Cullens the more Jasper spoke. You are telling us that they had already planned to leave before Edward dumped her in the forest? Jasper nodded. That's exactly what I'm telling you. No one ever mentioned anything to me about running out of town or of leaving Bella behind. Emmett and I both became very suspicious over their extreme haste in leaving. So they graciously waited until the next day so Edward could drag her out into the forest and abandon her. Jane asked. I'm confused. They already packed up the night of the party. You weren't there at the time. Then they wait for Edward to dump her. But Edward claims she dumped him. Is it me or does it seem that they were trying to pull a fast one and were hoping you wouldn't pick up on it? Jacob rejected in confusion. That though does have merit, I agreed. What I want to know is what were they hoping to accomplish by claiming Isabella was Edward's mate? Jasper looked directly at me. I think I know why. It's just a hypothesis, but it's the only thing that makes any sense. This piqued my curiosity. What do you have in mind? Bella is a shield and a very powerful one since it is manifesting itself while she is still human, he answered. The guard muttered in shock. They knew, as I did, that for a human to be able to exhibit a gift, that gift must be quite powerful. This opens up a world of many more questions. Isabella has mentioned to me that Edward was unable to read her thoughts. I just never put it all together, I admitted ruefully. While that is intriguing, how can you be certain that she is a shield, as you put it? Sam asked Jasper. I have had a few clues. Her ability to block Eddie out of her mind was the first. No one has ever been able to completely keep him out. The other one was how she managed to get away from me and Alice while we were in Phoenix. I'm an empath, and I never felt anything off with her. Then when you add the fact that she circumvented Alice's gift as well, then it is clear she has some sort of gift of her own, he elaborated. Alice is the seer, correct? Sam asked. Jasper nodded his head. Yes, she is. While her gift has its limits, there was no way Bella could have pulled off her escape trick on the fly. She blocked you both. It's clear based on the evidence that she does have at least a mental shield. While that doesn't seem to be that big a deal, we all must keep in mind that she is human. She should not be able to do any of this. This leads me to believe that there is more to her gift that probably will not manifest until after she has been turned, I said, giving voice to my thoughts. Okay, if that is the case, then what the hell did the Cullens think they were going to do with her? Jacob questioned. I glanced around at those who surrounded me. It seems like that is the big question. I loathed not knowing. This was my mate we are speaking of. Something is not right with the Cullens, and I was determined to get to the bottom of it. What are you up to, Carlyle? I muttered to myself. LPOV. Bells, where the heck are ya? I yelled out as I ran up the front steps of the black house. I threw open the front door while scanning the room for my sister from another Mr. Woman, where the flying flip are you? I called out again. What's the matter, you crazy ass wolf? I was soaking in the tub, Bella shouted out to me as she ran into the living room while wrapped in nothing more than a towel. Girl, we have a huge update. I mean a massive kind of huge. The kind of huge update you hope for, but when it happens, you can't believe it. I quickly responded. Can you wait a moment while I dry off and throw some clothes on? She asked me while gesturing to her barely covered person. Make it quick, woman. While you're at it, make sure you look hot. I ordered her while gently pushing ahead of me and into her room. Huh? Why? She asked while looking over her shoulder at me. It's all a part of the info I have to tell you. Get a move on, chica, I said while smacking her butt. Fine, but it's not fair that I have to wait. Just start telling me while I get dressed, she ordered. Oh, and keep your paws to yourself. My posterior development is a no-go zone. But it's so round and smackable, I teased. Sorry, babe, but I'm taken. You lucky bitch. If I wasn't so happy for you, I'd be jealous, I told her. She waved away my comment as she finished getting dressed. Now what is so important that you had me cut my bath short? How's this for important? Jasper, whatever his last name is, showed up, and boy did he have some very interesting stuff to say. Her eyes bugged out as she processed what I said. Jasper's here, I nodded. Yup, and let's just say that what Jasper told your Marcus seems to have pissed your man off. I can believe it. Marcus will be in protection mode. I imagine he wasn't too happy that a member from the Cullen Coven showed up. That's putting it mildly. I gotta say that he has the type of temper that's very composed. But if you look at his eyes, you know crossing him will not end well, I informed her. She smirked. Sounds hot. Yeah, I waved her off. I'm supposed to inform you of what's going on as well as get you to pack up some clothing and any other items you may need. Your mate wants you to stay at their headquarters. He believes you are in even greater danger than originally thought. Wait, what? What the hell did Jasper say? Long story short, he and that Emmett guy you told me about are here. They came to check up on you. Apparently, the Cullens packed up and decided to leave without telling him. When he got back after running off the night of your party, the entire house was packed. They were waiting for Edward to dump you. Those conniving assholes. They planned it. I bet that manly midget had something to do with it, some best friend she turned out to be. Bella ranted. Did Jasper say anything else? He sure did. He told Marcus that he thinks they were messing with you because you are a shield, whatever that means. A what? She asked in confusion. A shield. Marcus said that he would explain it to you when you get to his place. Okay, Then I take it that Marcus is under the assumption that the Cullens are up to something, and that is why he wants me to stay with him, she surmised as she quickly grabbed a duffel bag and hastily threw in some clothing and other necessary items. She was packed and ready to go in under 5 minutes. Impressive. I walked back to the living room with Bella following closely behind me. I threw myself down onto the recliner, turning just enough to throw my legs over an armrest. Well, let's just say that your man is fired up and ready to battle. Plus, he clearly doesn't like the Cullens. It's reasonable to assume those dear suckers are up to something, especially with everything Jasper told him. I trust my Marcus and his instincts. Question: how does the pack feel about me staying within the confines of Vampire Central? She asked while plopping herself down on the sofa to the left of me. I huffed. For the most part, we all get it. You just aren't safe here anymore. Icky Vicky doesn't give a flying flip about treaties and boundaries and has no issue with crossing our borders. I won't lie, Jake is a tad bit bothered by the situation, but his opinion and thoughts in this matter are irrelevant. He can go pound sand for all I care. He has no say, she stated firmly. So you mentioned that Emmett came too. Was he there? She asked. Nope, he was out hunting. Jasper said that Emmett has been so pissed off that he's having issues keeping his crap together, I informed her. Wait, you said Jasper and Emmett are here. You didn't mention anything about Rosalie and Alice. What's up with the Ice Queen and the Circus Reject? I don't know jack about the Circus Reject. Good one, by the way. Jasper did say that Emmett left his wife, who I am assuming is the Ice Queen. I laughingly replied. Yeah, that's the bitch. I wonder what's up with those two, she said while shaking her head. So, Emmett's pissed. That's not a good sign. Why's that? I asked. Let me put it this way. Emmett is such a big guy that it can't be a good thing when he is having problems with controlling himself, she said quietly. When you say big guy, are you referring to height, build, or both? I asked, wiggling my eyebrows at her. She turned to me while giving me that eye of hers. The eye that says she knows in which gutter my mind went into. Emmett is tall and muscular, you perv. That's all I care to say regarding his build, she said. Ah, come on, Bells. Give me the goods. Is this Emmett guy sex on legs or what? I asked in eagerness. Since I never looked at him in a sexual manner, I can't fully answer that. I will say that he is very attractive. However, I always thought that the most attractive thing about him had nothing to do with his looks and everything to do with his personality. He's freaking hilarious, especially when he's making fun of Eddie's uptight ass, she said, giggling. Tapping my finger against my chin, I replied, he sounds like someone I can get along with. Mocking morons is a favorite pastime of mine. Also, it doesn't hurt that he's hot. Slow your roll, white fang. I never said he was hot, she interjected. You said he was attractive. That's enough for me to know he's hot, I told her. Besides, every vampire I have ever met was disgustingly gorgeous. Even the ones I can't stomach, the jerks. Bella nodded in agreement. I always felt like the ugly duckling when I was around the Cullens. Well, it's more like the dirt, poor, ugly duckling. As odd as it sounds, I was more bothered by their frightening amount of wealth than the fact that they were vampires. Bells, I love ya, but you are a special kind of twisted, I joked. In response, she picked up a nearby magazine and lobbed it at my head. Shut it, fur baby. You should be thankful for my quirks. It means you and I can be besties. Ah, yes, we do seems to be simpatico. Good times will always be had by us, I agreed. Now, I hate to cut my teasing Bella time short, but I need to get you to your man. He's probably chomping at the bit, waiting for your arrival. Yes, I'm taking my pet wolf out for a ride, she laughed. I will have you know that I am no one's pet. I just happen to be a source of transportation from time to time. Whatever. Let's head on out, she said while grabbing up her duffel bag, slinging it over one shoulder, and walking out the front door. I quickly followed right behind her. I then ran behind the nearest tree in order to remove my clothing before I shifted. I placed my shorts and tank top in the small bag I always carry with me and proceeded to shift. I motioned with my head to have Bella grab the bag. She picked it up and then climbed up on my back with practiced ease. A moment later, we were speeding through the dense foliage. BPOV. I loved riding around on wolfback. I imagine it is similar to horseback riding but much faster. As usual, Leah didn't disappoint. She ran as if the hounds of hell were closing in on us. I really have a thing for speed. We took a few minutes longer than usual to reach our destination. Knowing Leah the way I do, she did it because I loved riding along on her back. She's a good egg to do that for me. As we neared the massive vampire mansion, we passed a few of the members of the guard. They nodded at me as we passed. I smiled back at them in thanks. The closer we got, the more I was able to make out that everyone was on high alert. Marcus was waiting for me as Leah pulled up to a stop. Both Emmett and Jasper were with him. I dismounted my noble steed and walked over to my mate. He gently took my hand while raising it to his lips and brushing a soft kiss across my knuckles. "Long time no see," I teased. He grinned. "You will not hear me complain whenever I get to spend time with you, dearest. The more time I get, the better. Hopefully, we will be able to do so more often and not because of a bunch of morons are having it out for me," I stated emphatically. "I shall do all that is within my power to see you safe, dearest," he said quietly. I smiled at him in return. Slowly, I turned to get a look at Jasper and Emmett. Jasper was as composed as ever. Emmett, however, looked like he was about to burst. "Hi, Jasper, Emmett," I nodded to them. "So what brings you by, Bella?" Jasper replied with a slight nod of his head. "Belly boo," Emmett gushed while practically jumping up and down in place. "Man, I hate that nickname." I quirked my bitch brow at him. "Now, Emmett, what did I say about you calling me by that heinous moniker? You said that if I kept doing so that you would find a way to light my ass up like a funeral pyre while roasting marshmallows over my burning carcass," he diligently answered. "Yes, so do I need to make a run to the store?" I asked him. "Oh, no, not at all. My most humblest apologies," he said while bowing to me. "Good," I said succinctly. "Now, would someone care to enlighten me as to what exactly is going on? Wasn't Leah was supposed to tell you?" Emmett replied. "Yes, Emmett, but I got the Cliff Notes version. I want the juicy details, if you all don't mind." "No worries, my dear, we shall catch you up on everything you missed," Marcus reassured me gently. Turning to glance at those who were standing around, he said, "Let's adjourn inside so that Isabella may be comfortable. Jasper, Emmett, come with us. The guard are to continue with surveillance. No one is to come onto the property without authorization from me," he ordered. To Leo he asked, "Would you care to join us, my dear?" "Hell, yeah," she responded. MPOV. I quietly watched the interactions between my mate, Jasper, and Emmett. The lines between Isabella and Emmett were very strong. While I could see spots where the cord that linked them together had weakened, they were definitely very close. They have one of the strongest sibling bonds I have ever come across in my very long lifetime. With time, I believe it is possible for them to regain their closeness. Jasper's lines to my mate were not as strong. This is most likely due to the fact that the Cullens intentionally kept Jasper and Isabella apart. It is my belief that they didn't want her to have anyone to support and defend her, which would leave her entirely helpless. This is just one of many mistakes that dear Carlyle is going to pay for. While they succeeded, for the most part, in keeping them separated. Jasper was still able to grow some attachment to Isabella. Jasper, if you will, please inform Isabella the reasons as to why you and Emmett have arrived. Leave nothing out. She hates be kept in the dark, I ordered. Yes, Master Marcus, he replied as he went into his explanation. I watched my beloved one as Jasper gave her a very detailed explanation as to what had been going on with the Cullens. I was greatly concerned about this causing her more pain, but as I watched her, the only emotion I was able to pick up from her was anger. She was quite livid and deliciously so. So basically, the Cullens deliberately messed with me. That I get. It's the why that is eluding me, she said. Bells, you are what is referred to in our world as a shield, Jasper informed her. So what the heck is a shield? She asked. Dearest, as you are aware, some vampires are born into this existence with special gifts. A shield is highly coveted by vampires. You, essentially, are able to offer protection. Now, based on Jasper's observations of your gift, you definitely have a mental shield. And it's this shield that kept Eddie, the bunny sucker, from reading my thoughts, she said. Yes, but what you need to understand is that for your shield to be strong enough to stop a vampire from reading your mind, it must be very powerful, Jasper confirmed. Let's not forget that Bella is shielding without effort, Emmett piped in loudly. I saw a bit of confusion in her eyes, so I elucidated it for her. You are doing it unconsciously. Many vampires take years to develop their gifts to the point where they can use them without thought. You have already mastered that aspect, and you didn't even know you were doing it. So that's a good thing, right? Yes, we shouted in unison. Good. I'm just glad Eddie couldn't mind rape me like he does to everyone else. She responded with a chuckle. I think we can all admit to be a tad bit jealous about that, Jasper teased. Hey, don't forget to tell her about the physical shield, Emmett told Jasper. What's physical shield? She asked. She leaned against the back of the couch. While rubbing her temples to probably soothe an oncoming headache, she reached over and grabbed a hold of my hand. I need a drink. I'm in information overload. I can get her one, Lear offered. The kitchen is down the corridor and to the right. You'll see it. Water is in the refrigerator, I told her, not taking my eyes off of my mate. I wrapped my arms around her gently and gathered her closer to me. Within a few moments, she was asleep. Oh, she's asleep, Leah said as she came back in with a bottle of water in her hand. Yes, she just fell asleep. I don't think she went to sleep at all after she got home, I said quietly so I wouldn't awaken my love. She wasn't asleep when I picked her up, so you are probably right, Leah agreed. We will postpone the remainder of this conversation until after Isabella awakens. I am going to take her to her room. We will see you all later, I told them while on my way out of the room. I halted mid-step and turned to look over at Lear and Emmett. Perhaps now would be a good time for the two of you to clear the air over what happened when you first arrived, Lear. LPOV. I nervously walked back to the couch and plopped down onto it. That Marcus was a sly one to put me into the position where I had to tell Emmett. I looked over at the hunk and was greeted by his drop-dead, sexy grin. Okay, Leah, it's time to put your big, girl bra on. Leah, is there something you need to tell me? He asked with a smirk. Actually, yes, there is. I don't really know how to tell you though, I admitted. How about you just spill it? I prefer things to be straight up at all times, he suggested. Fine, I agreed. How's this for being straight up? Emmett, I am printed on you. His grin got even bigger if that were even possible. The hot dog was always sporting grin. So, my sexy, native goddess, what exactly does it mean to imprint? Am I close to assume that it's similar to vampire mating? If what I know about vampire mating is accurate, then you assume correctly. I answered a tad bit too quickly. Well, if that's the case, Then lucky me, he grinned. While I am happy you don't seem to want to run out on me, aren't there any questions you have? Nah, he waved me off. If there's one thing I have learned, it is that fate will always have its way. Fate put us together, so I'm not questioning it. You've got to learn to just roll with the punches. Besides, you are totally my type. I crossed my arms over my chest. Raising my chin, I asked, how the heck do you know whether or not I'm your type? We just met. Feisty, I like that. And to answer your question, you're freaking gorgeous. So in terms of physical attraction, I have no complaints. As far as your personality, I also have no complaints. From what I have seen and have experienced, you are my type. Again, I see no cause to worry, he stated firmly. I guess this means we need to get to know one another better. By all means, let's talk, he replied while walking over and sitting himself down next to me. By the looks of it, we'll have plenty of time, he agreed. We spent the next few hours just talking. He willingly answered all of my questions, even the ones that could be considered too personal or rude. In turn, I did the same. Surprisingly enough, he was easy to get along with. Who knew that a shifter and a vampire could not only get along with one another but also be fated to be together? I guess he was right. There really was no reason for concern. BPOV. I slowly woke up while stretching my arms above me. I wasn't sure for how long I had been asleep, but it was one of the most restful sleeps I had ever had. A gentle hand softly caressed my cheek. I reached over and grabbed it with one of my own and brought it to my lips and placed a soft kiss on the palm. Good morning, dearest, came the quiet response. How long was I asleep for? I asked. You slept for just under 4 hours, Marcus replied quietly. I bolted upright. Seriously? That's all I slept for? Marcus gazed at me quizzically. Is that alright with you? It's more than alright. I feel like I've slept for a week. I don't remember ever sleeping that well, I laughed. Oh, I forgot about Leah. I yelped, remembering my sister from another mister. Marcus placed a gentle hand on my arm to calm me. Leah is fine, dearest. She and Emmett are having a much-needed discussion. Much needed, you say? I grinned knowingly. You wouldn't happen to be referring to the fact that Leah imprinted on Emmett, would you? Marcus's eyes widened briefly. How in the world did you figure that out? He asked in wonder. I grinned. I'm just good, I teased. Seriously, though, I saw Leah and her reaction when she scoped out Emmett. It was easy to put two and two together. You are really very observant. I cannot recall ever having met a human that saw as much as you do. I wonder, he said more to himself than to me. What do you wonder? I asked. I will let you know when I figure it out. It's nothing distressing, I promise. He patted my arm in an attempt to assure me. On another note, Leah may have imprinted on Emmett, but she is also his mate. It would seem that they are twice blessed. Wow, I bet that's never happened before, I said in surprise. Looks like fate really wanted them to be together. He nodded. It would seem so. Well, good for them. I have said a few times that I always liked Emmett. I think they would be good for one another. I think they will be able to balance each other out. I have yet to witness a mating that was incorrect, he said. Would you care to refresh yourself? While you were sleeping, I had a member of the guard run out to get you something to eat. We will have to stock up on food for you. I would love a shower, if that is all right. And thank you for thinking of me. I smiled in appreciation while leaning forward to place a soft kiss to his cheek. There is no need to thank me, dearest. I exist to care for you, he informed me. He reached out and softly brushed my cheek with the back of his hand. This will be your room while you are here. The shower is through that door. He pointed to the door on the far right of the room. I will bring your things upstairs for you. I leaned closer to him and kissed his cheek. You're wonderful. Thank you. I eagerly jumped up and rushed to the bathroom, eager to get myself under the hot spray of the shower. Once under the cascading shower head, I let my mind wander over the happenings of the past few days. While I was more than cognizant of the danger I was in, I couldn't help the sense of relief I felt, knowing that I was being so carefully protected. I also couldn't wait to get some of the dirt on this newest development between Leah and Emmett. I can only imagine the thoughts running through her sex-crazed mind. That conversation should be interesting. JPOV. I was elated to find out that not only was Bella being so ferociously protected, but that she was also mated to Master Marcus. Anyone with an ounce of intelligence would know that there has never been another individual in history to be so fierce a warrior. He will keep her safe at all cost. The guard was on edge. While they maintained their perfectly crafted masks, I could feel their tension. No doubt they were eager to get their hands on Victoria. The sooner the better. From the intelligence report we received from Master Marcus, it is obvious that Victoria has little to no concern for vampire law. It's almost as if she is deliberately goading the Volturi to take action. Both of these suppositions are in stark contrast to the actions that she would normally take, given her gift of evasion. Clearly, she has it planned out if she is so willing to put herself into the position of getting caught. It's as I have always said. Never underestimate the mind of the insane. They will always have the element of surprise on their side. The trick is to look deeper into their actions in order to ascertain what their true purpose is. Only then can countermeasures be taken. I eagerly look forward to working alongside the guard in this matter. Rumor has it that Master Marcus was the one to train the oldest of the guard, the elite. I have heard that his training methods were unorthodox at best but very fruitful. The Volturi guard never lose. I have often contemplated joining the guard in the past. To be honest, I only stayed with that pixie skank and the rest of that pathetic excuse for a family because I could sense the deception oozing off of every one of them except Emmett. The fools seemed to often forget that I am an empath. Of course, I never let them know just how powerful my gift truly was. I believe that the element of surprise will always give a tactical advantage. Thankfully, I learned to guard my thoughts throughout the years when Eddie was in the vicinity. I learned early on that he liked to traipse around in the thoughts of others. If anyone thought of something he did not approve of, he immediately ran to Carlisle to tattletale on them. He managed to do that to me one time and one time only. I always learn from my mistakes. I would still be there, in that hellhole, gathering as much intel as possible. Unfortunately, this situation with Bella made it imperative that I leave sooner than planned. It was a great coincidence that Emmett shared a similar mindset. We both felt a brotherly affection for her which helped to drive our need to protect her. I only wish we could have protected her sooner. Then we might have been able to spare her some of the pain she has experienced. Nevertheless, we are here now, and we are determined to protect our little sister at all cost. DPOV. We need to contact Master Marcus immediately. If we can eliminate this group of newborns, we may be able to contain the threat of exposure just enough to buy us some more time. I whispered to Felix. We stood on the ledge of a high-rise in downtown Seattle, watching a group of 20 newborns fight amongst themselves. There was no sign of a leader in sight. This group was clearly left unattended. I have just texted him. He has ordered us to eliminate all but one. We are then to question the remaining newborn. We are authorized to use torture if necessary, Jane informed us. I glanced back down at the screaming newborns. Watching us two in particular began tearing at each other. Okay, we go in as usual. Alec, incapacitate them. The moment Alec released his gift and all the newborns froze in disorientation, we jumped down off the ledge. It took only a few moments for us to rip them apart. We immediately started a bonfire and threw the body parts in. As ordered, we kept one alive for interrogation purposes. Alec, Can you release only her head so that she can answer our questions? I asked. Yes, he answered succinctly, removing enough of his fog-like gift to release the girl's head. The moment her eyes were able to focus, the questioning began. Who are you? I asked. She trembled in fear, refusing to look me in the eye. I reached forward and grabbed her chin, forcing her to look up at me. I repeat. Who are you? My name is Britannia. What have you done to me? She asked in panic. We asked the questions. Where is Victoria? Jane asked her angrily. I don't know Victoria, she fearfully replied. Really? Then who is your leader? I queried. Riley is. And where exactly is this Riley? Jane inquired. I don't know, Bree answered wearily. A moment later she was screaming and convulsing in agony. I looked to Jane. She grinned maniacally while using her gift on the girl. Jane, she can't answer if she's screaming, I stated. With a sigh, Jane released Bree immediately. When was the last time you saw him? I asked in annoyance. He left hours ago. He said he had work to do. I take it he didn't mention what work he had to do, Felix piped in. She shook her head. No, he never tells us where he's going. He just tells us to stay hidden. I stared at her a moment. She was unusually calm for a newborn. There was a strong possibility of her having a gift. Jane, text Master Marcus and apprise him of the situation. Ask him if he would like us to eliminate her as well, I ordered. We waited a few moments while Jane received our orders. Master Marcus has ordered us to bring her back to headquarters with us. She is to remain unharmed. Then so be it. Let's go before anyone notices us. I ordered. Felix stepped forward while picking Bree up to carry her along with him. We all sped off back to headquarters. I was eager to find out the reason behind Master's desire to spare this newborn. MPOV. The text I received from Jane was encouraging the guard was doing a superb job. I was thankful for their loyalty. I was talking with Jasper while waiting for Isabella to finish freshening up. Our conversation was geared toward the Cullen Coven as he was giving me some very interesting intel as to what Carlisle's behavior has been like. I was completely absorbed into what Jasper was telling me that what happened next came as quite a surprise. It wasn't even a full 5 minutes after receiving Jane's text did I witness a new, bright, gold thread shoot out from Jasper, heading toward the same direction my guard was currently in. Well, would you look at that? I then pulled out my cell and answered Jane's newest text. Things really did just get more interesting. BPOV. As soon as I was finished with my shower, I wrapped myself up in the fluffiest towel I have ever seen and headed back into my temporary bedroom. True to his word, Marcus had my duffel bag waiting on the bed for me. I rifled through the ample amount of clothes I brought along with me and chose some jeans and a t-shirt. Under the circumstances, it didn't feel appropriate to dress up. Comfort was what I was looking for. Once finished getting dressed, I ran a brush through my long hair, opting to put it back into a French braid. I didn't feel like dealing with it any more than was necessary. Plus, not only would keep it out of the way, it would also keep me from looking like a slob. I glanced at the mirror and declared myself ready to deal with others. I was a bit over-eager to get the skinny from Leah. She'd better spill too. She's spent the past several days harassing me about Marcus. Girlfriend owes me. I slipped out the door and into the hall when I heard booming laughter. So it would seem that Emmett was in a good mood. He's such a loud mouth. I followed his boisterous laughter which led me downstairs, through a long hallway, and out the back door. There I was greeted with the sight of Marcus speaking with Jasper. Emmett was off to the side with Lear and her brother, Seth. There were several guard members and wolves, minus Jacob, standing around as well. Everyone appeared to be somewhat relaxed. Well, everyone who wasn't Jasper, that is. I wonder what he was picking up on. Marcus turned to me and held out his hand. I quickly walked over and placed my hand in his. He brought it to his lips and kissed the back of it. I winked at him in response. So what have I missed? I asked eagerly while bouncing on my toes. My gaze landed on Leah, who just happened to turn around and look at me. I raised my eyebrow at her in question. Well, dearest, we do have a brief update. The guard I sent off to Seattle happened across a group of 20 newborns. All but one have been eliminated. They are currently en route to here with said newborn, Marcus enlightened me. I take it you want info, I said matter-of-factly. I eyed him more closely and noticed a barely perceptible glint in his eyes. Now why do I have the suspicion that there is more that you aren't saying? I asked. He grinned. You have that suspicion because you seem to be quite adept at reading people. Am I to also assume that you're going to make everyone wait to find out? I asked him, already knowing the answer. You assume correctly, my heart. Sometimes the best thing to do is to have patience and wait, he replied. I tightly grabbed a hold of his arm, forcing him to look me in the eye. Whatever it is that you know, it's a big deal. That I can tell. His only response was to wink at me. I gave him a shove. Well, I tried to give him a shove. It's like trying to shove a brick wall. No worries, Bella, the guard should be back in a few minutes, Jasper spoke up. I can wait, I said almost convincingly. They both laughed out loud at that. Well, I can, I said again. Of course you can, dearest, Marcus said, trying to placate me. Are you guys messing with Bella without me here? Leah walked over with Emmett on her heels. Yes, they replied simultaneously. Oh, good, I was afraid I might have missed out on it, Leah joked. I stuck my tongue out at her. Why don't you go back to making googly eyes at Emmett? I'm shocked you were able to take your eyes off him at all. I teased and was immediately rewarded with Leah's face turning a lovely shade of pink. Hey, how do you know what's going on? You were asleep for hours and only woke up a short while ago? Leah asked while turning an accusing gaze toward Marcus. Marcus raised his hands in innocence. I didn't tell her. She figured it out on her own. She is very insightful, or have you forgotten? Good going, Bella, I wanted it to be a surprise, Leah said. Please, Leah, when I came out here you were practically humping Emmett where you stand. A blind man would have picked up on it, I informed her. Leah shrugged in response, well you can't blame me. Come on over here to my office, and I'll tell you all the deets, she said, gesturing with her head to the opposite side of the yard near the tree line. I looked over to Marcus. I'm heading over to the office to get the goods. Don't say anything without me here, I ordered him. I wouldn't dream of it, he retorted with a smirk. MPOV. I watched as my beloved mate and her best friend went over to their office to have an in-depth discussion, or as Isabella would say, have Leah spill her guts. My beloved's playful nature was reminiscent of Didim's nature. The only difference was that Isabella was much more outgoing. It is good to see Bella have such a loyal friend, Jasper piped up. Indeed, they are as close as sisters, I agreed. I guess that makes Bella my sister for real, Emmett said. It doesn't work that way, Jasper informed him with a shake of his head. While I can clearly see the sibling bond you have with Isabella, the fact that she and your mate are as close as sisters does not in any way indicate that you and Isabella are actually related now, I enlightened him. Geez, people, give a guy a break, he responding, storming off to go bother the ladies some more. He mumbled about not being allowed to have his way as he stomped his way over to them. He is very childlike, I turned to Jasper. He is, but he can also be very fierce when the need arises, Jasper said in what I assumed to be his customary southern drawl. I watched my mate interact with her pseudo-brother for a few more moments. They really did behave like siblings. It was uncanny. The sound of running through the surrounding underbrush caught my attention. It would appear that Dmitri and the others would be here momentarily. Ah, finally, Jasper quietly said. I couldn't help but agree with this sentiment. I looked up in time to see Dmitri break through the tree line with the others following close behind. The newborn was being carried by Felix, and it was clear that Alex still was using some of his gift on her. The only thing this young girl was able to do was look around her with obvious fear in her ruby eyes. I heard a subdued growl coming forth from Jasper. I turned to him with the barest of grins. Will you be able to contain yourself long enough for us to get the intel they were able to pull out of her? I asked. Yes, Master Marcus, forgive me. I lost a bit of my control there for a moment, Jasper apologized. I patted his shoulder. No apologies necessary. It's an instinctual reaction to see one's mate being restrained by another like that. He turned and gaped at me for a moment before turning back to his now standing mate. I see, he stated. Master, Dmitri greeted me as he bowed his head with his usual respect. Dmitri, I responded in acknowledgement. Enlighten us, I ordered. Jane stepped forward. Master, the other newborns were destroyed as ordered. This one had no information on Victoria, but she did speak of a Riley. I looked over to the newborn. Alec, release her. Leah, if you would, guard Isabella, I ordered. You've got it, boss man, Leah responded. I watched as the girl shook herself immediately after Alec released her from his gift. She frantically looked around herself trying to gather her bearings. She paused the moment her gaze landed on Jasper. She held his stare for a moment before turning to look at me. Who are you? I am Marcus, one of the 3 kings of our kind, I replied. And who are you? I'm Bree. Are there really kings? She nervously asked. Kings? She asked again. Clearly whoever your creator is failed to do their job. Do you know who your creator is? I asked sternly, angry that a newborn had been without the necessary information about our kind. I'm not sure. Riley was there when I woke up. Riley? What do you know of this Riley? I demanded. Riley tells us when to eat. He tells us to stay out of sight. He leaves us all the time, because he says he has work to do. Have you ever seen Riley with a woman with wild, red hair? Jasper interjected. She shook her head. No, he's always alone unless he brings more like us. What the hell? You meant to say that this Riley is deliberately leaving newborns to fend for themselves so that he can go off and do whatever? Emmett boisterously spoke up. It would appear that he is doing just that. He either doesn't know of our ways, or he simply just doesn't care, I said thoughtfully. I have the very distinct impression that he was not taught our ways by his own creator. In fact, I believe his creator is none other than Victoria, Jasper said. Wait, why the hell would the red bimbo even create Riley to begin with? Alec asked. The answer is really quite simple when you think about it. She has him doing her dirty work, I supplied. Precisely, the fewer that know of her, the less likely that she can be busted for breaking the law, Jasper said. Hold on, Emmett said. Up to this point, it doesn't seem that she is being especially careful. It looks like she's trying to get the Volturi's attention. Oh, she is, Jasper answered. However, it's not herself she's hoping will get caught. She's using Riley as her scapegoat. She knows that if we catch him, we will kill him. I can pretty much guarantee that Riley doesn't know much about Victoria either. Nope, because that would be a liability. And with her gift of evasion, it's definite that she will have put safeguards in place so that she doesn't get caught, Jasper agreed. I have a question, my mate piped in. We all turned to her, giving her our undivided attention. Riley is a newborn. How is he able to turn anyone without being overtaken with bloodlust? That's a very good question, Felix said. Yes, and he can't be that much older than the other newborns, said Jasper. Can you determine how old he is based on his eye color? Leah asked. For the most part, I said, turning to the newborn. What color are Riley's eyes? They are dark red, she responded hesitantly. Dark red, so that would mean he is not yet a year old. Riley is still a newborn himself, Jasper reasoned. So he has newborn strength on his side, Alex said absent-mindedly. What if he had help other than Victoria? My mate said. We all turned to her, surprised at her insight. That's an excellent question. Any ideas on who? Jane asked. Yeah, she quickly replied. The Cullens. Whoa, why the hell didn't we see this sooner? It all makes sense, Emmett yelped. To think, they planned that party, planned on Bella getting hurt, Jasper said while running his fingers through his hair. If that's the case, then they planned James, Victoria, and Lauren showing up, Isabella said. Okay, wait, if this was all planned, then Victoria is not trying to kill Bella, Emmett retorted. She's trying to catch her, Jasper said, finishing the thought. But what about the wolves? Isabella asked. The wolves are in the way, I said solemnly. Why would the Cullens go through all this work to get their hands on a human girl? Jane asked in confusion. Her shield, Jasper said succinctly. All eyes turned to look over at my mate. Some were disbelieving while others were resigned to the truth. The Cullens wanted her for her gift. What is the big deal about having a shield? Felix asked. The big deal, Fix, is that she is human and already has some control over it, Dimitri replied. All right, I'm just going to put this out there. What if there's more to her shield than what we already suspect? Emmett suggested. The Cullens want her for it. They have gone through a great amount of effort to get her. Clearly, there must be more. They wouldn't do all this for an average shield, I said. No, they wouldn't. Which makes you wonder just how powerful Bella is going to be once turned. Jasper wondered. There's really only one way to find out, my mate piped in. She walked over to me and grabbed a hold of my hand. You need to change me sooner rather than later. We can't have an uncontrollable newborn on her hands, Jane replied. Possibly, but we also can't afford for them to get their hands on Bella, Jasper. May I also point out that Bella should be able to fight for herself, Leah said in Isabella's defense. I dreaded the thought of my mate having to fight, but if I were honest, she was already in harm's way. By changing her now, she would at least have a fighting chance. I will be changing Isabella sooner than planned. I gently squeezed her hand more for my comfort than her own. With your permission, I would like to train her, Jasper volunteered. Excellent, Jasper, we are aware of your background of training Maria's newborns, I said in agreement. Well, it looks like Badass Bella will be making an appearance soon, Emmett joked. I hate to put a damper on Emmett's premature celebration, but Jake is going to be pissed, Paul pointed out. Seriously, I don't give a flying fuck what Jake thinks. I don't answer to him. He can either deal with it or go pound sand, my mate snarled. The wolves all nodded their heads in agreement. Go pound sand, Leah laughed. That's a good one. Emmett joined in with her laughter, and they high-fived each other. We'll deal with that if and when it becomes an issue. For now, Isabella and I are going to go talk. I want the rest of you to train the wolves in how to combat newborns, I ordered while walking Isabella back to the house. I dreaded the thought that my mate was a target. I feared the idea that Carlisle was behind all of it, and I mourned the friend that I once thought I had. I never suspected Carlisle of such deceit. I led Isabella to the sitting room where we could have a pseudo-private conversation. Dearest, if you don't mind, I need to call my brother, Harrow, and inform him of this latest news. I should not be too long. Okay, you go have your conversation. I'm going to grab a bite to eat. She reached up on her tiptoes and placed a warm kiss to my cheek while walking out of the room. I took an unnecessary breath and pulled out my cell phone. BPOV. When I walked into the spacious kitchen, I stopped dead in my tracks. The kitchen was something out of a chef's dream. There was even a Thermidor 6-burner stove. Why would vampires need a chef's kitchen? I get the need to blend in, really I do. But what purpose could having professional-grade appliances serve them? I shook my head in disbelief and made my way over to the fridge. The moment I opened it, I sighed in relief. How had Marcus known that I absolutely love Panera? That man was so thoughtful. I grabbed up the Panera bag and a bottle of water from the fridge. I made my way over to the breakfast nook situated directly in front of the gorgeous bay windows that overlooked the backyard. From this position, I was able to watch the training session that was going on. Even from here I could see that Emmett was joking around. I swear he has the mentality of a 12-year-old, the Duffus. I sat down and dug into the bag, pulling out a large Greek salad. Again, how had he known that Greek salad is my favorite? I decided to find out his sources, although I was highly suspicious of Lear at the moment. I absent-mindedly watched the wolves grappling with the guard. My mind, however, was on my imminent change. I realized at that moment that I was probably eating my last meal as a human. Oddly enough, the thought didn't seem to bother me. It took me no time at all to scarf down my food. I was pretty hungry after all. I hadn't eaten in over 10 hours. With a final glance out the window, I made my way up to my room so that I could brush my teeth. I flung open the door only to be greeted with the sight of both Lear and Jane waiting inside. For me, Lear was vibrating with barely contained energy, while Jane remained her usual subdued self. "Hello there, ladies, what you doing?" I asked them. The two in question shared a quick look before Lear piped up. "We have taken it upon ourselves to help you get prepared for your change." I quirked a brow and walked over to the bed, sitting down directly across from Lear. "Pray tell, what do you mean by prepare? My lady, you are aware that vampires do not change. Our bodies remain constant. What I am trying to say is the state your bodily hair is in will remain after your changes," Jane replied. Lear jumped in. "Jane is saying that if you're a hairy ape when you change, you will always be a hairy ape. So we are here to help you remove any and all unwanted body hair." My brows shot up into my hairline. Holy cripes, I never thought of that. You're right. I refuse to go into immortality with hairy freaking legs. Yup, and I'm hoping this also means that you're also refusing to go into your immortality with a hair cooch, Lear said with a shiver. With my eyes popping out of my head, I replied, "Oh, hell no. I refuse to have any hair on me that is not the hair on my head, my eyelashes, and my eyebrows. The rest of that crap can go." Lear stood up while rubbing her hands together. She bent over and picked up a bag that had been sitting on the floor by her feet. "Wonderful. In this here bag we have purchased all of the items necessary for your preparations. When the heck did you two find the time pick up all of that stuff?" I asked, gesturing to the bag. "My lady, Lear and I have maintained contact with one another for the past few days," Jane admitted. "What? You never told me, Lear. I feel betrayed." "Oh, and Jane, please do not call me that. This is not the 15th century. Bella will do," I said while giving Lear the stink eye. "Ah, come on, Bella, I would never betray you. You are my bestie. It's just that Jane and I kind of saw where you and Marcus were going. Frankly, you should be honored. You have been the star of many gossip sessions. It's like you're a celebrity," Lear said, trying to talk her way out of trouble. "Fine, whatever," I said, waving off her explanation. "While I am all for mowing the lawn, I am supposed to meet Marcus down in the sitting room." "Yeah, about that. We kind of told Marcus that you needed us to help you get ready for your change. He gave us the go-ahead and asked us to relay the message that he would speak to you when we were finished," Lear informed me. "Plus, he was still on the phone." "Well, okay, let's get to it then. The sooner we are finished the better." I gave myself over to their ministrations. They did it all. I was plucked, prodded, and waxed. Leah had way too much fun waxing me. Every strip she pulled off of me had me fighting the desire to yelp in pain. I swear she deliberately caused me agony. I have been getting waxed for 2 years now, and the only time it really hurt was my first time. I'm not sure how long it took to wax all of the unwanted hair off of me, but I hopped into the shower the moment they were finished. I debated taking a bath but decided I wasn't too keen on pulling myself up and out of the tub. Those two exhausted me. I took my sweet time in the hot shower. Part of the reason for taking so long was to annoy the snot out of Leah. The other part was to try to relax a bit. I deserved some relaxation after what they did. When I made my way back into the room, I saw that Leah was armed with a blow dryer and a brush. Jane was nowhere in sight. "Where's Jane?" I asked. Jane got a text. She was ordered to head on out to the backyard to help with the wolves. Some of my fellow canine companions have difficulty with fighting. I think it's because they are too young, but that's just me. "Oh, as long as everything is all right," I responded while waking over to the chair Leah gestured to. I sat myself down and braced myself for what she had planned next. "Stop acting like you're walking to your death. I'm just going to dry your hair and style it. It's a good thing you just got a trim last week. That's one less thing we have to do," Leah remarked. I sat back and relaxed. Leah was so gentle with my hair that I felt myself zone out. My mind began reviewing everything I knew about the transformation. MPOV. I dialed Arrow's personal number. He picked up almost immediately. "Ciao, brother, it is good to hear from you," Arrow answered enthusiastically. "Hello, Arrow, I am calling to give you the most recent update," I informed him. "I thought as much. Are things progressing?" I sent Dimitri, Alec, Jane, and Felix to settle to see if they could find the newborns. They found a group of 20, and they were unsupervised. "What? Why type of foolish vampire would leave a newborn unattended, not to mention 20 of them?" Arrow gasped. "It get more interesting. The guard kept one alive. Her name is Bree. She is roughly only a few months old. She informed us that her creator is someone named Riley. Apparently, he left them alone quite often." "That is insanity," agreed. When questioned, she said that she never saw this Riley with a red head. However, as Jasper has pointed out, it is more than likely that Riley is working for Victoria. "So you believe Victoria is using him to do her dirty work?" "Affirmative. It is the most logical conclusion." Our conversation continued for a few more minutes. I then informed him of our suspicions of the Cullens, and he too was also quite upset by it. "I cannot fathom what has become of Carlyle. I am most disheartened by this news," Arrow confessed. "Trust me, I know the feeling." "And you believe he is after your mate's gift?" he asked. "Yes, it makes the most sense. She would have to have some type of extraordinary gift for him to make all this effort to capture her. I take it you have decided to change her immediately?" he asked me quietly. "Yes, I know having a newborn around will be tricky, but I have a gut feeling about her gift." "What is your gut telling you?" "It's telling me that Isabella will not be like any newborn that has ever existed." "I trust your instincts. After all this time, your instincts have never led you astray." "Good luck, brother. I am eager to meet your lovely mate when the time comes," Arrow said. "Thank you, Arrow. I will call if anything else pops up." "Very good. Ciao, brother," he replied. I placed my cell back into my pocket and went to the sitting room to meet up with Isabella. I knew she was making preparations for her transformation, so I sat down and picked up the book I had discarded earlier. It was 2 hours later when my mate made her way downstairs to me. She was practically glowing as she made her way over to me. I stood and offered her my hand, which she immediately took. "You look stunning," I complimented her. "Why thank you," Kind sir, she replied with a mock curtsy. We both sat down and turned to each other. I know this may seem sudden, I stated. Not really, if you think about it. We are mates, and my place is by your side. To me, the timing has never been an issue. I want to be with you, she firmly stated. I reached forward and gently cupped her cheek in my hand. You cannot know what that means to me. You have completed me, I said softly while leaning closer to her. My eyes were drawn to her full pouty lips as she nervously bit them. Unable to resist any longer, I captured her lips in a searing kiss. After a few moments, our lips parted as we gazed in awe of each other. No longer desiring to hold myself back, I pulled her back into a fiery and passionate kiss. Her arms wound around my neck, pulling me closer to her. I indulged myself for a few moments longer before slowly releasing her lips. Her breath came in soft pants as she struggled to calm herself down. She giggled nervously. Wow, if that's what I have to look forward to, then let's get this show on the road, she joked while managing to help distract us. I threw my head back and laughed. Could she be any more perfect for me? Then with your permission, I would like to take you upstairs to the room I have prepared for you, I said with a smile while offering her my arm. If I didn't know any better, I would think you were trying to proposition me, she teased as she grabbed hold of my offered arm. My love, when the time comes for me to seduce you, you will most certainly know, I informed her. She winked at me. I look forward to it. I led her up the steps and turned down the hallway opposite of where her room was located. We made our way over a closed door and opened it. Directly opposite of the door was a large bed. The room itself remained unfurnished due to the usual violent tendencies of a newborn. Are you ready? As ready as I can be. This is necessary. That's all that matters, she replied while gazing at the bed. I walked her over to it and helped her climb up. She laid down and gave me a soft smile. I sat down next to her while cupping her cheek. As you know, the transformation takes 3 days. The pain will be unbearable. I advise you to go over all of your memories, both good and bad, as you burn. That way, you will be more likely able to retain your memory. I slowly bent down and placed a gentle kiss to her neck. Opening my mouth wide, I bit into her yielding flesh. Her blood flowed quickly, sweet to the taste. I quickly began to pump my venom into her as much as possible before sealing the bite closed. I love you, I said softly, not sure if she had heard me. I stepped back and watched, waiting for the signs that the venom was doing its job. To my utter disbelief, Isabella still remained quiet even after half an hour had passed. She made no sound nor did she move. It would seem that my assumptions was correct. My mate's transformation would be unlike any other in vampire history. While my curiosity had me eager to know why, I was content in the thought that she was not suffering. BPOV. I waited and waited for the burning to begin. I'm not sure how long I waited, but it never happened. Instead of feeling like I was engulfed in flames, I felt like I had just dove head first into a pool of cool water. It was a very refreshing feeling. Oh, I know something was off. I'm supposed to feel like a human torch. I'm supposed to be screaming my head off by now. But all I felt like doing was resting, maybe taking a nap. In fact, that's what I decided to do. A few moments later, and I was sound asleep. JPOV. Master, I came to check up on Bella. I was a bit concerned since she's not screaming or even making a sound, I said while walking into the room. Marcus looked over at me to see me staring at my sister in disbelief. I had a feeling her change would be different, he explained. Clearly, you were correct, I said. She is going to be very powerful, Jasper. We must do everything within our power to ensure she is fully trained once she awakens. I have a feeling there is more on the line than just what Carlisle's been pulling. I have a feeling you are correct. Bella will be trained. Of that I can promise you, I assured him. We both turned to continue our watch over Bella, grateful that she didn't feel any pain. If anything, she looked like she was sleeping. My sister was going to be a badass, as Emmett claimed. CPOV. What the hell do you mean that you can't see her anymore? I roared while backhanding Alice across the face. I told you to keep an eye on her. Alive cowered away from me while trying to put some distance between us from her position on the hardwood floor. Her fingers moved across her face where the impact of my strike managed to form a jagged crack along her cheek. She looked back at me with terror in her eyes. I had been keeping an eye on her. She just dropped out of sight right after Victoria killed her father, she said. Enlighten me, Alice. Exactly when did you lose sight of her? She hung her head, refusing to look at me. It's been a little over 6 months, she answered quietly. 6 months. I screamed as I rushed over to give her a hard kick to her abdomen. She flew across the room and hit the wall with a loud thud. She slumped to the ground with a groan of agony. And you? I said while pointing to Edward. How the hell did you not pick it up in her thoughts? I don't know for certain, but I think Alice may have managed to block her thoughts from me, Edward explained while eyeing me warily. Are either of you aware that you both may have lost us a valuable prize? We needed her. We cannot hope to defeat them without her. I continued to angrily pace back and forth, trying to come up with some way to salvage the situation. You two better hope you will be able to maintain your existence once I have notified our masters. One more mistake like this one, Alice, and I will personally relieve you of your head and force you to watch as I dismember your body and burn each limb one at a time, I threatened as I stormed out of the room. I had a call to make, and due to the incompetence of those two morons, I will be lucky not to lose my own head. Damn. It's getting so you can't rely on anyone anymore. BPOV. I slowly came to while stretching my arms high above my head. Wow, I have never woken up feeling this good, and that includes the first time I slept here. Which, ironically enough, was only a few hours ago. I looked around and discovered that I was alone. I wonder where Marcus is. I expected him to be here waiting for me to wake up. Wait a minute, Marcus changed me. I distinctly remember him biting into my neck, but I never burned. Did I even change? What the hell happened? I ran into the bathroom to check myself out in front of the mirror. The sight that greeted me was not at all unpleasant. My hair seemed more lustrous while also appearing to be a shade or two darker. It was considerably longer. My hair now hung to my hips. My complexion was flawless, and my skin tone hadn't gotten too much lighter. It was my eyes that startled me a bit. Instead of the traditional red eyes that a newborn would have, my eyes were a verdant green hue. I liked them. I left the room in search of my mate. I could hear talking and wrestling going on in the backyard, so I decided to head out in that direction. When I finally got back there, I was greeted with the sight of Marcus grappling with Jasper. Marcus's shirt was torn, giving me glimpses of a very toned and tight body. A body I wouldn't mind getting a closer look at. The guard and the wolves were gathered around them, forming a circle. They were cheering and yelling at the two fighters. Clearly, none of them heard me walk up. So who's winning? I asked. As if on cue, everyone immediately shut up and turned to look at me. I saw that both Marcus and Jasper were gaping. Isabella, Marcus said in shock. He walked over to me with Jasper following close behind him. How are you feeling, dearest? He asked. I feel fine. Why is everyone looking at me oddly? I asked him while noting all of the strange looks I was getting. Isabella, they are looking at you like that because your transformation was a great deal shorter than what it should have been, he answered. How much shorter? I asked curiously. Bella, you only burned for 15 hours, Jasper piped in. Yeah, about that. I didn't feel any burning. Since I wasn't burning, I decided to take a nap, I said matter-of-factly. Well, That did it. Now the guard was really giving me odd looks. What? I asked again. Dearest, not only is your transformation on record for being the shortest, but you didn't feel pain, and you took a nap. I can guarantee that not one vampire that has ever existed was able to take a nap while transforming, he explained. Okay, so I'm an oddball, I said. That's nothing new. No, my love, you are unique, he corrected me. I should also point out that no vampires has ever had eyes that weren't either red or gold. Your green eyes are both stunning and rare. I like them, I admitted shyly while looking down at my shoes. He reached forward to gently grab a hold of my chin and force me to look up at him. There's no need to be embarrassed, beloved. You are breathtaking. Everyone here acknowledges it. Thank you, I replied with a wry grin. Now, if you are amenable, I would like to speak to you inside, he asked. Sure, I agreed while waving to everyone as I followed along with Marcus. We made our way to the sitting room where we always seemed to gravitate to. I sat down and watched him closely. I find myself at a loss for words. You have already surpassed all of my expectations, and if that wasn't enough, it would appear that you were always meant to be one of a Volturi, he declared earnestly. What do you mean by that? Are you referring to us being mates? I asked in confusion. No, I am not. When I first realized that you were outside with us, I quickly checked your bonds. Obviously, the ones you already had strengthened. It was the 2 new ones that I saw that really shocked me. 2 new ones? I asked. Yes, dearest, you have 2 new ones. Both bonds are familiar bonds but not in the same sense that you have bonds with both Jasper and Emmett. These bonds are an indication that you are actually related to the 2 individuals. Like actual family members? I asked. Yes. Do you have any idea who? Yes, and that is what is shocking to me, he informed me. Who are they? I asked, desperate to know. It would seem that my brother, Arrow, is your great-grandfather, and my brother, Keys, is your uncle, he explained with a grin. Seriously? I asked in a bit of a shock. So how many greats would that make for each of them? Yes, my heart, you were definitely meant to be one of us. As far as how many greats, as you put it, I am not sure. I will be contacting Arrow in a bit to inform him. He will more than likely have a genealogy run on you. I smiled. I like knowing that I actually have some family members. After my dad was murdered, it was just me. You will never be alone again, he said while wrapping his arms around me and pulling me into a hug. I placed my head on his chest and just rested there for a few moments. There's one other matter that I wish to bring to your attention, Marcus said softly. What is it? I inquired while turning my head to look up at him. He smiled down at me. You must begin training immediately. You have a gift, a very powerful gift. It is imperative that you hone your abilities and your gift. We don't know how much time we have until everything comes to a head. I understand. We don't have the time to waste, I agreed. Wait a second. Why am I not insane with thirst? I thought newborns were always thirsty. To be honest with you, feeding you slipped my mind. You don't even behave like a typical newborn. You really don't feel any thirst? Nope, none at all. My throat isn't even burning, I explained, gesturing to my neck. Marcus shook his head in awe. Dearest, you have no concept of how truly fortunate you are. Not only are you entirely lucid, but you have no thirst that is unprecedented. Whatever the reason is, you will never hear me complaining. I always thought I'd wake up from my transformation looking and acting like a rabid dog, I joked. Marcus leaned forward to gently kiss my forehead. I'm happy you have been so blessed. So, I guess this means I have to get my butt outside and start training. The sooner the better, my love. Jasper has opted to take on the mantle of being your instructor. However, all of the guard will assist you both when needed, he clarified for me. Well, let us get to work, and by us, I mean me, I teased while standing up. JPOV. I was shocked, well and truly shocked. I wasn't even this shocked when I figured out that the Cullens manipulated circumstances so that Bella would be attacked by James's coven. Leave it to Bella to pull off the impossible. After all of my years of experience dealing with newborns as Maria's second-in-command, this was a first. In fact, this was more than one first. This was unparalleled to any situation I have ever been in, including training Maria's newborns. Clearly, Bella was as powerful as Marcus had predicted. In fact, she may be even more powerful than anticipated. With the possibility of war on the horizon, Bella may very well be our ace in the hole. I looked up to see both Master Marcus and my baby sister approach. Bella was sporting a wry grin. Yet another testament to how different she was from other newborns. So, Jasper, I hear you're the lucky guy who gets to train me, she said smilingly as she approached. I tilted my head in acknowledgement. That is correct. Good, let's get to work, she said while rubbing her hands together as a sign of how eager she was to begin. I looked over at Master Marcus to see him grinning at his mate's antics. He turned his gaze on me and said, "She understands the importance as well as the necessity of beginning her training immediately." Very well, I said, impressed with Bella's ability to adapt. Shall we? I asked her as I performed my best country gentleman act while allowing my southern drawl to come out in full force. Bella responded with a curtsy. Yes, we shall, she replied, mimicking my voice and doing a hell of a job at it. If the two of you will excuse me, I must get in contact with my brothers, Marcus informed us as he leaned down to press a tender kiss to Bella's cheek. Okay, we'll be busy with Jas teaching me how to kick some ass, Bella said, returning Marcus's kiss with one of her own. We watched a moment as Master Marcus walked away. I then turned to my sister. All right, let's just jump into it. I headed back inside to call Arrow. I was eager to inform him of the latest information. Knowing how easily excitable he is, I was certain the news I was about to impart on him would have him bouncing off the walls, as they say. I pulled my cell phone out of my pocket and dialed. As usual, he picked up on the first ring. "Ciao, brother, a call so soon?" he asked. "Yes, and I have much to tell you," I answered. "Let me guess. You changed your beloved mate?" "Yes, and she has proven to be even more unique than I had envisioned," I informed him. "Unique? How so?" "Well, the first thing you ought to know is that her transformation only took 15 hours. I replied, waiting to hear his shocked voice. He did not let me down. 15 hours? He yelped incredulity. Yes, it was only 15 hours. And if you think that is astonishing, then let me tell you that not once did she make a sound. The meow. You can't possibly be serious?" "Oh, yes, I am quite serious. But that is not all," I informed him with a chuckle. "What more could there possibly be? Her eyes are neither red nor gold. They are a very bright and stunning green." There was silence on his end for a few moments. I was sure that he was processing all that I had just told him. "Well, brother, it would seem that you were correct. She is most definitely special." "Indeed," I responded in agreement. "And about her being special, I need you to call Keys in. What I have to say next is for both of you." "There's more?" he asked. "There's more," I said as I walked over to the window to watch as Jasper instructed my mate. I could barely contain the pride I felt as I gazed upon her. "All right, brother." Keys just came in. "Greetings, brother. How are you faring?" Keys asked. "I am doing quite well, Keys. I have been updating Arrow what has happened," I informed him. "Ah, yes, congratulations on the new mate," Keys said. "Thank you, brother, it is appreciated." "Well, Marcus, you said you had something to tell both of us," Arrow piped in. "Indeed. It would seem, brothers, that my mate was always destined to be a part of the Volturi. Obviously, bother, she's your mate, Arrow responded with a slight chuckle. That, dear brother, is not what I was referring to. When she appeared to us after she first woke up, I checked her bonds. She had 2 new ones that, quite frankly, took me by surprise, I informed them. What were the new bonds? Keys asked. To put it plainly, they were familiar bonds to the both of you. Are you serious? Arrow asked. I am very serious. It would seem, Arrow, that you are her grandfather by blood, and Keys is her uncle by blood. I have to agree with you, Marcus. It would seem that she was always meant to be with us, Keys said quietly. This is exciting news. I shall order a genealogy be done on her immediately, Arrow said excitedly. I laughed. I told her you would do that. She knows? Arrow asked. Absolutely. I keep nothing from her, I declared. I cannot wait to meet my niece. It is nice to know that I still have family left after all this time, Keys said softly. I hate to cut this short, brother, but Isabella has begun her training, and I would like to oversee it for a while. Already? Arrow asked in surprise. Yes, Isabella does not like to waste her time. She eagerly jumped at the chance to train. But what about her thirst? Isn't she being too difficult to control? Keys inquired. About that, Isabella has literally no thirst. She's also not behaving like a typical newborn. She is completely lucid and in control, I said with pride. Now I really cannot wait to meet her, Keys said. You will in due time. Until we speak again, brothers, ciao. JPOV. I was not at all surprised by the eagerness that Bella displayed for training. I have never known her to be the type to drag her feet or to procrastinate, especially when things are as serious as they are right now. I just knew she would do well. All right, darling, we are going to go at this from 2 angles. First, I will be teaching you how to do hand-to-hand combat. Second, we will be working on you mastering your gift, I informed her. Tell me what to do, and I'll do it, she eagerly replied. Good. Make sure you keep that attitude. It will go a long way to helping you achieve what we are trying to do here. I signaled for Felix to step forward in order to help me give Bella a demonstration. Felix and I are going to battle each other. I want you to see firsthand how vampires fight. Be sure to pay close attention. Felix stood across from me, eager to get started. He flexed his muscles, attempting to look intimidating. I was prepared for this. Felix, like Emmett, relied mostly on his sheer brawn. The moment he darted toward me, I pivoted at the last possible moment. Grabbing a hold of his arm, I used his own momentum to help propel him across the yard and into a tree. A resounding crack could be heard the moment his body slammed into it. He immediately stood up and came at me again. Again, I waited until he was directly in front of me. At the last possible second, I quickly spun out of the way, using my own leg to sweep him off of his feet. Felix recovered quickly. He lunged forward and grabbed my wrist, attempting to pull me to him. I took hold of the hand that held my wrist and yanked him closer to me. With my free hand, I grabbed him behind his neck and pushed him down. At the same time, I kicked him in the abdomen, sending him flying yet again. Damn, you're good, he grumbled as he stood up, brushing himself off. That will be all, Felix, I told him. Turning to Bella, I asked, what did you notice? Well, for one, Felix always made the first move. Honestly, and no offense to Felix, but that seemed impulsive. Intact, you seemed to anticipate it, she answered. Very good, Bella, you are correct. From watching the way Felix interacted with everyone, I was able to ascertain that he would make the first move simply because he is impulsive. Anything else? There's the fact that while he made the first move, you never gave him the chance to land a hit. Excellent. You are correct. You must try to anticipate your opponent's every action. By doing so, you can make it more difficult for them to get a strike in. So I need to pay close attention to my opponent, she said. Regardless of the situation you may be in, you must always be aware of who is around you as well as your surroundings. I explained further. Now, fighting newborns is altogether different. They don't think nor do they plan. They attack on instinct alone. Due to their superior strength, they are extremely problematic, I told her. But you can work around that, right? She asked. Yes, but you have to pay very close attention to them. Never turn your back on a newborn. If you do, you will very quickly be relieved of your head, I explained. Okay, so you are saying that I always have to be vigilant. Yes, I responded. Now, I would like it if Jane would step forward to fight with you. Have no worries, Bella. We are born into this life with a fighting instinct. The only difference between us and newborn is the fact that we are able to concentrate and think matters through. Do what you feel like you must do. I encouraged her while stepping out of the way to make room for Jane to approach. They stood opposite of one another, sizing each other up. After a few moments, Jane struck out first. Bella, who clearly anticipated the attack, sidestepped the fist that was swung at her. It was clear that she had paid very close attention to what I had told her. The two of them went at it for another 15 minutes before I called a stop to it. Jane was not able to land one hit, while Bella had actually managed to clock Jane across the face with her fist. Bella was a natural fighter. Excellent work, Bella, you did very well for your first time. Now, I want to switch things up a bit. I want you and Jane to go at it again, but this time Jane is going to use her gift. I want you to use the time to try to shield yourself from it, I told her. How am I to know how to shield when I have never consciously done so before? She asked while looking back and forth from me to Jane. Remember what I said. Vampires are instinctual creatures. You will figure it out. Okay, instinctual, I got it, she said. The two circled each other, waiting for the other person to strike first. Again, Jane lunged toward Bella. However, this time when Bella sidestepped the attack, Jane stopped in her tracks while trying to use her gift on her. Bella, for her part, just stood there looking confused. Am I missing something? Bella asked. It's not working, Jane growled out. That's enough, Jane. I anticipated that actually. I just needed to make sure. The reason why it's not working is the fact that Bella has a very impressive mental shield. She has been unconsciously using it since she was human. So does that mean that any gift having to do with the mind can be blocked by her shield? Felix asked. Yes. Edward was never able to read her thoughts. Jane's gift was rendered useless. I would even bet that Master Arrow's gift would not work on her, I answered. Like I've said on a multitude of occasions, I like that the boy Blunder was not able to rifle through my head. Now, is that all my gift is, a mental shield? Bella asked me. No, there is most definitely more to it than just a mental shield, I firmly stated. Okay, but how can you be so sure? Bella asked. Remember when we spoke before about all of the trouble the Cullens went through to get their filthy hands on you? I can tell you from experience that the Cullens would never put themselves out that much for something that wasn't that big a deal to them, I replied. Emmett chose then to pipe in. He's right, Bells. They are such snobs that they refuse to do anything that doesn't benefit them significantly. To them, it's all about what they can get out of it. I nodded, agreeing with him. So based on their actions, I must have another aspect to my shield that I am unaware of. She responded. He is correct, dearest, Marcus said as he walked over to us. Your mental shield, while very powerful, is not unique. Arrow's personal guard, Renata, is a shield. Her shield is mental but, with what you could say, physical properties. So she's both a physical and mental shield? Bella asked in confusion. Not quite, La. She is able to stretch her mental shield out to protect Arrow, making him safe from all mental gifts that would attack him. It's not as if she can create a physical. Marcus hesitated for a moment in deep thought. He then looked at me with his eyes wide. Jasper, I think Isabella has a physical shield. That would be a gift that the Cullens would love to get their hands on. I thought over it for a moment. I think you're right. When I was in Maria's army, she had often spoken about getting her hands on a shield that would be powerful enough to protect her entire army at once. She claimed that there were rumors of a physical shield that had been prophesied about over 1,000 years ago. Curious, this is the first time hearing about it. I will need to contact Arrow to see if he knows anything about. Until then, I think it's imperative to help Isabella with her physical shield, Marcus declared. How do I even figure out what my physical shield is? I've never even used it, Bella said in exasperation. Patience, beloved, you will figure it out, Marcus encouraged her, drawing her into his arms. Jasper, I hate to say it, but I think it is necessary that you use someone with an active gift to help her, he suggested. Agreed. I turned to look over at Alec. You're on deck, Alec, I informed him. Everyone besides Bella and Alec took a step back. We all waited with bated breath to see if Alec's gift would actually work on her. Within a few moments, we were able to see how Bella's eyes seemed to take on a blank expression. It was working. Good, Alec, now make sure she can hear, I instructed him. He immediately complied. Bella, Alec's gift is sensory deprivation. You will need to look into yourself to find a way to stop him from blocking off your senses. You must concentrate, I told her. Now, it was just a waiting game. BPOV. I hated the feeling of not being able to feel, see, even taste anything. I can only assume that I was still able to feel because Jasper wanted me to be able to hear his instructions. Still, not having access to all of my senses was one of the most uncomfortable things that have ever happened to me. I did as instructed and attempted to look inward to see if I could access my physical gift. The longer I took, the more frustrated I became. While I wasn't in any type of pain, I was really beginning to miss my senses. That is what made me uncomfortable. I continued to dwell on how to gain access to my physical shield. Since the term physical is used to describe it, then it only made sense for me to think of it as something that was tangible, something that I could quite literally feel. It was then that I thought I felt something that was rubber-like, similar to what an inflated balloon felt like. In my mind, I pictured myself touching it. Then I imagined what it would be like if the entire thing covered me. I could literally feel myself be encased by it. Instantly, I regained all of my senses. I had done it. I got it. I yelped happily. Perfect. You did well, Bella. Now we are going to work on you pulling it up automatically. It must become second nature to you. You cannot afford to be distracted because you are trying to concentrate on pulling it up. You need it to be a reflex, Jasper said. We ended up spending the next several hours on me perfecting my ability to pull up my physical shield. Each time there was improvement. I also noticed that it became more familiar to me every time I used it. By the time we were finished, I was able to pull it up without thought. According to Jasper, I was a natural. I am proud of you, Bella. I know it's been tedious, but you pushed through and mastered it in just a few hours. If it makes you feel better, most vampires take months to master their gifts, Jasper said, complimenting me. You're right. It was tedious. I'm just glad I was able to pull it off, I responded in relief. Never doubt yourself, Bella. Now, do you need to feed at all? He asked me. Nah, I'm good, I said, waving him off. Dearest, Marcus piped in, surely you must be hungry now. I thought for a moment. Nope, I'm fine. I'm not at all hungry. How is that even possible? Jasper asked. It's possible because she does not require blood in order to feed. She gains energy from nature, we heard coming from the house. All of us turned to see a tall, Hispanic vampire walking over toward us. He had a very beautiful woman walking alongside of him. Greetings, Eliza, it is good to see you, my mate said, walking forward to shake the newcomer's hand. You as well, Master Marcus. May I introduce you to my mate, Carmen? Carmen stepped forward to shake Marcus's hand. He quickly brought it to his lips to kiss the back of it. It is a pleasure, my dear. Marcus turned toward me, and I took a step closer. Allow me to introduce you to my mate, Isabella. Now, tell me, Eliza, what brings you this far from Alaska? Marcus asked. We have two reasons for leaving. The first was the situation in Seattle. Obviously, you are taking care of it. We caught Jane, Alec, Dimitri, and Felix's scents. We figured you would be here at headquarters, Eliza explained. You said there were two reasons. What is the other one? Jasper asked him. The other one is Carlyle, Eliza responded solemnly. What did he do? Marcus asked. It would seem that Carlyle is up to no good, Eliza informed Marcus. We are very much aware that he has been up to no good. What do you know? Marcus asked. Everyone gathered around to hear what Eliza had to say. We had an unexpected visitor last night. She ran to us the first chance she got, he said. Why do I have the distinct notion that you are about to tell us that it was Alice? I surmised. Eliza turned his gaze on me. That would be because I am. Why? Jasper asked. Carlyle has done the unthinkable. He has joined the Romanians with the sole intent of overthrowing the Volturi, Eliza replied. I walked over toward my mate and slid my arm through his. Marcus had tensed up at the news. We have suspected that whatever it was that he was up to would be something this bad. Hearing about it just unsettled me more, Marcus said, explaining his reaction. He placed his arm around my waist, drawing me closer to him. I'm sorry to impart such news to you, my friend. I know how disconcerting it is. I even had trouble accepting that Carlyle of all people would be capable of such treachery. Eliza admitted. What exactly did Alice say? I asked, wanting to get more information out of him. She informed us of Carlyle's betrayal. But not only that, she told us that Carlyle was ordered to find a vampire whose gift was prophesied to be the most powerful physical shield to ever have existed. He answered while looking directly at me. It would seem that Master Marcus got to you first. I knew it. Emmett shouted. A few of the guard members chuckled at Emmett's childish antics. I looked over at him and rolled my eyes. I will say it again. He's such a doofus. Maria always went on about a prophesied shield. I really want to see this prophecy, Jasper responded. I am not sure if Arrow has it among his collection. I do know that the Romanians have a copy of it, Eliza informed him. So the Romanians have been buying their time until they had the shield that would help them win any war they would rage against the Volturi, Jasper surmised. But they don't have her. We do. Doesn't that mean that the Volturi have the upper hand? Dimitri asked. Not necessarily, since we have no idea of their numbers and what types of gifts they have on their side, Marcus explained. All right, we know Carlyle is working for the Romanians, and we know he's looking for Bella. Things just got more real, people, and we need to be prepared for anything, Jasper added. If I were you, I would concentrate on Bella being able to master all aspects of her shield, Eliza suggested. She managed to gain the control necessary to use her physical shield without thought, Jasper told him. Good, that's one less thing to work on, Eliza said. Now, you need to work on the most important aspect. Wait, what do you mean by most important aspect? Wasn't my physical shield it? I asked in confusion. No. My dear, it is not. You have wondered why you are not thirsty. It is because you gather your energy from all living things, including other vampires. Since there is so much boundless energy on Earth, you will also have unlimited energy. You will never need to feed on blood, Eliza informed me. I was stunned into silence. I would never need blood. Am I even a vampire? I know that look, Bella. You are a vampire. You are just a different type of vampire, Jasper assured me with a smirk. He is correct, Isabella. You are most certainly a vampire. Have no fear, Eliza said. Eliza, what did you mean in regards to her gift? Jasper asked. Isabella is a sanguisuge, a leech, he replied. BPOV. I was standing in front of the bathroom mirror just staring at my reflection. Nothing about my appearance screamed vampire, not even my green eyes. Sure, I knew that it was venom flowing in my veins, but other than the venom and my flawless beauty, there was nothing that would indicate what I was just by looking at me. My heart no longer beat, so that was obviously an indicator. Duh, I guess the shock of not being like other newborns hit me harder than normal. I should be accustomed to being different from everyone else. This is just par for the course in my life. After Eliza dropped those informational bombs, I have been feeling on edge. From finding out that the man I had once considered to be a model father, at least before I was abandoned, is nothing more than lying scum to the fact that he is after me due to some freaking prophecy has me a bit freaked out. Thankfully, Marcus quickly picked up on my distress and excused the both of us so that I could gather my thoughts as well as ground my emotions. I didn't put up any resistance as he pulled me with him back into the house. I was desperate at that point to get away for a bit. He led me up to my temporary room, knowing that I would feel more comfortable there. Although there really was no privacy here, the chance to shut out the real world for a while was therapeutic for me. Marcus climbed up onto the bed and pulled me with him. He situated me between his long legs and just held me. I was not sure how long he held me for, not that it mattered anyway. I just needed to feel the sense of security his arms offered me. I am not sure why I feel so freaked out, I admitted to him while snuggling into his chest so that I could get closer to him. You have been inundated with a lot of information, and most of it was unpleasant. It's perfectly natural to be feeling as you do, he assured me as he gently guided his fingers through my hair. He knew how much I enjoyed it when he played with my hair. Marcus, how accurate is Eliza's assessment of my gift? I nervously asked. I felt him place a soft kiss to the top of my head. His gift is the ability to sense the gifts in others. He knows in detail exactly what gift it is as well as the intricacies of said gift. We refer to his gift as ability identification. So there's no chance that he could be mistaken? I asked hopefully. No, beloved, there is no chance, he responded. I sighed in disappointment. I guess I have no choice than to accept things as they are. I'm just baffled about him calling me a leech. Typically, that term is used as an insult for vampires, I pointed out to him. I am aware. I have had the misfortune of hearing some of the wolves referring to us by using that term. However, in your case, it is your gift Eliza was referring to. He certainly wasn't mocking you, Marcus assured me. Oh, I know. It just seems to be a really strange moniker for a gift. Dearest, if you heard some of the terms used to describe some vampire gifts, you wouldn't feel so bad. Name a few, I said, turning to get a look at him. Well, let's start with Jasper. Everyone refers to him as being an empath. However, the technical term is pathokinesis, he grinned. Pathokinesis. You're right. That one sounds odd. Name another, I said. Didymi had the ability to make others happy. We referred to her gift as happiness induction, he said quietly. I reached up to kiss his cheek. I like the idea of someone being able to make others happy. She must have been very special. She was, and she led me to you. Even in her final death, she sought to make me happy. He smiled down at me. I just realized something. Since Arrow is my however many greats grandfather, that would make Didymi my however many greats aunt. Marcus gently brushed my cheek with the back of his hand. You are correct, dearest, he said while hugging me closer to him. I want you to know how much I appreciate the fact that you are not at all bothered by me mentioning Didymi. It means a great deal to me. Why would I be bothered? She made you feel loved and made you happy. You deserve to be loved and happy. If anything, I would thank her. It does not surprise me that fate chose you as my new mate. You have the same inner beauty that Didymi had. It draws me to you like a moth to a flame. Well then, I am honored to share that attribute with her, I said softly. We gazed at each other for a little while longer. The desire to deepen our interaction hung in the air. Yet, we both knew there were too many things to do and not enough time to get them done. Are you feeling more settled? He quietly asked me. I'm not as freaked out as I was. I will adjust, I answered confidently. Good, he said while placing a kiss on my forehead. I must speak with Eliza and Jasper. I must also call Arrow yet. Arrow will have some information that may be beneficial to us. It's time to develop some strategy. All right, I'll be out in a few minutes, I assured him. There's no need to rush. Take as much time as you need to collect your thoughts, he urged me. I sat up while looking deeply in his eyes, gathering the courage I felt I needed. I love you, Marcus, I told him quietly. His answering smile made everything feel so much better. As I love you, dearest. He leaned forward to capture my lips in a searing kiss. We both held back from responding with more passion, but we both knew that the time was soon coming where we would get to explore one another more. Marcus pulled away slowly while sporting a sexy grin. I will see you out there. Thinking back on our interaction, I smiled. It was a comfort to have the love of such an amazing man. Thank you, Aunt Didymi, I softly said as I headed out the door to make my way outside. I could have sworn I heard a very soft, "You're welcome," hang in the air. MPOV. At the rate I keep having to contact my brother, Arrow, I wouldn't be at all surprised if he decided to make an unplanned visit. Out of the three of us, Arrow is the most impulsive one. I wouldn't put it past him. I whipped out my cell and dialed the all-too-familiar number. As usual, he answered immediately. Ciao, brother, do you miss me already? He joked. While it is always good to speak to you, brother, something urgent has come up. Is Keys with you? As a matter of fact, he is. We have been discussing the border issues between two covens. What do you need to speak to us about? He asked. Elazar showed up out of the blue. He has told us some very interesting, if not troubling, news, I said succinctly. What did he say? Keys inquired. Apparently, Alice Cullen ran away from Carlyle's coven and showed up at his house. She informed Elazar what exactly Carlyle has been up to. Then I can assume by your tone of voice that things are much worse than what we had originally feared? Arrow speculated. You assume correctly. It seems that Carlyle is working for the Romanians. What? Keys screeched. I could hear a very loud crash followed by the sound of glass shattering. Calm, bother, you can tear apart the castle after Marcus informs us of everything he has learned, Arrow bargained. Sorry, Keys, I had a feeling it would really piss you off. No worries, Marcus, he replied. Go on, he urged. Victoria is working with the Cullens. As we all suspected, they are all after Isabella. The reason why has been eluding us, until now. Why are they after my granddaughter? According to Elazar, Isabella is a sanguisugge, a leech. Are you serious? Arrow questioned in shock. I am deadly serious. He claims that there is a prophecy regarding the most powerful shield ever to exist. The Romanians want that shield in order to help them overthrow the Volturi. I have that prophecy. It was supposedly made several thousand years ago by the goddess Hecate. I had thought it to be nothing more than a myth. That is why I never even bothered to read it. Now I wish I had, Arrow said. I need you to find it and read it over. Any information you can give me regarding the prophecy will help us, I informed him. Will do, brother, Arrow assured me. Marcus, how is Isabella taking the news? Keyes asked in concern. It overwhelmed her for a bit. She took a break in order to gather her thoughts and to get her emotions back in check. She is very strong, brothers. She will be fine, I assured both of them. We are glad to hear the, Marcus. The moment we hang up, I will go in search of the prophecy. I will contact you once I have read it through, Arrow said. I will be waiting for your call. Until then, brothers, I said as I hung up the phone. It was fortuitous that Arrow was such a hoarder. I had a feeling he was in possession of the prophecy. I'm glad my suspicions were correct. JPOV. Eliza and I decided to take a few minutes to catch up. We hadn't spoken in several months, and there was a lot to talk about. So when did you and Emmett leave the Cullens? He asked. We left the night of Bella's birthday party back in September, I informed him. What caused you both to leave? We found out what duplicitous jackasses they all were. Emmett piped in as he walked over with Lear hanging on his arm. Oh, that's a big word for you, Emmett, Lear joked. Eliza and I laughed. She was right. He didn't usually use polysyllabic words. Very funny, babe, he retorted. Eliza, I would love for you to meet my real mate, Lear. She's one of the shifters, he said with pride. Greetings, Lear. I am happy that Emmett has found someone to keep him on his toes, he teased. Thank you. It's a tough job, but someone has to do it, Lear laughed. It looks like Emmett is the one on the leash here, Carmen supplied with a giggle. We all laughed as Emmett pouted. Why does everyone pick on me? I have been telling you for over 50 years that you are way too easy to pick on. I reminded him. Fine, be that way. I'm going to see if I can get Felix to join me in a wrestling match. Emmett responded as he stormed off. I'm not missing that. I'd love to watch two meatheads fighting, Lear said. I'll join you. I've always been curious who would win in that match, Carmen said as she walked off with Lear. Take a video so we can all watch it later, I told them. They nodded in agreement as they made their way over to where Emmett was attempting to convince Felix. I have noticed there are some relationship changes, Eliza noted. Yes, there most certainly are, I agreed with a smile. Marcus is now mated to the lovely Isabella. Emmett is now mated to Lear. Have I missed anyone else? He asked. Yep, you missed me and my mate, Bree. She's the newborn that's over with Jane, I pointed out to him. I swear that if I find out any more news my head just might remove itself. He responded in exasperation. I think we all feel that way. A lot has changed in not a lot of time. It's overwhelming, I said. Well, there's no use in wasting time complaining. We have work to do. Indeed, and that is the exact reason why I came out to speak with the two of you, Marcus said as he approached us. I have just gotten off the phone with Arrow and Keyes. Arrow does have the prophecy. He's going to read it through and then get back to me with whatever he learns. It's a good thing Arrow is such a hoarder then, Eliza commented. These were my thoughts exactly. Master Marcus, is everything okay with Bella? I asked him when I noticed her lack of presence. She's fine. She just required a little time to process everything, Marcus assured me. Good. Bella has always been the type to deal with the negative and then move on. She never dwells for too long on things that bother her, I said. I hope my information did not upset her too much, Eliza said sadly. Marcus waved off his concern. It is fine. We keep forgetting that she is a newborn. Honestly, she's handling everything much better than what you would expect. Hold on a moment. You said she's a newborn. Exactly how new are we talking here? Eliza asked, looking a tad bit bewildered. She's roughly 7 hours old, Marcus proudly informed him. Elazar's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What? 7? How in the name of all that's holy is she this calm? I shrugged. We are assuming it has to do with her gifts. Plus there is the slight possibility that her being so prepared before she was turned has helped her with the adjustments. Marcus nodded along. Yes, she knew fully what she was getting into. Impressive. She's only into this life for 7 hours and has already mastered one aspect of her gift. That is unprecedented, Elazar said in shock. As I have stated previously, she has far exceeded any and all of my expectations. Knowing that there is still more about her shield she must learn to control makes me eager to watch her in training, Marcus confessed with a grin. Agreed. Just wait until she figures out how to fully control her gift. She will be very nearly indestructible as well as unbeatable, Elazar stated. She is really not going to like that, I pointed out to them. Question: what is the other aspect of her gift you keep referring to? I asked Elazar. Both Marcus and I turned to him, waiting for a reply. She is, as I stated previously, a leech. I don't just mean her ability to leech from all living things in order to gain strength. Isabella has the ability to absorb the gifts of other vampires. She cannot keep those gifts, but she will be able to use them at will. Also, if she were to leech from a vampire without stopping, she can kill them, Elazar replied. And this was prophesied? I asked in utter disbelief. Elazar nodded. Yes, it was. I stand by what I said. She is really not going to like that. Bella, by nature, does not have a cruel bone in her body. Knowing that she has the ability to kill and so easily, is really going to make her pissed. True, but as with everything else, she will handle it with both grace and dignity, Marcus said. Now, let's talk about tactics. We need to start making plans. RPOV. What the hell do you mean by you lost them? Victoria snarled. When I returned from the job that Victoria ordered me to do, I found nothing more than the smoldering remains of the newborns I was responsible for. There were a few unfamiliar vampire scents in the area, but I had no clue as to who they were. I went back to check up on them. They were all gone. There was only ash left and the scents of a few vampires that I didn't recognize. She watched me angrily. I have never seen her this angry before. She's usually so kind and patient. I'm really beginning to wonder what exactly has she dragged me into. APOV. I had buried myself in the farthest part of my vast library, attempting to find Hecate's prophecy. It would appear that I was not as organized as I had once thought. I was having extreme difficulty trying to find it. Even with my vampiric memory, I couldn't recall where I had placed it. Since I wasn't having any luck, I volunteered Keys to help me find it. Of course, he grumbled and complained the entire time. However, I knew for a fact that it was all show. He was as happy as I was to learn that neither of our lines had died out. I think he was secretly excited to meeting Isabella in the near future. You know, once I've located the prophecy, I should fly out to Seattle to meet up with Marcus. I suggested to him. No, was Keys's reply. What do you mean by, no? I asked while looking around the end of the shelf to gaze down the aisle where I knew he was buried in books. You do this all the time, Arrow. You never think things through thoroughly enough. We are needed here. You don't need to come along. You can stay here to protect Volturi. And I can hop on the jet and go to Marcus, I tried to convince him. Is it Marcus you want to see, or is it Isabella? He asked. I hate you, I retorted. He always knows what I'm planning often before I do. It was annoying. Shut it. You love me. You know I'm right, so just accept it, he suggested. I rolled my eyes at that. And don't roll your eyes at me, he ordered. I have no idea what you are referring to. I am above rolling my eyes as you claim, I vehemently denied. Liar. You always roll your eyes when someone says something you don't particularly agree with. I tossed the book aside that I had been tightly clutching in my hand. Think about it, Keys. The Romanians want our Isabella, and she's with Marcus. They're going to converge on their location. I continued to rifle through delicate parchments and ancient texts. I still didn't find the prophecy. You cannot be so sure. Keep in mind that Stefan and Vlad want to overthrow us. Volturi is the capital of the vampire world. It is only logical to assume that they will wish to make a fight here. He disagreed while making some sense. All right, you do make some sense. I wish there was some way to find out what their plans are. I do as well. The thought of anything happening to Isabella before we even get the chance to know her greatly unsettles me, he admitted. I feel the same. We have only just found her, I said in agreement. Oh, Arrow, is the prophecy on very old, very brittle parchment with an extremely odd-looking symbol on it? And is it also written in ancient Greek? Yes, I yelled out, hoping that he had found it. By the way, that weird-looking symbol is called Hecate's wheel. Not that I cared to know that, but I think I just found it, he informed me. Bring it to my study, I ordered him as I rushed out of the library to make my way down to my private study. The door was wide open, and Keys was already seated on a chair in front of my desk. How's your ancient Greek? I asked a resident Viking as I walked around the desk and sat myself down opposite of Keys. Nowhere near as good as yours, he replied. All right, then, let's have it, I said, reaching out for him to hand it over to me. I took it gently from him since it was an original and in very delicate condition. I slowly began to read it over, not wanting to miss any pertinent information regarding my granddaughter. The more I read, the more shock I felt. I really wish I had read through this a millennium ago. What is it, Arrow? You've got that look about you, Keys impatiently asked me. I should have read this over when I first obtained it, I admitted in annoyance. Is it that bad? By bad, do you mean referring to the children of Hecate not being united in a massive war coming that could very well spell the fate of the entire world? I sarcastically asked. Children of Hecate? War? What? Keys stuttered. Well, brother, it would appear that the progenitor of our race was none other than Hecate herself, I informed him quietly while just sitting there in shock. It took us how long to discover that? I snorted. Yes, and that's why I want to kick myself. So Hecate created the vampire race. Does it say why? Yes, it does, I said. During the Second Titan War, Hecate lost more children than any of the other gods and goddesses. In order to try to fill the void she felt after their loss, she created her next child. This child was created to be stronger, faster, more intelligent, and immortal. At first, she kept the child hidden away so that none of the gods of Olympus would find out. Unfortunately, she was betrayed by someone she thought was a friend. When Zeus discovered this child and the child's power, he cursed it. The child would require blood to survive, be vulnerable to fire, and possess the ability to create others like him by means of venom, I explained. This is unbelievable. What happened next? He asked me, leaning forward to rest his arms on my desk. The child grew, and upon reaching maturity, it ceased to age. Hecate went on to describe a millennial's worth of witnessing her son's actions. He apparently had difficulty controlling his hunger, so he created many in his likeness. It was a time of great chaos, I informed him. I am beyond words, he uttered quietly. Hecate was later approached by the god, Prometheus. He had the gift of foresight. He apparently saw that in the future, the descendants of her son would be at war with one another. He prophesied that a mighty aspidar, a shield, would be born. This shield would be unlike any shield to have ever existed. Their birth would be the catalyst to the conflict. The shield is referred to as a sanguisugge, a leech. I put the prophecy down for a moment and stared off at nothing. This must be the most accurate prophecy I have ever heard, Keys added. Agreed. Much hinges on Isabella's gift. That's going to be a great amount of pressure on her, and she is just a newborn, I pointed out. Keys nodded in agreement. True, but Marcus has said that she is strong. We must have faith in her abilities. You are correct. She will have all of our support, I agreed. I take it the outcome of the war was not prophesied? He asked. Two possible outcomes are mentioned. The first one is where humanity is nearly wiped out and chaos reigns supreme. The second one states that the shield will help to bring about peace and unity. Sure. There's nothing to stress about there. Good luck on telling Marcus, he said as he stood up and walked out the door. Coward! I yelled after him. I really did not relish the thought of having to inform Marcus that his mate was the key to the war. He's already overprotective, which is normal for a newly mated pair. I am sure Isabella is feeling just as protective of him. Resigned to get this call over with, I picked up my cell and dialed Marcus's number. After 2 tings, he picked up. I could hear what sounded like training going on in the background. Greeting, brother, I take it you have some information for me, Marcus surmised. You are correct. All right, give me a moment to go somewhere more quiet. Everyone is training at the moment, so it's pretty noisy here, he explained. Okay, what have you learned? I'll just jump right in and give you the most pertinent information. First, the goddess Hecate created a child who would be strong, intelligent, fast, and immortal. Zeus found out and cursed the child to need blood, have a weakness to fire, and possess venom that would create others just like him. A few millennium later, the god, Prometheus, predicted a war between vampires that could possibly destroy all human life. He saw a powerful shield would be born. This shield would wield the power necessary to end the war. However, there are 2 possible outcomes. The first one is that all of mankind is decimated. The second one is peace, I finished. I heard him sigh. So everything hinges on my mate? He asked. Yes, Marcus, it does. I am sorry about that, I said. It's not your fault. Fate just likes to interfere too much and not in a good way. I agree. When will you break the news to Isabella? I asked him, concerned for the conversation he was going to have with my granddaughter. I will tell her the moment I get off the phone. I never keep anything from her. I have been told on numerous occasions that to do so would not end well for me. He joked lightly. I really cannot wait to meet her, I told him. She is eager to meet both you and Keys as well as the wives, he replied. Good luck, brother. Be sure to let us know if you come across any more information, I advised as I hung up. I certainly did not envy the conversation he was about to have. It's a good thing Marcus is known as the greatest warrior to have ever existed. MPOV. I hung up my cell and placed it back into my back pocket. The information he imparted on me regarding the prophecy had me feeling unsettled. The knowledge that everything seemed to hinge on my mate had me struggling to remain in control. I would be damned if I lost another mate. Fate can go to hell as far as I was concerned. I didn't care what I had to do. Isabella would be ready to take on anything. She will succeed. I had faith in her. I looked over to where Jasper was again training my mate. She had such an amazing capacity to learn. While vampires were naturally intelligent and had eidetic memories, Isabella's intelligence and ability to remember anything far surpassed what I would have ever guessed her capable of. Jasper had mentioned earlier that my mate was a natural-born fighter. She saw everything, so that nothing could escape her notice. She had the ability to adapt far faster than any newborn we have ever encountered. I watched for a few minutes as Jasper continued to work with Isabella on her shield. I thought back to the conversation Eliza and I had with her regarding all the aspects of her shield. Jasper was right. She was pissed, but she managed to calm herself down and get back to business. Now I have to impart more information on her. In fact, now that I think of it, it would be best to address everyone at once. I really didn't want to have to repeat anything. Plus, I think it's important for Isabella to see all of the support she has. Everyone, I require your attention, I called out. Everyone immediately ceased what they were doing and came closer to me. My mate walked over to me and grabbed my hand. What's wrong? She asked softly. I raised her hand to my lips so that I could place a kiss on it. I just spoke with Arrow. He found the prophecy, I informed them all while paying closer attention to Isabella's reaction. So far, she appeared to be calm. Why am I not at all surprised that Arrow had possession of that prophecy? Eleazar said, You're not surprised because you know he's a hoarder, I reminded him with a laugh. Master Marcus, what did he tell you? Jasper asked. I spent the next 20 minutes reviewing the information Arrow gave me. Not once did my mate react in a negative manner. She was taking it all in stride. I looked over at Jasper to see if he felt any negative emotions from her. He gave me an imperceptible shake of his head, indication that Isabella was fine. We continued to discuss the prophecy when Jasper's head jerked up. He signaled for everyone to continue what they were doing while he darted off into the forest. A few moments later, he came back dragging an unknown vampire with him. Sorry about that. I was picking up unfamiliar emotions, and look what I found, he said as he tossed the vampire into the center of our circle. Riley, Bree yelled out as Jasper rushed forward to protect her from any possible threat that this Riley could make. Quickly, I motioned for Alec to immobilize him but allowing the vampire to keep his sight and his hearing. Why have you come? I demanded. Who are you? Riley asked in terror. It seems we were correct. Victoria never told you about the Volturi, I pointed out. Who are the Volturi? He asked, confusion marring his features. We are the Volturi, I answered as I gestured to both myself and the surrounding guard members. Myself as well as 2 others are the kings of our race. We make the laws, and we enforce the laws. I didn't know. I've never heard of you before, he cried out in panic. What are you going to do to me? What I plan can wait. What you're going to do is tell me everything you possibly can about Victoria plans, I informed him. I don't know anything. He yelled pitifully. I want to know everything she has ever said to you, I sneered. She told me we were going to kill some girl. She said the girl killed her mate. She said it was her right to get revenge, he said. Did she ever mention anyone else? Jasper asked. She talked about that girl all the time. If she wasn't talking about her, she was ordering me to find more people. She said she needed to build an army. Then she left me to watch over the new ones, he informed us. How convenient for her, Eleazar remarked. And she never explained our laws to you? I asked him. There are laws? He questioned. I shook my head in frustration. The total lack of regard for our laws was grating on my nerves. This fool only got caught up in this mess because he was manipulated by Victoria. Isabella ran her hand up and down my arm, trying to help me remain calm. I smiled at her in appreciation. At that very moment, a gentle breeze picked up and blew my mate's scent over toward Riley. The moment her scent registered, he attempted to lunge at her. Thankfully, Alex still had him immobilized. Why did you attempt to attack? Eleazar asked. She's the one. She must pay, Riley yelled. I snarled in anger at his futile attempt. Signaling for Alec to release him, I rushed forward, grasping him firmly by the throat. I dragged him closer to me as I growled in his face, You will never lay a finger on my mate, I said angrily as I threw him to the ground with such force that his body left a large depression. I bent down and grabbing a hold of both his arms, I tore them from his body. His screams were deafening, and I reveled in them. No one touches my mate. I threw his arms in Felix's direction. Lock them up in a trunk, I ordered. Felix quickly grabbed the appendages and ran inside with him to follow my orders. Dimitri, Chain him to the largest tree. Use the special chains, I told him. Dmitri jumped up and dragged Riley's carcass over to the largest ponderosa pine at the far back of the yard. Santiago came rushing out of the house with the iron chest that contained special chains. These chains had links that were interspersed throughout with werewolf fangs. Any movement on Riley's part, and he would find himself severely injured, and those injuries would not be able to heal without assistance from someone else. These chains were my own design, and they were one of my favorite creations. There is one thing you will remember. Never touch my mate, I informed him with a sneer. It will not end well for you if you do. VPOV. Where the hell is that useless bastard? He's nowhere to be seen, and the scent I picked up was hours old. This is what happens when you rely on others to do the dirty work for you. Nothing gets done. I kicked a nearby boulder, shattering it on impact. Fuck, it looks like I am going to have to contact Cullen. I can't stand dealing with that coven. But orders are orders, so there's really not much I can do about it. Carlyle is going to gloat over this. I just know it. He's such an egotistical ass. I hope Esme can keep him in line. God knows that other than the masters, he fears her anger the most. Ugh, this is not my day. BPOV. Riley's rather unexpected appearance seemed to set a proverbial fire under everyone's posterior developments. The training became even more intense, and everyone's focus sharpened a great deal more. I guess you could say that Riley's appearance helped to make the seriousness of the situation that much more real. Thinking back on Marcus's actions regarding Riley's feeble attempt to attack me got me excited. Let's face it, Marcus is sex on legs. But there is just something that is so sexy and so primal when he goes into protective mate mode. I shook my head trying to dislodge the picture of Marcus standing there with his muscles rippling from barely contained rage. I didn't have time for fantasies. I certainly didn't have time to think about all the many ways I would like to explore Marcus with both my hands and my mouth. Bad Bella, get your head out of the gutter. I needed to focus and get it under control. I only came inside to change my clothes. The hand-to-hand combat training session Jasper just forced upon all of us had my clothing in nothing but threads by the time we finished. Everyone else's clothes fared better than mine. Marcus claimed that I was so dedicated that I just threw myself into my training. I just wish my clothes didn't have to pay for my enthusiasm. It's not like I brought many with me. I decided to take a quick shower before getting dressed and heading back out. I raced through my shower, dried off, and threw some new clothes on. I hadn't even paid that much attention to the clothes I had picked out. I needed to get outside before someone comes looking for me. I rushed out of the room and ran down the steps right into my beloved mate's waiting arms. "Why are you in such a rush?" he asked in his deep baritone while drawing me closer to him. I placed my hands on his delightfully hard biceps. I was trying not to be too long, I admitted. There's no chance of that happening. Many of the guard were thirsty, so I ordered them all to go feed. The wolves were not too happy, but I did remind them that I had agreed to make sure none of us would feed in the area. They're all not heading to the same area, are they? I asked. No, dearest, they know the rules. No more than 3 in the same vicinity at the same time. It's to cut down possible risks of exposure, he replied while tightening his arms around me. I reached up to gently touch his face. Aren't you thirsty as well? I asked, feeling concerned. No, my love, I do not require blood as often as the guard. I am considerably older than they are. At my age, I simply don't require much blood to sustain me. I didn't know that. The Cullens never mentioned anything like that, I told him. I am not surprised. Carlyle is still a child in the vampire sense. Also, his feeding on animals does not quench his thirst. Vampires' bodies cannot gain any benefit from feeding on animal blood. The blood cannot sustain us, he enlightened me. Thinking of Carlyle as a vampire adolescent is hilarious, I giggled. Marcus, I have been thinking. Based on everything we have learned about the Cullens, I was thinking that their vegetarian diet was more for show than out of a sense of belief. I've been thinking the very same thing. It's clear that Carlyle is not the compassionate being he would have everyone believe he is. He's doing it to cover up his nefarious activities, I surmised. So is everyone gone? I slyly asked. He grinned. The wolves went back to La Push. The guard is all out feeding. Riley is indisposed, so that just leaves the two of us for the time being. So we are alone? I asked as I wrapped both arms around him. For now, was his reply before he leaned forward to capture my lips in a searing kiss. Passion ignited between us as I sampled his luscious lips. His grip on my hips tightened as he drew me impossibly closer. My hungry mouth fought with his for dominance. I felt his tongue graze against my lips, and I eagerly opened to allow it access. The sweet taste of his mouth had me craving for more. As if sensing my thoughts, I felt Marcus lift me up in his arms. While wrapping my long legs around his waist, he rushed us back up to my room. Once inside, he practically threw me onto the bed and quickly climbed up to cover me with his firm body while I again returned my legs to their position around his waist. Our passionate kiss continued as we desperately began to claw at one another's clothing. I sighed in pleasure the moment our bare flesh grazed against one another. Our kiss broke as Marcus sat up to gaze intently at me. I felt no embarrassment as we took in each other's bare forms for the first time. As I had already expected, Marcus was built like a Greek god with all hard lines and firm muscles. He was truly a magnificent piece of art. Are you sure, beloved? If we continue in this vein, I will not be able to stop. I desire you too much, he asked me. I could only nod my assent due to my heavy panting. Slowly he leaned forward to kiss me while his hands began to gently caress me. He started to make his way down to my chest where he paid very close attention to my aching breasts. His tongue languidly stroked my right nipple while using his other hand to tweak the remaining one. I moaned deeply as I felt his cool breath travel over my nipple. Suddenly, he engulfed it in his mouth and proceeded to suck on it. I arched up, grabbing a fistful of his hair in my hand. I moaned his name as he continued his sweet torture. Soon he removed his hand from my breast to slowly make his way down to my aching center. He took his time making sure I was prepared while he continued to lavish my sensitive globes with such exquisite attention. Please, I begged him, unable to wait any longer. I do not wish to cause you any pain, he admitted. I know and I love you for it, but there's no reason to worry too much. I lost my hymen years ago because of an accident, I told him as I looked deeply into his eyes. As you wished, my love, he replied as he sat up and grabbed his impressive erection. I soon felt the tip being slowly pushed into my pussy. I gasped at the intrusion, unprepared for such an amazing sensation. He paused for a moment, allowing me to get accustomed to his imposing girth. Please, I begged yet again. He immediately complied as he thrust forward with great force. We moaned simultaneously, enjoying the way our bodies fit together. Our passion consumed us as Marcus set a feverish pace, forcing me to tightly cling to him. I grabbed his head, pulling his full lips down toward my own. I clawed at his back while trying to match him thrust for thrust. His tongue mimicked his hips, invading my mouth over and over while launching me to dizzying heights. The pulsating of my pussy had me continuously begging for him to fuck me harder. His answering thrusts had me reeling. Way too soon for my tastes, I began to feel liquid heat pooling in my belly. Before I even realized it, his final thrust sent me over the edge with a deep, guttural groan while Marcus following close behind with his own orgasm. He collapsed on top of me, and I held on tightly to him, not allowing him to move. So that's what everyone has been going on about, I joked, earning a deep laugh from my mate. I love you, he replied as he placed a gentle kiss to my forehead. Looking into my eyes, he said, when the time is appropriate, I will mark you as my mate. I looked at him in question, not quite understanding what he was trying to explain to me. When a vampire marks his mate, it sends both mates into a sexual frenzy. Since vampires do not require a recovery period, you can imagine why the process takes days. My eyes widened in shock. Sounds like fun, I teased. Yup, I could certainly get used to this type of exercise. I need another shower, and I just may need a little help. BPOV. Soon our privacy bubble was popped when the guards began to return. As a whole, the group looked much better since they had the opportunity to feed. There was laughter and joking going on which made the atmosphere feel much more relaxed. Master Marcus, Eliza asked that I give you a message. He said to tell you that Tanya Denali and her sisters are on their way here. Alice Cullen claims to have had a vision and requested that she be able to tell you of it in person, Dimitri explained. My eyes swung over to check on Marcus's expression. Based off the scowl on his face, I believed it was safe to assume that he doesn't trust the midget. I couldn't blame him. I wouldn't trust her even if my life depended on it, which it already does anyway. Really? Was his response. Obviously she has no sense of loyalty. She doesn't, Jasper said as he came strolling out of the forest. Alice uses her premonitions to her advantage. I thought her visions were based on intent. I asked. They are. But think about how often she manipulates certain circumstances in order for her desired visions to come to fruition. Jasper answered. Whoa, I never thought of it like that. That begs the question about how many visions did she really have and how many were of her own design, I said thoughtfully. Indeed, Marcus agreed. When she arrives, no one is to let on that we distrust her. She may already have had a vision of it, but no one is to dwell on it. She has information we need. I would prefer to get it without getting messy. But if she chooses not to cooperate, then I will be forced to retaliate, he clarified. If it does get ugly, can I beat the snot out of her? I eagerly asked while pleading with him by giving him my best puppy dog eyes. Emmett's bark of laughter cut through the soft chuckles you could hear from the guard. Will you also defend my honor? He teased. I will do my utmost to both defend and protect you, I reciprocated. Sign me up for the show. I can guarantee that Jasper will also want to watch you beat a pixie, Emmett laughed. I looked over to see Jasper rapidly nodding his head in agreement. I giggled at their enthusiasm. Just then, Alec broke through the tree line. They'll be here in a minute, he warned. The sound of several vampires tearing their way through the dense foliage could be heard. I braced myself. I really didn't want to see Alice. I wanted to burn her carcass like a bonfire. Eliza, Carmen, Alice, and 3 unfamiliar females showed up. I looked over at Alice and snickered at the condition she was in. Her clothes were all dirty and torn, and she was missing one of her shoes. She resembled a nomad. Alice looked to my direction when she heard my laughter. Her eyes widened as she realized that I was no longer human. I guess she never got a vision about my transformation. What? How? When? She uttered in slight hysteria. What? I'm a vampire. How? I was bitten. When? After I was bitten, I replied sarcastically. The guard along with Emmett, Jasper, and Marcus laughed at my antics. She sneered, who'd you whore yourself out to in order to be changed? Before I could get in a witty response, Jani used her gift and dropped the annoying pixie right where she stood. Marcus didn't even make a move to have Jani stop the torture. He just stood back with his arms crossed over his chest, clearly enjoying the free show. Finally, after a good 10 minutes of non-stop pain being inflicted on Alice and Alice, screeching like a banshee, Marcus ordered Jani to stop. She obeyed immediately but not before snarling at Alice. You will show Lady Isabella the proper respect. I smiled at Jane in gratitude for her defense of me. Thank you, Jane, your loyalty is greatly appreciated. She nodded to me in respect and took a step back, making room for Marcus to confront the midget. I have been informed that you said you had a vision you needed to tell me about, Marcus said while staring down at her. While giving me a glance, she smirked. She stood and approached my mate, trying to run her hands along his upper arm. Marcus quickly slapped her hand away. I am mated. You will keep your filthy hands away from me, or I shall remove them and burn them so that you learn to not try to take what isn't yours. Well, hot damn. I didn't expect that, but it was certainly a welcomed sight. You've gotta love when Marcus gets threatening. It's hot. Speak. Marcus barked at her. Victoria and her newborn army, along with the Cullens and the Romanians, will be arriving here within 2 days. Carlyle figured out that the Volturi were here in Seattle and that is why Riley went missing. They plan on eliminating the guard. They think that if the guard was eliminated, taking over Volterra will be easy, she said quickly. I take it they are unaware of Master Marcus's presence? Jasper asked. Alice sneered at him. Why am I not surprised that you are here? You always liked to kiss ass. Better the ass of a master you respect, than the ass of a midget you can't stomach, I joked. Good one, Bells, Emmett called out. Alice's head whipped around when she heard Emmett's voice. Your worthless ass is here too, I growled as I rushed forward. Grabbing her by the throat, I dragged her closer to my face. You sold out your coven to save your own ass. If anyone is worthless, it's you and your cowardly backside. You will show respect to your betters, or I will personally dismember you and burn your tongue. Alice nodded nervously. I apologize, she said, unable to look anyone in the eye. I tightened my grip on her throat. I didn't ask for your fake-ass apology nor do I need one. Now, continue explaining the vision. Slowly, I released my grip, allowing her the ability to speak more easily. They don't know that Master Marcus is here. Also, they want the shield and will do anything to gain control of it. They want Bella? Jasper asked. Yes, she answered succinctly. Well, they aren't going to get her. In 2 days, this ends. The Romanians have been thorns in our side for 2000 years. Carlyle was foolish to choose Vladimir and Stefan as his masters. Anyone who has aligned themselves with the Romanians are to be eliminated. There shall be no mercy, he explained. Looking directly at Alice, he said, this includes you. But, I brought you information, Alice stuttered. You brought information to save your own ass. You have no respect for the Volturi, Jasper said. The decision has been made, Marcus claimed. Turning toward both Felix and Dmitri, he gestured to them. They each grabbed a tight hold of Alice's arms, pulling them both off with one swift yank. Her screams were cut off as Jasper stepped forward to remove her tongue. Not wanting to be left out, Emmett jumped in to rip her head off as Alec pitched in to tear off her legs. I just stood there, proudly watching this display of loyalty. Ah, it was good to have a family again. BPOV. After Marcus had Alice torn apart, he ordered a few members of the guard to collect her venom. All of her venom. You could say that they bled her dry. I'm not sure how they went about doing it, and I'm not sure if I want to know or not. I asked Marcus what was the purpose of draining her of all her venom and then keeping it. He explained to me that venom is highly flammable. He intended to use it for the upcoming battle. He told me of how he invented the vampire version of a Molotov cocktail eons ago. According to him, he was the first to come up with the idea of using a bottled flammable liquid and an igniter in order to create a bomb. Anyway, by the time Alice no longer had a drop of venom left in any of her body parts, she began to disintegrate. She literally just turned into an ash-like substance and then blew away in the wind. Apparently, since there was none of her venom left for her body to fuse itself back together, she was well and truly dead. I then asked Marcus why he wanted her eliminated so quickly. He is of the mindset that the moment you show mercy, you show weakness. He believes that, while mercy is a good attribute, it should not be given in certain circumstances. Treason and treachery are just two of those circumstances. It made sense, and I had no issue with his reasoning at all. The man's a genius. So Alice is gone, and I say good riddance. Right now, I am calling Leah, because Marcus needs to inform Sam of the information Alice had given him. The pack is going to need to come back to continue training. I also needed to have a girl chat with her, so I volunteered to make the call. Hi, girlfriend, what the heck you calling me for? Leah answered in greeting. We have had a new development, and my man wants the pack here as soon as they are able to. Come, things are heating up, girl, I told her. We haven't even been gone all that long. What could have possibly happened in such a short period of time? I'll give you one word, Alice. Damn, the shit just keeps hitting the fan, doesn't it? She asked. True, but this time it was a good thing. So you need to spread the word and get here already. Plus, you and I need to have a chit-chat. About what? She asked. You'll find out when you get here, I replied quickly. You and that hunk of yours finally did the horizontal limbo, she yelled in excitement. Where did you get that idea? I asked her. I really needed to work on my acting. That girl can always see right through me. I know you, and don't think I didn't notice that you didn't deny it. Whatever, and I refuse to discuss that over the phone, I replied. Oh, Lele, where the hell is Jacob? I haven't seen him in a while, I asked, trying to change the subject. Jake was running patrol. Sam made him do it by himself as a punishment. He was relieved the moment we got back to the res. I think the moron is sleeping right now, she informed me. Which reminds me, not all of the pack can be there. Sam has increased our patrols. He wants 2 wolves on patrol at all times. He's even come up with a schedule. That won't be an issue. Marcus gets the need for being vigilant, so Sam still has Jake on a tight leash, huh? I asked with a laugh. You know it. I'm getting off the phone. I'll let Sam know, and I'll wake Jake up. We'll be there within the hour. If not, I'll call you. Try to keep your hands off your mate, she ordered and hung up before I could respond. Leah is such a brat. She's lucky I love her so much. MPOV. Isabella came back outside after she finished her conversation with Leah. She walked over to me, grinning the entire way. When she was close enough, I grabbed a hold of her arm and yanked her to me. I told Leah. She told me that not all of the wolves will be able to come. Sam has increased the number of patrols. He wants 2 wolves patrolling at all times. I'm sure Sam will fill you in. Leah said they'll be here in an hour. She informed me as she stood on the tips of her toes to kiss my cheek. Very good, I responded. In the meantime, we need to work on your shield. I know you don't want to do it, but we have to work on your ability to leech from other vampires without having to force yourself to concentrate. Both Felix and Emmett have volunteered to help you. Ah, you guys want to donate to the cause, she teased, looking over at the 2 imposing vampires. Hell, yeah, Emmett barked in laughter while he flexed his muscles. Felix chose to just nod his head in agreement. It would seem that he was allowing Emmett to supply all of the theatrics. Jasper, you are going to have everything thrown at her. She's going to need to be weakened enough to feel the need to leech off of one of you, I advised. Jasper bowed his head respectfully. Yes, Master Marcus, that was the plan. I stepped out of the way to make room for the training to begin. Jasper's experience with Maria's army has proven to be a real asset. Jasper was good, and he knew it. I have been watching each time as Jasper trained everyone, and each time he managed to impress me. At my age, It's next to impossible to do so. He has an impressive work ethic, which was something he and I both shared. But the most impressive thing about him was that he was a brilliant strategist. He was able to see things from so many angles and then create countermeasures to deal with anything that may happen. He really did think outside the box. He was nearly on par with my own strategic mind, and I have a few thousand years on him. That is the reason I think that his ability to flawlessly strategize may actually be another gift. I wanted to get Keys's thoughts on the matter, since he is also a brilliant strategist. The guard clearly respected him and always responded positively to any of his orders or suggestions, both during and after training. They recognized him for what he really was. He was a genius as well as a good leader. It seemed that Emmett was really into helping his sister. He kept going at her, attacking her without letting up once. He went so far as to taunt her, which was clearly getting on her nerves. In between Emmett's attacks, Felix would jump in to have a go at Isabella. Two of the largest vampires I have ever seen were playing around with my mate. They were enjoying the reactions Isabella was giving them, which only fueled them on so that they would continue. It was becoming a cycle of taunting, attacking, and laughing. However, things seemed to grind to a halt when Isabella stopped moving entirely. Her eyes glazed over, and she wouldn't respond to anything. She remained in that position for quite some time. "I know that look," Jasper said as he walked over to me. "What do you mean?" I asked him. "That is the very same look Alice would get when she got hit with a vision," he informed me. We both looked back over at Isabella. "She grabbed Alice by the throat earlier," I reminded him. "Yup, and it would appear that she unknowingly managed to absorb Alice's gift." "Wait, you are saying that Bells is having a vision?" Emmett jumped in. "That is precisely what we're saying," I said in awe. "Why has it taken this long to kick in?" Felix asked in confusion. "I can only guess that since visions come on unexpectedly and cannot be controlled, Bella didn't have one until one finally came to her," Jasper explained. "Wait a minute. That sounds like you're saying that Bella can absorb a gift and store it away until it's needed," Emmett said. "It fits the situation," I answered while still watching my beloved. "I'm dying to know what she's seeing," Emmett admitted eagerly. We all stood by and watched, just waiting for her to come out of it. A few moments later, she shook her head in confusion and looked over at me. "Marcus, does Arrow have long, dark hair and a childlike exuberance?" she asked me. "Yes, dearest, he does," I confirmed. "Okay, then someone should probably go meet him at the airport. His plane is due to arrive within the hour," she explained, not seeming to be at all bothered by the fact that she just had a vision. "You saw Master Arrow coming?" Felix asked, still not fully convinced that Isabella actually had a premonition. "I saw him in a tall, platinum blonde guy talking while Arrow was packing. Then I saw Arrow riding in the back of a limo. Next, I saw him at the airport, holding a ticket that said Seattle, Washington. Finally, I saw him on the plane. Oh, someone better go get him. He had to take a public plane. He hates having to do that," Felix said. "Indeed, Felix, I want you to take the limo and pick him up. You are to leave immediately," I ordered. "Yes, Master," he bowed before he sped off toward the garage. "That vision was weird," Isabella informed us. "When it hit, it gave me this jittery feeling like I was hopped up on too much caffeine or something. It's not something I would ever want to deal with full time." "Lucky for you, you won't have to," Jasper said, reminding her of that aspect of her shield. "I have no complaints with that," she chuckled. "I'm just feeling a bit drained from it." "Is that normal?" she asked Jasper. "It depends on the vision and how long it is. With particularly hard ones, Alice would have to feed immediately following them. Then there were some that had no effect on her at all," he said. "I hate to say it, but I think now would be the perfect time to continue the training. If she's feeling drained, then it might now be too long before she responds by using her gift to regenerate herself, I pointed out to Jasper, who nodded in agreement. He's right, Bells. We need to keep it up. Emmett, you up for some more? You better believe it, Emmett said while bouncing on his feet. I shall leave you to it then. I need to make preparations for Arrow's arrival. He's very nitpicky. I gently placed a kiss on my mate's forehead before walking off toward the house. I wanted to get everything ready as quickly as possible. We really don't have a lot of time to mess around. BPOV. I never expected to get nailed with a vision. It was an odd sensation but not at all painful. It was almost like being forced to watch a movie when you don't feel like it. I think that the idea that it was forced on me is what bothers me the most. Thankfully, it wasn't dark or full of bloodshed. Getting my first glimpse of my great-grandfather was interesting. He really seems to be very energetic with an animated personality. If I didn't know any better, I would think he had ADD. All of this is what led me to believe that we are related through my mother's side. She used to act the same way, just a bit more scatterbrained. Well, now that I have unknowingly leached Alice's gift from her, I was even more determined to gain complete control of each aspect of my abilities. I was beyond thankful that vampires didn't sleep. This gave me more hours to work. Emmett was a pain in the ass. He was trying everything he could think of to get to me, even lowering himself to teasing me like he was a kid. While he was joking around, he was also putting everything he had into attacking me. That jerk is strong as frick. I imagine that him slamming into me is what cars felt like when rammed by a train. I was really starting to get tired at this point, not to mention having an ever-increasing desire to kick Emmett's ass. I was doing better at dodging his strikes. After all, we've been going at it now for nearly an hour. I even managed to get close enough to give him the wedgie of a lifetime. His responding scream made all the pain and exhaustion worth it. Who knew Emmett could hit such a high note? Jasper and the guard all cracked up laughing when they heard Emmett's screech. Some of them even congratulated me for pulling such a stunt on the resident Duffus. When Emmett finally managed to free himself from his panty prison, he glared at me. "Oh, you think you're so funny, don't you?" he asked as he slowly stalked toward me. "No, brother dearest, I know I'm funny," I answered. I managed to dart to the right just out of Emmett's reach after he managed to launch himself at me again. I laughed at his expression. I was faster than he was, and he didn't like that fact. He continued to go at me, speeding up more each time. I was really starting to feel drained, but I didn't want to stop what we were doing. I was really enjoying exasperating Emmett. His reactions were very rewarding. I could feel my energy seeping out of me, and I was confused. I thought that vampires never tired. Perhaps this has to do with my gift. I don't require blood, and I absorb energy from living things. With that being the case, then it's highly likely that, unlike normal vampires, I will lose energy. Unfortunately, I was so distracted by my thoughts that I didn't even notice Emmett racing toward me until he was right up on me. He hit me hard, tackling me to the ground while landing on top of me. "Damn it, Emmett, your fat ass is squishing me," I yelled. "Hey, I'm not fat. I'm solid muscle," he said, defending himself. I tried to wiggle free but was unable to make him budge. I was getting weaker by the moment and it was distressing me. With both my hands, I went to shove him by the shoulders. Instead of the dog moving, he remained in that position with his eyes widening. Within a few moments, I began to regain all of my strength. At the same time, Emmett's eyes began to droop, and he fell on top of me. I shoved him off me, but I put too much strength behind my shove, and he went sailing across the yard. I sat up and stared at what I just did. "Congratulations, Bells, you just sucked Emmett dry," Jasper laughed. "Very well done, little one," an unknown voice called out. I turned and was greeted by the sight of my great-grandfather standing near Marcus, and both of them were wearing a look of extreme pride. I stood up and brushed the dirt off of my clothing. I walked over to them, smiling in happiness that my grandfather was here. I couldn't wait to get to know him. BPOV. My grandfather was hilarious. He had a ridiculous amount of energy, even for a vampire. The man could talk Emmett under the table. In fact, I think I'll pit them against one another to see who's still yapping at the end. After Marcus formally introduced us, Arrow took my hand and guided me into the house. He announced to everyone that he wanted to spend a little bit of time getting to know me, and that we were not to be disturbed. He even included Marcus in that order. Marcus wasn't too thrilled about it but gave in anyway. I led him to the sitting room, which was now my favorite room in the house. It was the perfect spot to have a private conversation. I sat down on the settee, and Arrow sat across from me. I am beyond pleased to finally meet you, little one. When learning from Marcus that you were my granddaughter, I felt an overwhelming sense of peace, he explained to me with pride shining in his eyes. I was also happy to find out that I have a family. My dad was the only one I had left, and now that he's gone, I have felt lonely without having anyone, I admitted. What of your mother, Isabella? I have learned that we are related through your mother's side, he said. I have no clue where she is or what she's doing. She pretty much cut me out of her life after the Cullens left. I guess she just didn't want to put up with a daughter who was dealing with depression, I told him sadly. This disheartens me greatly. I cannot fathom how a parent, especially a mother, can neglect their child. I am sorry you had to deal with that, he said. It's all right. It's not like Renee was ever really a mother to me. After all, I'm the one that had to be the parent when I was growing up. Honestly, I expected this would happen. That's why I don't bother thinking about her or even talking about her, I answered with a shrug. It really didn't bother me anymore. What do you mean by saying that you had to be the parent? He asked. Renee was irresponsible at her best and neglectful at her worst. She couldn't keep a job, so we were often evicted from our residences. She never paid bills, so we often went without heat, hot water, and on a few occasions, electricity. We even went without food on several occasions. She always found some poor shamook to mooch money off of, but never used that money to take care of business. I just got fed up with it. I was 8 when I got a job running errands for this elderly lady who lived next door to us. I never told Renee. She would have taken what little money I made. I paid the bills when I could and bought food for myself. I can't tell you how happy I was that she remarried. It gave me the excuse to move back to Charlie's, and she didn't even put up a fight. I shrugged, remembering the sense of relief I felt when I no longer had to deal with my mother. When she turned her back on me when I was in need, I really didn't feel bothered by it at all. I sort of felt relieved. I know I should be hurt, but I know Renee. The only one she cares about is herself. Besides, I had Charlie, and I know he loved me. Ah, Principessa, you should have never had to deal with adult issues while still a child. My only regret is not knowing of you sooner, he said as he leaned forward to press a kiss to my forehead. I smiled at his gesture. It's all right. We know one another now. Well, then, you and I are no longer alone. I had thought my line died off a few hundred years ago. This was a most amazing surprise, he smiled. I must confess the shock I felt when Marcus informed me that he found a new mate. Usually, that is unheard of with our kind. I was even more surprised that my great-granddaughter was his mate. I can't tell you how happy I am that Marcus is my mate and not Eddie. Ugh, I would have shot myself if I was to get stuck with him for the remainder of my existence. You will discover, if you haven't already, that Marcus is very honorable, he told me. I know he is. I have been in awe of the way he has been handling this mess, not to mention the way he is working with the shifters, I admitted. He smiled in agreement. Well, we will have to continue this conversation later on. We have work to do, and I must get caught up with Marcus. He stood and offered me his arm like a true gentleman. I got up and grabbed a hold of him as we walked back outside. MPOV. I knew Arrow was eager to get to know Isabella, and I couldn't blame him. He had long ago came to the conclusion that his family line died out. Now he found out he has a granddaughter. They weren't gone for too long. I would assume it was because Arrow knew we didn't have a lot of time to waste. Our time was running out. The smile on my mate's face brought me joy. I know she has missed having any family. She never spoke of it, but I could tell. I am happy that she now has Arrow and Keys. I hope I didn't put you out too much, brother, Arrow said as he and Isabella walked up to me. I had to take a few moments to speak to my beautiful granddaughter, he said with pride as he looked over at Isabella. I waved off his concern. It was no bother. I knew you would want to speak to her for a bit. I looked over at my mate to see her watching the antics that Emmett was getting up to. He recovered well, she noted. He woke up a minute or so after the two of you went inside. He's perfectly fine. Emmett has been boasting about being the first vampire to ever faint, I chuckled. He's such a duffus. I'm going back over to train some more. I will talk to you both later, she said as she kissed both myself and Arrow on the cheek and walked over to Jasper. She is very accepting, Arrow pointed out. She is, I agreed. Now, you need to know that Alice Cullen informed me that Victoria, the Cullens, and the Romanians would be here in 2 days. We do not know their numbers. Victoria has continued creating newborns even after the guard destroyed the last group. Where is Alice? He asked. I had her dismembered and her venom drained and collected, I informed him. Ah, you plan on making those bombs of yours, he surmised with a grin. Yes, they will give us an advantage, and we could use all the advantages we can get. How has Isabella's training been going? As you can see, I said, gesturing to my mate who was currently engaged in arm-to-arm combat with Jasper. She is doing quite well. She seems to like training. And what of her gift? Has she learned to control all elements of it? He asked as he continued to watch Isabella train. Her gift is quite fascinating to watch when in use. Her mental shield is obviously strong, since she has been unknowingly using it her entire life. Her physical shield has different aspects to it. She can create an actual bubble, if you will. The bubble is a translucent green. She is able to cover the entire guard at once or use separate shields for each guard member. That is beyond anything I could have expected. The prophecy did say she would be the most powerful shield to ever have existed. It was not wrong, Arrow said in awe. Not in the least. Now, the other aspect, the one you witnessed, has to do with her ability to absorb energy from all living things. This can be used to refuel her as well as be wielded as a weapon. She has the ability to drain a vampire so much that she kills them. I watched as Arrow's eyes bugged out of his head. He looked back and forth between me and Isabella. I have never heard of such a gift. Nor had I even Eliza mentioned that he has never come across a gift like it. She is truly unique, Arrow said quietly. You have no idea. Wait until you get to know her better. She's feisty and playful. I have told her before that she possesses an inner beauty that reminds me of Didymi. Arrow finished for me. You see it too? I asked him. He nodded. Yes, it was one of the things that I noticed immediately when I was speaking to her. To think that it was Didymi that led me to her. I don't think it's a coincidence that Didymi led me to my mate who happens to be her great-niece and your great-granddaughter. It's comforting to know that my beloved sister had a part in you finding joy again. I truly am happy for you, Marcus. You deserve it, he said to me. We both turned at the sound of Emmett yelping. It would seem that he is continuing to harass Isabella, who was clearly losing patience with him. We watched as he ran towards her, fully intending on tackling her. She wasn't about to let him. When he was just a few feet away from her, she shot out her shield, encasing him entirely within it. Emmett hovered a few feet off of the ground, desperately trying to break out of his prison. Isabella cackled as she caused the bubble to bounce up and down, tossing Emmett around inside. I swear those two could literally be siblings. He taunts her, and she punishes him. It's a vicious cycle but entertaining all the same. Turning back to my brother, I asked, "Now, pray tell, why did you decide to come?" Keys and I had an argument that led to an agreement. The prophecy mentions a war with great numbers. I argued that you needed help. He felt that we should stay in Volterra to protect it in case of an attack. We eventually agreed that I would come here, and he would stay to protect the castle with the remaining guard members, he explained. I think it's a good idea that you came. Alice mentioned that the Romanians want to eliminate the guard. They believe that they can easily take over Volterra if there is no one to guard it. You're saying that they know that the guard is here, he said. Yes, they figured it out when Victoria discovered all of the newborns had been eliminated. She doesn't know about Bree or that we have Riley as a prisoner, I explained further. Do you still have this Riley? He asked. Yes, I responded, wondering what he was getting at. I think it's high time I get some information out of him, don't you? Indeed, and you would have a better chance at it. He is currently dismembered. I will order Felix and Alec to reassemble him, I said as I motioned for the two guard members to come over. They halted what they were doing and ran over. We need you two to put Riley back together. As soon as you're finished, bring him out here, I ordered them. Yes, Master Marcus, they said in unison as they sped off to do as ordered. They'll be a few minutes. I had his appendages removed and then had him chained to a tree with my lycanthrope chains. I left him there for a while. What did he do? Arrow asked. He tried to attack my mate, I answered. Then he got what he deserved. It's a good thing too. It gives me a chance to read his mind, Arrow responded. Once his usefulness is used up, he is to be destroyed. No mercy, Arrow said, nodding in agreement. APOV. The short time I spent with Isabella was enlightening for me. She was sweet and very gracious. There was something about her that reminded me of my dear sister, Didimi. She was also fierce and determined. Watching her toss Emmett around with her shield was quite humorous. She refused to back down and had no issues with making sure everyone knew it. However, it doesn't seem like Emmett cared all that much. He messed with her like any brother would mess with his sister. I think he enjoys the way she retaliates. We only waited for 20 minutes for Felix and Alec to return with a fully assembled Riley. They came to us, dragging Riley with them. He looked to be no older than 9 months at the most. The moment they reached us, I stretched forward and grabbed his hand. Every thought he has ever had immediately assaulted me. His human memories were choppy and quite dim. I ignored those and concentrated on his vampire memories. Victoria has been a very bad girl. She turned Riley and put him in charge of all the newborns she created. I have no idea why she thought a newborn could control other newborns. Newborns are too volatile. It's quite clear that Victoria tried to keep Riley in the dark regarding her true purpose. What she didn't count on was how he spied on her while she was engaged in a deep conversation with none other than Esme Cullen. Victoria deliberately kept him in the dark, I informed Marcus. However, she didn't know that Riley here spied on her when she was talking to Esme Cullen. Esme Cullen, what were they discussing? He asked. It would seem, brother, that Carlyle has lied about who changed him and who is the real leader of the Cullen Coven, I said. Enlighten me, he told me. Carlyle was not attacked by an unknown vampire like he claimed. Esme was his creator. She chose him because she thought he had a gift. Does he have a gift? Marcus asked. Yes, but it's a subtle gift. It's more passive in nature. Carlyle has the ability to negate any form of telepathy. How did you not pick up on that when he first came to us? He inquired. I could only surmise that he was able to control his gift and only allowed me to see what he wanted me to see, I speculated. And what is Esme after? This is the kicker, as they say. She and Carlyle are not mates. She is mated to Stefan, and she and Stefan have been planning to overthrow the Volturi for a few centuries, I said. So this has all been a setup. Carlyle coming to us must have been so that he could gather intelligence on the inner workings of the Volturi, he said. Yes, and they created the Cullen Coven to hide what they were really up to. They both chose Edward and Alice due to the fact that they showed themselves to be gifted while they were still human, I continued. Did you get anything about their numbers or if any of the newborns were gifted? Yes, they have several gifted vampire among their ranks. However, I think Isabella's gift surpasses them all, I replied. Did you get anything more specific about their gifts? Unfortunately, no. So we are still going in blind, I answered ruefully. I strongly dislike not knowing. It makes it difficult to strategize properly. We've been in this position before, I reminded him. I might be able to help you with that, said a female's voice. We both turned to see none other than Maria walk out of the forest. I had a very intriguing visit from Victoria. I figured you would want the details. I looked at her suspiciously, not fully trusting her. Tell us what you've learned, I ordered. MPOV. It was no secret that my brothers and I don't like Maria. She has always balanced precariously on the edge. She hasn't necessarily broken our laws, but anyone who feels the need to create a newborn army cannot be fully trusted. The fact that she retains excellent control over her newborns is really her only saving grace. Jasper, having heard Maria's voice, came over immediately. He glared angrily at his sire, not at all happy over her arrival. Why are you here, Maria? Well, looks like you finally left that disgusting coven of bunny munchers. Good for you, she responded sarcastically. I am here to give the masters all of the information I have on what the Cullens have been up to. Plus, I am here to pledge my allegiance to the Volturi and offer whatever assistance I can, including my newborns. Speak, I ordered, not having the time or the desire to be polite. As you wished, she said, bowing her head in respect. Several months ago I was approached by a female named Victoria. She tried to persuade me to help her in her cause. She told me she had been ordered to capture some human female. According to her, the humans' capture would aid vampires everywhere. Since I don't like to move out of the south all that much, I turned her down. I really didn't have any interest in whatever mess she was dealing with. Plus, I couldn't figure out why a vampire was having any difficulty with capturing a human. Honestly, I found the entire thing suspicious. Continue, Arrow demanded as he waved her on. After I turned her down, she left without another word. I thought that was the end of it and went about my business. I never would have guessed that Esme Cullen would approach me a few weeks later with the same request. The only difference was that Esme Cullen divulged more information, a great deal more. She said that the Volturi have no true right to rule our world, and that the Romanians wished to retake their thrones. I instantly knew that whatever she was up to was not for the good of all vampires. So I just played along with her to get her to spill. Chica had no idea what I was doing, she said. Or maybe it was more about you not being found guilty by association. So you decided to save your own ass, Jasper added. Mary glared at him, refusing to acknowledge what he said. Anyway, she told me a great deal about what they were doing. She, as well as Carlyle Cullen, have been working alongside the Romanians for the past several hundred years. Over these many years, They have been gathering amongst themselves powerful vampires that are in possession of a wide variety of gifts. Their plan is to eliminate the entire Volturi guard, which they believe will leave the three kings open and weakened. They are of the mindset that without a guard, the Volturi will easily lose. Also, that Victoria has her own newborn army, and she has pledged them to the Romanians. Oh, and one last thing, the human that Victoria was after is supposedly a very powerful shield. They want her in her gift, so that have built for themselves an army. Do you have an idea regarding their numbers? I asked. From what I was able to gather, their entire army, including newborns, is numbered at around 100. That's keeping in mind that Victorian newborns keep fighting and destroying each other, she replied solemnly. I shared a look with Arrow, both of us feeling a sense of dread. We know about the shield. She's one of ours, so that part will not work out for them. Unfortunately, that number is high. We have our work cut out for us. You have the shield? She asked with raised brows. Affirmative, I replied. We need to finish training. It would help to know where they planned to show up, Arrow added. They know the guard is in the area. I would hazard a guess and say they are headed here, Mary supplied. I nodded. It makes sense. The wolves are on their way now. Not all of them will be here, though, since Sam has increased patrol times, I informed them. Wolves? Maria questioned nervously. I hope you don't mean werewolves. I shook my head. No, they are shapeshifters that take on the wolf form. How are wolves going to help? She asked. They aren't the everyday type of wolf, Jasper answered. You can say that again, my mate said as she walked over and slid her arm around my waist. Maria turned her gaze to Isabella, noticing her for the first time. Your eyes, she spoke in awe. You are the shield. Instead of answering, Isabella just stared her down. She too didn't trust Maria, probably because Jasper had told her all about his time with his sire. My mate was very protective of those she loved. Maria eyed my mate closely as if trying to judge Isabella's worth. You don't look like much, Maria said, trying to goad Isabella. Ah, look at you trying to appear all fierce as if none of us know you came here with your tail between your legs, Isabella grinned. Maria growled lowly at the insult. Watch it, little girl. You don't know me, nor do I wish to. Besides, I know more than you are aware of. Friendly word of advice, watch how you speak to your betters. Not showing the proper respect could get you burned, Isabella offered. Was that a threat? Maria asked angrily. That was a notification, my mate clarified. Why you little? Maria began and she made a move to lunge at my mate. Isabella shot out a shield, encasing Maria inside. Unable to free herself, Maria began swearing in her native tongue. We give you fair warning, Maria. Isabella is to be shown respect at all times. Failure to comply will end in you being torched. Am I clear? Arrow snarled. I don't like it when my granddaughter is disrespected. At that proclamation, Maria immediately ceased her fighting and shut her mouth. She knew that the threat was very real. Nor do I appreciate my mate being threatened. Bear that in mind, I said slowly. Maria bowed her head in submission. I looked over at Isabella and gestured for her to release Maria. Isabella pulled her shield back so fast that Maria lost her footing and fell down on her ass. Jasper and Isabella laughed shamelessly while my brother and I struggled to suppress our own chuckles. Maria looked angrily at Isabella but managed to keep her mouth shut. Oops, sorry, I'm still learning to control it, Isabella said without even one bit of remorse. By the look on Maria's face, you can tell she knew Isabella humiliated her deliberately. Arrow stepped forward and offered her his hand. He helped her up, and Maria nodded to him in thanks. He is such a sneaky bastard. The return of the shifters took our attention off of Maria. Jake was with the pack this time, and Sam and Embry were missing. I assumed that they were on patrol. This was the first time Jacob was able to see Isabella after her change. We didn't know what to expect, especially since he's been borderline hostile to her lately. I know for a fact that Isabella was nervous over what Jacob's reaction was going to be like. Greetings, Arrow spoke up. Jacob didn't respond, just walked over to us. He eyed Isabella from head to toe. Well, you're now a leech. You don't look too bad, but you reek something fierce. I suppose I can get used to it, he told her with a smile. You want to talk about stench? Now I know what everyone has been saying about you guys. I'm glad I can control my shield. I'm going to shield myself so I don't have to smell you, she retorted. With a final smirk at Isabella, Jacob turned to me and asked, so what have I missed? APOV. I left Marcus to run things by Jacob and took the opportunity to converse with Maria. Her thoughts had been overwhelming at best. She had quite the colorful past. I would even go so far as to say it was disturbing. While I am not fond of her, I have to commend her ability to manage her newborns. She certainly knows how to keep them in line. Maria, who's watching your newborns while you are here? Jasper asked. You know how I operate, Jasper. They are never left unattended. My second in command is in charge while I am gone, she said. Good. We don't need any more trouble, Jasper muttered. Maria rolled her eyes at him. Like I said, they are being monitored. Are the two of you able to work together without there being any issues? I asked them. Yes, sir, we won't have any issues. We are both aware of what's at stake here, Jasper told me. Maria just nodded her head in agreement. Make sure it stays that way, I ordered. Jasper, I said, changing the subject. I have been thinking about where the battle should take place. What are your thoughts? I have thought about it as well. Based on the numbers Maria gave us, there's simply no way we could have a battle here on the property. That's precisely what I was thinking, I agreed. I have an idea, Isabella piped in. I turned to see that Marcus and Isabella had finished updating Jacob and the shifters. What do you have in mind, little one? As Jasper mentioned, we have no room here for over 100 vampires to do battle. I was also thinking about a way we can have an advantage. So my idea is that instead of sitting around and waiting on them to make the first move, we take the fight to them. That is actually not a bad idea. They don't know we know that they are coming. Plus, they would never expect us to go on the offensive, Jasper said. Agreed. The idea has merit. We will need Dimitri and Felix to scope out where the Romanians and their army are situated, Marcus supplied while deep in thought. Good. We can send them off immediately, I told him. Dimitri, Felix, Marcus called out to them. You have your orders. The moment you discover their whereabouts, you come back. Get as much of the layout as you can. Once you two have returned, we will plan the next step. Keep in mind that we will have a little more than 24 hours before we head out. Be as quick as possible. They both bowed to me and Marcus and then raced off. All right, let's put our heads together. I guess now is the perfect time to start building those bombs of yours, I stated with a grin. Indeed it is. Alec, Afton, the two of you are to make them. Use all of the venom we have. Try to make as many as possible, Marcus said. Master Marcus, what is the blast radius for those bombs? Jasper asked. One bomb has a blast radius of 250 yards. Depending on how many they can make, there is the potential to eliminate the majority of the Romanians. Impressive, Jasper said. That is a little more than half the blast radius from a Mk-84 bomb. And that's a 2,000-pound bomb. Whoa, seriously? Isabella asked. It is true, I nodded. I designed that bomb several hundred years ago. When you consider how flammable our venom is, it was only logical to figure out a way to use the venom of both our enemies and lawbreakers in a manner that would benefit us, I told her. That puts an entirely new definition to not letting anything go to waste, Isabella joked. You created a way to make vampire venom into a bomb? Maris said in shock. I wish I had thought of that. You and me both, Jasper added. EPOV. I was pissed beyond the realms of reason. I ordered Carlyle to keep tabs on that filthy human as well as the 4 brats. He couldn't even pull that off. I returned to our camp to find out that Alice went missing, and no one has a clue to her whereabouts. I am surrounded by imbeciles. And really, what good is it if Edward can read minds but has no idea what's going on around him? The other issue is that both Jasper and Emmett have also gone missing. Carlyle never said anything about it, but it's really isn't all that difficult to figure out when, instead of hearing the boisterous voice of a loud-mouthed vampire the size of Emmett, I heard nothing. That's right. It was quiet at the mansion. Emmett is never quiet. Jasper, on the other hand, is quiet. The fact that not once did I see him sitting in his usual chair reading some stupid history book is what gave away his absence. I had always suspected that Jasper was more aware of what we were really doing and only stayed around for his own purpose. Emmett's leaving, however, was a surprise. Sometimes I think he's too stupid to find his way outside, much less pull off a disappearing act. I would have thought that after the beating I gave Carlyle for losing the human brat, he would have been on his best behavior. But no, he couldn't be bothered. He insisted that Alice and Edward lost the human, that they weren't paying attention. No matter how many times he tried to push the blame on Alice and Edward, he would always be the one at fault. I left him in charge while I was trying to recruit others to our cause. He dropped the ball again. I strode across the abandoned warehouse searching for my mate. Stefan was not going to be too overjoyed to hear that Jasper and Emmett left, and he's really going to be livid that Alice disappeared. And here I am getting stuck being the bearer of that heinous news. I took the metal stairs up to the second story where Stefan and Vladimir claimed the only office space in the building. I threw open the door without knocking. I took a step inside and immediately regretted it. There, on the floor directly across for the door, knelt Rosalie, who just happened to be servicing Vladimir. The grotesque sight of her head bobbing up and down on his pasty white member will forever be burned into my memory. Sometimes it just doesn't pay to have an eidetic memory. Unable to fend off the feeling of revulsion any longer, I marched past them and entered the private office. Stefan was seated at a desk going over strategies with the captain of his guard. He glanced up at me. You have news? He asked. Yes, Alice has gone missing, I told him bluntly. When did she go missing? I don't know. Carlyle didn't even notice she was missing until I came back asking for her, I told him. Stefan's eyes darkened in anger. If he screws up one more time, I will dismember him and burn everything but his head, which I will keep next to me as I sit on my new throne in Volturi, he said angrily. I did mention that possibility to him. He seemed distracted. I bet he was distracted. He's probably trying to think up ways to get out of trouble. I'm really beginning to regret having you turn him. He's been more trouble than an asset. I agree, but he does have some connections, I reminded him. This is his last chance to prove himself. In the meantime, I want you to find the Denalis. See if they have had contact with Alice and if they are willing to fight alongside us. If not, eliminate them. Bring 2 of my men with you, he ordered me, while turning to go back to his discussion. There's one more thing. Both Emmett and Jasper have left. He growled lowly, as much as it displeases me that they haven't chosen our side. They're the least of our worries. We need Alice's visions. Do what you must, but don't come back unless you have her. I obeyed his orders and left with 2 of his men. Normally, I would make the trip to Alaska alone, but I had a feeling I was going to need their assistance. Hopefully, the Denali Coven wouldn't put up too much of a fuss. I prefer situations where I am in and out as quickly as possible. I despise dawdling. Thankfully, the warehouse we chose as our headquarters was located in the industrial district in Seattle. Not many people were out on this side of the district. We were able to move about with little to no notice from the humans. Denali, Alaska was 43 hours human time from here. If we ran, it would only take us an hour or so to get there. A moment after stepping outside, we took off. Alice better be there when we arrive. When I see her, I am going to punish unlike anything Carlyle dished out at her. Hurry it up. We don't have much time. We need to get there as fast as possible. I'm coming. Don't worry. We'll make it on time. We always do. I don't think you fully comprehend what is happening. They need help. They need a lot of help. I know, and we are going to bring it. I know. I'll feel better about this after we get there. Hopefully, we'll be able to bring enough vampires with us to give them the numbers they need. We will. It will help. I know it will. I hope you're right. So do I. Pav. This entire situation has turned into one crazy ass shit show. When Jasper and I left the Cullens, I knew things would never be the same. I had no clue how topsy-turvy nuts everything would become. First of all, there's my baby sister, Bella. She has toughened up into something fierce. I suppose that circumstances didn't exactly allow her to be the teenager she really was. Having to bury her father must have hit her hard as well. In all, she's as badass as you can get. I can't tell you how happy I am that she forgave me for leaving her. I never wanted to leave. Jasper didn't either. It was the boy Blunder's idea. When Jas and I disagreed with the moving situation, Eddie threw a monumental temper tantrum. And as usual, Daddy Carlyle gave in to his little girl. That pansy-ass wimp always gets babied. It's disgusting. There's no way in hell he has ever had a man card. Thankfully, we didn't stick around them for long. We had both planned on coming back for Bella. I'm just standing here underneath a tall oak tree in the backyard, watching Maria suck up to the masters. Seeing Belle's intentionally drop that skank on her ass was funny as hell. Bella almost managed to look convincing when she claimed she was still learning to control her gift. She's such a damnable liar. She makes me so proud. I've been deliberately baiting Bella, because I really want to see her lose her shit. I thought it would be funny. I thought it would be entertaining. I didn't think that she was going to kick my ass using that damn shield of hers. First, she drained me of my energy, making me faint from it. Sure, being the first vampire to have ever fainted is cool. But damn, I really felt like crap when I woke up. Second, she trapped me in that bubble of hers and played a few rounds of Bounce the Brother around. I would have puked if it was possible. Everyone laughed their asses off when they saw me bouncing around. I will get my revenge for that one. She will pay. I have got to start paying better attention. Jasper claims that I'm going to get my ass handed to me one of these days because I have trouble staying focused. Bella told me she thinks I have a vampire's version of ADD. Whatever that is. I forced myself to listen to Maria tell the masters about her lovely little visit with Esme. Yup, Maria was trying to save her own ass. Welp, I'm bored again. I think I'll goad one of the guard members into a wrestling match. Since Felix just left on a mission, I will have to settle for one of the pioneer ones. At least wrestling can be considered training in a sense. MPOV. I detest having to rely on Maria for any information. She cannot be trusted. Oh, my brother and I were entirely aware that Maria did not come to us in a sense of loyalty. Due to our desperation, we were willing to listen to what she had to say. Frankly, we do not have the luxury to ignore any possible new information she could give us. Time is most certainly not on our side. All right, Maria. Where are you keeping that army of yours? I asked her. They are a few miles away from here. I deliberately stayed away as far as possible from Seattle. Since Esme mentioned that is where Victoria is keeping her newborns, she replied. That shouldn't be an issue. Did Esme mention where the Romanians are staying? Yes, they are in a warehouse in the industrial district in Seattle, not far from the warehouse Victoria is using. Master Marcus, if we are going to attack when they aren't expecting it, I would suggest we meet them halfway. It's safe to assume that they will be avoiding all populated areas in order to get the newborns to follow along with them. The most logical route for them to take is through the Olympic Forest, which happens to be the midpoint between Fox and Seattle, Jasper suggested. That idea does have merit and makes the most sense, Arrow supplied. I'm going to text Dmitri. He and Felix need to return. He walked away, pulling out his cell phone to send the message. When do we leave? Isabella asked, eager to kick some ass. Bella? Jasper asked with a laugh. Why, yes, I am, she retorted. I tightened my arm around her affectionately, loving how easily she has taken on her new existence. We need to gather everyone together. Once we have hammered out our attack strategy, we will leave, I informed them. I can't wait to see those bombs of yours in action, Marcus, Isabella admitted. Me too, Jasper and Maria replied in unison. I can't wait to see that as well, came new voice. We all turned to see a large group of vampires making their way out of the forest. Peter, Charlotte, it's good to see you too, Jasper said while striding forward hugged them both. How did you know? Peter pointed to his head and grinned. You know how it works. I just know shit. I have never been more glad for your random thoughts than I am right now, Jasper said. Turning to a tall male standing next to Peter, Jasper grabbed his hand in greeting as well. It's good to see you, Garrett. Likewise, Major, Garrett replied. It's a shame we are meeting again under such dire circumstances. I watched as Jasper continued to greet several more of the new arrivals. I recognize many of them. However, there were also many new faces. I was surprised to see the Egyptian coven among those who had arrived. Ammon, their coven leader, had made his distrust of the Volturi very clear several hundred years ago, and while I freely admit to feeling stunned when Ammon and his coven came to lend us some support, I was flabbergasted when a coven from South America appeared. While it is true that both Arrow and I were completely unaware that there was a coven residing in South America, we were even more astonished to learn that the male, Nahul, was a human-vampire hybrid. For all of the knowledge we, that is the Volturi, possessed, there was nothing in any of the manuscripts, books, and parchments that indicated that vampires, male vampires, were able to procreate. While both my brother and myself were eager to learn more, we recognized the fact that now wasn't the time. It would have to wait. Jasper, if you will, I asked, taking a step back so that Jasper could handle the introductions. Thanks for showing up, everyone. I want to introduce you all to one another since you are going to be fighting side by side. He proceeded with the introductions, letting everyone get acquainted. After a few minutes, we were all ready to begin. All right, people, listen up. We are going to review what we have learned so far. If anyone has any questions, or would like to add something, please wait unit we're finished. We're running short on time here. Master, do you want to take over? He asked me. I nodded, greeting. First of all, I would like to point out that the shifters that are standing over by the tree line are our allies. They are to be shown the proper respect. Second, please be advised that there will be no hunting in the Fox area. This stipulation has been put into place to show respect to the shifters and their people. Thirdly, no one is to cross the borders and step on Quileute land. To do so would break the agreement we have with them. And finally, I do not want to see or hear any fighting with them. To do so will end in the guilty parties being severely punished. Now, as you are aware, the Romanians have created an army with the sole purpose of defeating the Volturi. We are assuming, based on known facts, that their army has at least 100 members. Many of those members are gifted, and another 20 or so are newborns. I paused a moment, watching as the shock settled in. Originally, the Romanians were after a powerful shield that had been prophesied several thousand years ago. They believed that the shield would help them defeat us. I can't wait to see their faces when they realize that the shield they have been coveting for so long is none other than your mate, Peter piped in with a laugh. I looked over at Jasper with a raised brow. Peter knows stuff, he said with a shrug. Okay, then, I said in acceptance. You are correct, Peter. My mate, Isabella, is the shield. Excuse me, but isn't your mate a newborn herself? How is she going to be able to maintain control while she's fighting? Have no fear, Benjamin, Bella is not your typical newborn. She is fully in control at all times, Jasper assured him. I meant no disrespect. It's just that there seems to be a lot of newborns involved in this scenario, Benjamin responded. If I may, my mate interjected. I nodded to her, letting her know that she could speak up if she wished to do so. While it is true that I am a newborn, I am unlike any other newborn. I think the first thing you all must be made aware of is that I do not require blood. A few gasps were heard, followed by a lot of muttering. It's true, Jasper said while nodding his head. How can that be possible? Ammon asked. They are telling the truth, Maggie from the Irish coven spoke up. And how would you know? Ammon challenged her. I know because I have the gift of being able to tell when someone is telling the truth, she replied sharply. All right, everyone, calm down, Eleazar finally spoke up. Everyone turned to look at him. It's true. Isabella will never need blood. She garners her strength and energy from all living things. That is the oddest gift I have ever heard of, but it's so cool all the same, Randall, a nomad, said. If the situation wasn't so serious, I might have been jealous, Charlotte admitted. Isabella rolled her eyes. She loved her gift but didn't think it was that great a deal. I honestly don't think she will ever truly understand how fortunate she is to never have to deal with bloodlust. May I also mention that Isabella's super self-control is also a gift. So, really, it all makes sense, so you can all stop worrying, Eleazar assured them. Not that it has been cleared up, we need to discuss our plan of attack, Jasper said. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, and now that Felix and Dimitri have returned, we can get to it. Unless, of course, the two of you have something to add, I said, looking over at the approaching pair. Dimitri stepped forward. Master, we came across the scents of many vampires. We followed a few which led us to two different warehouses in opposite ends of Seattle. Victorian newborns were in one. It would seem that our information was accurate, I said. Yes, and it's all the more reason to prepare to head on out. The sooner we attack the better, Arrow piped in. Were there any guards watching the warehouses? Yes, each warehouse was guarded by 4 vampires, Felix answered. Were you able to find out anything else? Jasper asked them. We didn't have much time to snoop around. However, we can tell you that Victoria does have 23 newborns. They keep fighting, so that number may fluctuate, Dimitri answered. That fool has no control, Maria added with a sneer. It doesn't sound like she has been training them, she pointed out. Not at all. This could be a huge help to us, Jasper replied. How could newborns fighting help us? Asked Swan, a member of the Irish cover. Newborns are unable to concentrate for any period of time. They are easily distracted. This could make it easy for us to pick them off so that the Romanians won't have their strength to rely on, said Jasper. Plus, they aren't trained, so they will be acting on instinct. As long as everyone remembers to not allow the newborns to grab a hold of them, then we should be able to eliminate them fairly quickly, I supplied. Why not use those bombs of yours? Isabella asked. We will be The blast radius of just one has the potential to destroy a dozen newborns at a time, I clarified. All right, I think it would be prudent to have some of us go on ahead and station themselves in key areas in the forest. These people will be carrying the bombs, Jasper said while looking around to make sure he had everyone's attention. These bombs don't go off accidentally, do they? Liam asked nervously. No, they never have. Once the trigger is tripped, you have a total of 5 seconds to throw the bomb. I cannot stress this enough. Be sure you are at a safe distance before they go off, I informed them seriously. I have a question, Henry spoke up. Where are we going to confront the Romanian army? We are going to meeting them in the Olympic Forest, which is the halfway point between Fox and Seattle, Jasper clarified. Let us continue. We have many more details that need to be ironed out, I told them. Pav. When we reached Denali's, it was obvious that no one was at home. I barged my way inside the house, intent on waiting for them to return. Their scents were not that old, so I was sure that they would be back any time. However, I was wrong. There was no sign of any of the Denalis. Sometime in the last day or so, they must have left. I angrily grabbed a priceless vase from the Ming dynasty and launched it out the massive bay window. The window shattered, raining glass all around us. Damn it, they aren't coming back here. Stefan is going to be pissed, I screamed in anger. We need to head back. I was livid. We wasted all that time only to come up empty. That was time that could have been spent getting ready for the attack. We sped through the forest on our way back to Seattle. 20 minutes later, we entered our temporary headquarters to see Stefan, Vladimir, and the entire army, minus newborns, going over strategies. They stopped talking when we walked in. You have come back empty-handed, Esme, Vladimir taunted. Through no fault of my own, I sneered. Vladimir and I hated each other. The Denali were not there. We waited, but there was no sign of them. You think they fled? Stefan said. Yes, I do, I replied. It's no coincidence that they are nowhere to be found. Then it would seem that the time has come. Vladimir, gather Victoria and her newborns and bring them here. Once we've finalized everything, we will be heading out, Stefan informed us. MPOV. I watched as our strategically hidden comrades threw vampire bombs at the oncoming newborns. Stefan and Vladimir were so predictable. It has been over 1,000 years, and they still haven't learned to change their tactics. When Jasper suggested the idea that the Romanians would release Victoria newborns first, I immediately agreed. Only a coward would stand back and watch another do all of the hard work. If there was one thing that Stefan and Vladimir have always been, it was cowards. Once the newborns had caught wind of our forces, they rushed forward, deeper into the forest. Ferocious growls echoed throughout. Peter was the first to throw an explosive. It landed dead center in a group of 12 newborns. Within seconds, vampire parts and ash rained down on the forest floor. The parts that didn't immediately burn up were twitching around, oozing copious amounts of venom. Peter, Ammon, and Maggie were positioned high up in the treetops. Each of them had with them a satchel filled with bombs. All three of them had superior aim and were doing a superb job of picking off the newborns. The remaining members of Victoria Army continued to rush on ahead, paying no mind to the scattered remains of their fellow newborns. This time both Maggie and Ammon each tossed one of their explosives. Yet again, their aim was true, and parts were littered everywhere. Within only a few minutes, Victoria newborns were completely decimated. Several small fires were scattered around with purple smoke spiraling up into the atmosphere. The sweet smell of burning vampires permeated the air. A loud roar could be heard as the sound of many feet were running across the forest floor. Near us, our army braced themselves for the incoming confrontation. To think it was only a few hours ago when we fully formulated our plans. Flashback. Elazar, I want a list of everyone who has a gift. We are going to need to use the gifted as our weapons, besides the bombs of course, Jasper informed him. Within minutes, we had fully compiled a list of all of the gifted vampires in our army. Jasper Hale pathokinesis, strategic genius. Isabella Swan mental and physical shields. Leech. Arrow Volturi tactile telepathy. Marcus Volturi relationship identification. Afton mental invisibility. Alex sensory deprivation. Chelsea relationship manipulation. Benjamin elemental manipulation. Elazar Denali ability identification. Dimitri tracker. Jane pain illusion. Renata aversion field. Zafrina visual projection. Kate physical electrokinesis. Maggie lie detection. Siobhan outcome manipulation. Alistair Tracker. Felix acute vampire strength. Emmett McCarthy acute vampire strength. Corin addictive contentment. Santiago excessive speed. Peter Whitlock oracle. Heidi siren. Thankfully, Elazar thought ahead and compiled a list of known gifted vampires among A. Romanians ranks. Edward Cullen telepathy. Victoria enhanced self-preservation. Carlisle Cullen mental protection, thought manipulation, and enhanced self-control. Unfortunately, that list was short. We were going in blind. We have reports of the Romanian army having multiple gifted vampires. We have no other information than that, not even a number to assign to the gifted ones. Settle down, everyone. We need to focus, I said, getting everyone's attention. I looked over the rather large group of allies that were standing around, waiting to receive their orders. It was then that I truly realized, that our winning this battle was a very distinct possibility. We didn't have the sheer numbers that the Romanians had. What we did have, however, was many gifted vampires, shapeshifters, and Maria's newborn army, which is numbered at 50. We can do this, I said. Many of them nodded their heads in agreement. All right, this is what we are going to do. Jasper and I proceeded to lay out our plan. We assigned the task of bombing the newborns to Peter, Ammon, and Maggie. Peter pretty much begged to be allowed to do it. We saw no harm in it, so we gave him the go-ahead. Next, we informed our gifted where they were to be positioned. Each spot was strategic. They would have a clear view of the Romanians while blocking off any chance for escape. This plan was formulated with Victoria in mind. The wolves were to be scattered throughout with Maria's newborns as well as the rest of our group. After Victoria's army was eliminated, we would attack. One last thing, Jasper said with a sly grin. Be sure that none of you are thinking about Bella and what her shield can do. We don't want Edward to pick up on any thoughts and inform Stefan and Vladimir. Bella is our ace in the hole. Let's make sure we keep it that way. End flashback. I quickly dodged the vampire that had attempted to tackle me to the ground. I pivoted on one foot and with the other, I kicked, putting as much of my strength behind it as possible. I managed to kick the head clear off where it went flying through the air, landing in front of Emmett. I watched as Emmett bent down and grabbed the decapitated head by the hair. Time for some bowling, he yelled as he launched the head at some oncoming vampires. The momentum actually knocked all three vampires on the ground just like bowling pins when getting struck by a bowling ball. Emmett was certainly creative. My eyes went in search of my beloved mate. I continued to fend off multiple attacks as I tried to assess Isabella's well-being. I saw her battling none other than Rosalie Cullen. Isabella repeatedly pummeled her face, showing absolutely no plans of letting up. Her newborn strength helped her pulverize Rosalie's features. With one final punch, Rosalie's head shattered. I have never seen anything like that before, and I am an ancient. BPOV. Holy hell, this is fun. I couldn't suppress the giggles that escaped my lips when my fist shattered Rosalie's head. Ha! That's what she got for being a bitch. I turned away from her while dropping a lighter on her carcass. She lit up beautifully. One down. I looked up to see Emmett taking on a tall Hispanic vampire. The two grappled together violently. Emmett was thrown back a good 25 feet. He immediately stood back up. He ghosted forward with his arm outstretched and clothes-lined the other vampire, knocking him on his ass. Emmett then grabbed a hold of his jacket and picked him up only to slam him back down with such force it left a deep depression in the ground. With one swift jerk, Emmett tore the vampire's head off. I laughed again. Emmett is all brawn. I kept my eyes out, looking for the boy blunder. I had informed everyone that Eddie was mine to deal with. They had all agreed that he deserved to have me hand him his ass, his very flat ass. There, to my right, I saw him darting in and out of the groups of fighting vampires. I noticed that he stopped long enough to land a blow but ran off before he could get touched. I planned to put a stop to that. I bolted off toward his direction, ducking and blocking blows as I flew past. Eddie was fast, very fast. However, I was faster. I launched myself into the air and managed to land directly in front of him. I shot out my physical shield, capturing him before he was even aware of what had happened. "Hello there, Eddie," I taunted him. He gasped. His eyes widened in shock as he looked me over. "Long time no see. Well, Isabella Swan, so you couldn't wait to get me all to yourself," he said with an obviously false bravado. "Of course, Eddie," I sneered. "That has been a key point in my diabolical plot." The fool was so arrogant that he didn't even try to move. I sauntered over to him, trying to appear as seductive as possible. Anyone with such an enormous ego would have fallen for it, just like he did. He grinned, thinking he was going to get one up on me. "Really, Bella, you should try not to be so needy. If you want," he broke off mid-sentence when he tried to move, was unable to do so. "Were you trying to say something?" I asked, feigning ignorance. "What have you done?" he asked as he struggled to free himself. "Me? I have no idea what you are talking about," I denied. "Now, what I am about to do is get retribution for what you've done," I replied while stepping forward. I grabbed a tight hold of his shirt and yanked him closer to me. I looked him dead in the eye. "Tell me how it feels to be a waste of space," I said as I used my free hand to land a hard blow to his head, breaking a large chunk of it off. His screams were cut short since half of his face, including his mouth, had broken off. I grinned in triumph as I lit his remains on fire. "That's two down." I took a quick glance and saw Maria's newborns barreling through the Romanians. Based on their reactions, it was clear that they never expected for us to have our own newborn army to fight alongside with. I may not like Maria. In fact, I detest her. But there is no way I can fault her on how well she has her army trained. I managed to walk a few feet before an ear-piercing screech broke through the din. Pain shot through my skull, and I dropped to the ground because of it. I looked around me to see everyone in our army was either lying on the ground or kneeling. Each one was clutching their heads in agony. Determined to protect them, I spread out my shield around myself as well as encasing each member of our army in their own bubble of protection. Immediately following, everyone stood back up, prepared to fight some more. Ben Pav. The battle raged on for what seemed like hours. The more vampires my comrades and I destroyed, the more seemed to appear. We were holding our own for quite some time. But just when it seemed like we were finally the ones in control, the most deafeningly loud screech brought us all to our knees. The pain seared through my head, making it feel like it was about to implode. But no sooner than it started, it stopped. I looked around me and was greeted by my fellow fighters rising to their feet again. The Romanians were unrelenting as they attacked us from every side. Master Arrow was fighting Kali Cullen. I smirked as Arrow swiftly relieved Cullen of his head. Who knew that Arrow was such a good fighter? I wanted to do something to help give our side the leading edge. I looked around to see vampires and shifters fighting alongside one another. The battle continued to rage on in intensity. Without thinking, I balled my fist and punched the ground with as much force as I could muster. Power from the elements flowed through me and created a small fissure. That crack continued to grow and the ground shook beneath our feet. Within moments, an enormous trench took up the entire length of the battlefield, dividing the two armies. BPOV. As the ground shook, I felt an enormous amount of the Earth's energy slam into me. I absorbed it with little to no effort. I had just gained an enormous amount of strength and required an outlet to release it. I was then hit with an ingenious idea. Using my newfound strength, I stretched out my shield, encasing the entire Romanian army. Once trapped inside, I absorbed the strength and gifts from all of them. I held them inside my shield for as long as I was able to, buying my friends the time they needed to destroy the Romanian army. Heads and body parts went flying everywhere as our army took control and tore the traitors apart. Multiple bonfires were started as vampire appendages were thrown into them. The entire area became engulfed in purple smoke. The only vampires that remained standing were Victoria, Stefan, Esme, and Vladimir. They stood with apparent difficulty as they helplessly watched their army be destroyed. I brushed myself off and walked over to where Marcus, Arrow, and Jasper stood guarding their temporary prisoners. Marcus opened his arms, and I rushed into them. I placed a brief kiss on his cheek and turned to look at the backstabbers. I snorted when Esme and Victoria both recognized me. Isabella, Esme screeched. Both Stefan and Vladimir yelped in shock as they looked between me and Esme. I heard you were looking for me, Esme, I laughed at her. I turned my attention toward Victoria. I have a bone to pick with you, I stated as I walked up to her. As I released her from the shield, Jasper rushed forward to pin her arms behind her back for me. I have been looking forward to this, I growled. I reached for her, placing both my hands on either side of her face. I latched onto her essence, leeching her of all the energy she possessed. I watched with morbid fascination as her skin began to turn grey while cracks and fissures began to appear across her face. A brief moment later, she exploded entirely into a cloud of ash. Esme yelped and struggled to get as far away from me as possible. Stefan and Vladimir just openly stared. I grinned at the three of them, enjoying their discomfort. That was beautifully controlled, little one, Papa said, complimenting me. That was awesome, Emmett yelled out. Better her than me. All of us gathered around Marcus and Arrow, waiting for them to hand down their verdict. We knew what it was. We also knew that Arrow was deliberately dragging out their torment just to make them suffer longer. Stefan, Esme, and Vladimir, you are guilty of betraying your rulers. You are hereby sentenced to the final death, Marcus said. Dmitri, Felix, and Jasper hastily dismembered them. Alec and Jane stepped forward to help toss the appendages into a roaring bonfire. We did it, Leo said with a laugh. Emmett gathered his mate up in his arms. That we did, hot stuff, he responded while dropping a kiss on her head. If it hadn't been for Bella, we would still be fighting, Jake added. I waved him off. Actually, if it wasn't for our resident elemental, I never would have been hit with such a powerful surge of energy. So really, it's all thanks to Benjamin. I grinned at Benjamin as he stood there looking embarrassed. We all had a part to play, and we all played it well, Marcus added. Indeed, it was a job well done, Papa added. So who is going to call Uncle Keys? I asked. Actually, I have an idea, Marcus said as he pulled me close and wrapped his arms tightly around my waist. I laid my head against his chest, feeling thankful that this particular nightmare was finally over. BPOV. After our glowing victory, many of us stood around dancing and singing. We won a battle where we were outmanned by a great many. We had earned ourselves a small celebration. We were fortunate that we didn't sustain any casualties. Many of us, including poor Jasper, gained some more bite marks. But just like Jasper said, they were now a badge of honor that spoke of an enormous victory. They would be worn with a great deal of pride. Both Sam and Jake had approached Marcus and Arrow to shake their hands. They admitted that the prejudice that one had for vampires was wrong, and that they now have a better understanding. Arrow offered for them to come to Italy at any time. They would be the honored guests of the Volturi. Jake looked excited about taking them up on the offer, but declined until the time was right for him to do so. With a final farewell, he and the shifters left. In regards to Leah, everyone knew she would remain at Emmett's side, wherever it was that he chose to go to. He just happened to choose to come with us to Italy, where he had been offered a position on the guard. Brute force like his needed to used wisely, as Papa said. I'm sure Papa also didn't want it to get out that he and Leah had bet on who would win a battle between Emmett and Felix. Apparently, there was real money on the line. Maria didn't bother to say farewell. Instead, she nodded to us, gathered together her army with the help from her second-in-command, and left. I still don't like her. As far as Jasper and Bree were concerned, they too were coming with us. Marcus appointed Jasper as the lead strategist for the guard, which automatically made him the head of the guard. Jasper jumped at the offer. He informed us of how much he missed military life and that being on the guard was as close as he was going to get. The Denalis came next to bid us farewell. Marcus shared a manly hug with Eleazar while Papa settled for just shaking his hand. They waved at us and they too left. Both the Irish and Egyptian covens stepped forward to shake hands with Marcus and Papa. After exchanging a few words, each coven sped off to go about their own lives. The remaining nomads followed suit. Peter and Charlotte were last. This time it was Papa who invited the both of them to join the guard. They had been nomads for so long that I didn't think they would agree. I was wrong. They both were fed up with living as nomads. Also, they had been missing Jasper, so accepting positions on the guard was the next logical step for they. Jasper was excited, which made everyone excited. I didn't think he was aware that he was emoting. Those of us who were leaving ran off to pack whatever belongings we were taking with us. I was upstairs in my room, placing my meager amount of belongings in my duffel bag when Marcus came in. So what was it that you had planned for Uncle Keys? I asked him. I figured we would arrive unannounced. He will get to meet his niece and not be prepared for it. Keys claims to hate being surprised. Secretly, however, he loves it. Besides, I feel bad that he missed all the action, Marcus said. Would he have wanted to be here? You have no idea, beloved. Your uncle is a warrior and would eagerly join any battle he could. He's just learned over the past few millennium to temper his rampant desire to create carnage among his enemies, he explained with a grin. It sounds like he will get along with Jasper, I said. Oh, he will most certainly get along with Jasper, especially since Jasper is one of his descendants, he said with a laugh. I looked over at him in shock. Are you serious? I asked him. The lines never lie, my love, he responded while gathering me up in his arms. I slid my arms around his neck. Have you told Jasper? No, I'm leaving that for a surprise as well, he told me as he leaned down to kiss me. I pulled away to look at him. You are a sneak, I laughed. I know, he admitted without an apology. We were now on our way to Italy in the Volturi jet. I had no idea just how lavish a private jet could be. There were no rows of seats. There were, however, supple leather couches situated around. Plush curtains covered the windows and a massive flat-screen TV stood against the far wall. I still don't get why vampires indulge in so much comfort when they don't need it. When I asked, Papa just patted my arm and told me it was more about status than comfort. I just shrugged my shoulders and plopped down on the nearest couch and prepared myself for a long flight. After nearly 14 hours on the plane, we finally landed at the Pisa International Airport. According to Marcus, Volterra was not that far from the airport. Volterra was a province of Pisa. Several long black limos waited for us near the hangar. I was concerned that humans may see us since it was a beautiful sunny day. Papa informed me that the airport was owned by the Volturi and certain measures were in effect to give them privacy. I just went along with it. The ride in the limo took just an hour, giving me plenty of opportunity to take in all the sights. Italy was even more stunning than I had ever dreamed. The limos were parked in an underground parking facility that was adjacent to the castle. We rode an elevator, an actual elevator, up to the castle's first level. When we stepped out, I gasped at the splendor that was before me. Artwork adorned the walls on both sides of the narrow corridor. Beautifully carved wall sconces were interspersed throughout the paintings. The floor was solid marble and shone brilliantly. "It's so beautiful," I whispered in reverence. Marcus raised my hand to his lips, kissing it gently. "Come, beloved, you will have plenty of time to explore the castle at your leisure. For now, let's head to the throne room. Keys should be there at this time." Papa led the way, and we all followed along. I continued to stare at the opulence before me, feeling intense eagerness to explore everything. I could barely contain my excitement. We came to an ornately carved set of double doors. Papa stepped forward, swinging the doors open wide. I followed in behind him. The throne room was like something you would expect to see in an ancient castle. The room itself was circular. The floors, walls, and columns were all cream-colored. The marble floors were a light beige. Windows that were symmetrically placed closer to the domed ceiling allowed light to filter in. At the opposite end of the room there was a large dais where 3 were thrones situated on it. A large gasp drew my eyes from the scene before me. I looked over to see a tall vampire standing nearby. He had platinum blonde hair that was tied back and very pale skin. He was very attractive even by vampire standards. "Greetings, brother," Arrow said with a smile. "We have returned both victorious and unharmed." Keys barely paid him any attention as he stepped closer to me. "Hello, Uncle Keys," I said in greeting. "Isabella," he whispered in reverence. I took a few steps closer to him. "I am happy to meet you, Uncle," I said to him. He grinned. "It is my honor, Principessa," he said with a soft smile. I ran over to him and threw my arms around him. He eagerly returned my hug. I hugged him a little longer before letting go. "Well, this is a surprise. I actually like this one," he said with a smirk. "It's good to see you again, brother," Marcus greeted him. "You as well, Marcus. You look better than I have seen you look in a long time," Uncle Keys noted. Marcus smiled. "Finding your true heart will have that effect on anyone." "Keys, we have some new guard members," Arrow piped in with excitement. "We have Emmett McCarty and his mate, Lear Clearwater. Lear is a shape-shifter from the Quileute tribe and one hell of a warrior," he said, gesturing to my best friend and my big brother. "Next we have Peter and Charlotte Whitlock. Their assistance will prove to be invaluable. And last but not least, we have Jasper Whitlock and his mate, Britannia." "Jasper is, of course, your nephew by blood," Marcus informed him. Uncle Keys's eyes bugged out. "Wait, you mean I have more family?" he asked. "That's precisely what I mean. You know, it's not at all surprising that the major of the Southern Vampire Wars just happens to be related to the most bloodthirsty Volturi king," Peter interjected. "Indeed, fate truly does have a sense of humor," Papa chimed in as we all watched Jasper and Keys shake hands. I stood back and grinned like a fool. It wasn't all that long ago when I was manipulated by the Cullens, abandoned by my mother, and my father was murdered. I had felt isolated and alone. Now, however, I have a new family, friends in abundance, and a new kind of love for all time. Now, I was finally home. The end. Thanks for watching and don't forget to give review and more story ideas in comment section.